Chapter 738. 3-in-1. Zhou, who sent Madame Yin back to the assistant minister's residence and conveyed Yushu's warning word for word. Yin Zhorong's face turned green, and Zhou, who cleverly slipped away before Yin Zhorong lost his temper. When Madame Yin Deng woke up from her coma, she wept and recounted what had happened to her at the Yu residence. She only hid the part where Yushu revealed that she had drugged Yu Xiaocai and concubine Chui. Yin Zhorong breathed his last. Like Madame Yin, he had never thought that Yushu would be so ungrateful. Master, we can't just let it go like this. Don't be fooled by that girl's young age. She's cunning and vicious. She's certain that even if she loses the case, we can't do anything to her, so she's so arrogant. She keeps saying that you ruined her father's future and wants to take revenge on us, Madame Yin said as she wiped her tears. Nonsense. The veins on Yin Zhorong's forehead throbbed as he said angrily, Yu Xiaocai was a despicable person. I helped him out of kindness, but he hooked up with my servant girl and almost ruined Madame's reputation. How could I allow him to stay in the capital? If Madame hadn't pleaded for Xiaocui, I would have beaten that lowly servant girl to death. If I had known that this would happen, I wouldn't have been so kind. I should have killed that ingrate and asked her to give birth to a little bastard. She's such a bitch who returns kindness with enmity. Madame Yin couldn't stop cursing. Enough. Yin Zhorong said impatiently, what's the point of saying all this? Why didn't you scold her in front of her face? I asked you to scare her, but you were scared silly by her. Madame Yin felt extremely wronged. She had suffered such a great humiliation, but he didn't comfort her and instead blamed her for being incompetent. Then tell me, what should we do now? Yin Zhorong sat down gloomily. After thinking for a long time, he finally hardened his heart. We can't just let it go like this. If we don't kill the snake, there will be endless troubles in the future. Just like the former Celestial Commissioner Judge Ji's family, because they provoked this woman Yushu, in the end, they ended up with a tragic ending. We can't follow in their footsteps. Once the joint trial of the 3 departments is over, we will capture Xiaocui and first beat her half to death. I don't believe that girl really doesn't care about her mother's life or death. Isn't that going against father's wishes? How are we going to explain this to him? What's there to be afraid of? I'm his son anyway. If he doesn't look out for me when something happens, will he look out for an outsider? When Yin Zhorong said this, he had some confidence. After all, they were father and son. Prime Minister Yin had a sharp tongue but a soft heart. When the matter came to light, even if the emperor was angry with him, his father would definitely not ignore him. You're right. Yin Deng was relieved, as if she could see the scene of Yushu kneeling at her feet crying and begging not long after, so she was in the mood to tell Yin Zhorong, today when I went to her house I saw a huge garden in her house. It was freezing cold outside, but the garden was full of spring scenery. Inside, she didn't feel cold even though she was wearing a thin layer of clothing. It's not strange. She then described the rare birds, flowers and trees in Yongchun Garden. Yin Zhorong was doubtful. If there is such a fairy place, it has long been spread throughout the capital. Didn't you say that her housewarming banquet was very lively? Has no one ever walked through her garden? When did that happen? It's not cold yet. How can it be strange? Yin Deng curled her lips and said, didn't you see that the door of her house is closed all day long? How can there be any guests on weekdays? Yin Zhorong had an idea and said with envy, it said that she had an old immortal as her teacher who has some extraordinary skills. That garden has probably been cultivated into a feng shui treasure land. It's a pity that she has it. Yin Deng rolled her eyes and sneered, when the lawsuit is over and we have her, we will ask her to give up the house in exchange for the safety of her mother. We don't have to worry that she won't agree. The couple had a tacit understanding at this time, but at this time they were trying to take other people's money. They didn't know what would happen in court 3 days later. The Supreme Judiciary, the Ministry of Justice and the Imperial Censorate searched for evidence, understood the case in advance and made preparations. On the 5th day of the 12th lunar month, a public trial was held. The junior official of the Supreme Judiciary, the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Justice, and the Deputy Minister of the Imperial Censor formed a joint trial. They investigated separately and tried together. Everyone had different opinions. For example, if the Supreme Judiciary found the defendant innocent through investigation, but the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Justice and the Deputy Minister of the Imperial Censor both thought the defendant guilty, then in the trial, they would attack each other and give evidence to convince the other side. Only then could they decide whether the defendant was guilty or not and sentence him. On the case of Aunt Chui, Shui Rui and Imperial Censor Wang were very firm. One wanted to exonerate Yushu, the other wanted to attack her. As a result, the court hearing today started with a strong smell of gunpowder. In Zhorong, as the plaintiff, was first brought in for questioning. The other people involved in the case were waiting to be summoned in the side hall. Because it was a public trial, other than Ning Wang sitting at the side, the door of the yamen was wide open. Some people came to see the commotion and some common people stopped to watch. In a short while the outside of the door was blocked. "Who are you?" Assistant Minister Li of the Ministry of Justice was the oldest, so he was the first to ask. In Zhorong reported his family name and handed over the petition. This was a necessary process. There were 2 registrars in the court recording their every word and action as a confession. Imperial Censor Wang reached out to take the petition, glanced at it, and handed it to Assistant Minister Li. Without waiting for him and Shui Rui to read it, he slammed the gavel and shouted, "Bring the convict slave Cui Ping," summoning the defendant before even questioning the plaintiff. Assistant Minister Li frowned and turned to look at Shui Rui. Seeing the other looking at the petition with a calm expression, he didn't say anything. In a short while Aunt Cui was brought in. The yamen runners on both sides shouted, "Mighty," and she was so scared that she almost fell. She shrunk her head. Moreover, there was the righteous In Zhorong beside her. In contrast, she appeared to be even more guilty. "You are Cui Ping?" Imperial Censor Wang took the initiative, "The one who worked as a servant in the Yin family 17 years ago and later eloped with someone?" There was a trap in his words. Aunt Cui only needed to nod and she would fall for it. Fortunately, Yu Shu had been giving her advice for the past few days. She didn't rush to answer when she heard Imperial Censor Wang's question. Instead, she raised her head and looked at the person who asked the question. Seeing that it was an old man with a long face and big nose, she didn't say anything. Instead, she shut her mouth and looked at Shui Rui who was sitting on her right. Yu Shu told her, "When you go to the court, no matter what the ugliest man asks you, you should ignore him. Just stare at my eldest brother and answer whatever he says." Aunt Cui naturally recognized Shui Rui. Imperial Censor Wang didn't see her answer and snorted coldly. He was about to make things difficult but was interrupted by Shui Rui. "Official Wang, don't worry. The plaintiff is here. Why don't you let him identify himself?" He asked In Zhorong, "Did this madam you work as a servant in your family in the past?" In Zhorong answered yes. He didn't wait for Shui Rui to ask and took the initiative to say, "Her name is Cui Ping. She used to be a servant in my mother's courtyard. Because I got married, I was assigned to live in another residence. My mother was worried that I would be alone outside, so she assigned a few servants for me. Cui Ping is one of them." By saying this, he clearly explained concubine Chui's background and covered up old Madame Yin's intention of sending him a maid who served as a concubine. Shui Rui nodded and looked at Aunt Cui. "Is he right?" Aunt Cui looked at him and nodded. She said foolishly, "Yes." Imperial Censor Wang interrupted. "Then do you also admit that you betrayed your master and stole his belongings?" Aunt Cui shut up and looked at Shui Rui. Shui Rui also asked her, "The Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Revenue, In Zhorong, accused you of eloping and stealing his belongings. Did you do it?" "I didn't." Aunt Cui didn't need to look at his face this time to know that she had to deny loudly, "I'm wronged. Please help me, he is making a false accusation." Yu Shu told her that as long as someone asked about her eloping and stealing, she must say that she was wronged. Not only that, but she must also say it loudly. She must not lower her head. When Aunt Cui was young, she yearned for In Zhorong. But after more than 10 years, when they met again, the handsome and weak second young master had become a fat middle-aged man in front of her. She didn't have the slightest desire for him. Bang! Censor Wang knocked on the gavel and pointed at concubine Cui as he scolded, "Shut up! We are asking you a question and you only need to answer yes or no. If you dare to talk nonsense again, I will slap your mouth." "Official Wang," Assistant Minister Li interrupted coldly, "although Madame Yu doesn't have an imperial title, she is an official of the imperial court. Her parents can't be punished before the case is finalized." After saying that, he looked at Imperial Censor Wang with slight disdain. His eyes seemed to say, "You don't even know this little bit of criminal law, and you still have the nerve to come out. I feel ashamed for you." Imperial Censor Wang's face turned red and he turned his head to ignore Assistant Minister Li. He didn't say anything else. Shui Rui took the opportunity to question In Zhorong. "You accused Madame Yu of eloping and stealing your family's property. What evidence do you have?" "There is a contract signed by Cui Ping and my family." In Zhorong slowly provided evidence. Because she eloped with someone, the contract was naturally left behind. That adulterer was originally in the capital to take the imperial examinations. I took pity on his talent and let him stay in my residence. I treated him with good tea and food. I didn't expect him to have evil intentions and secretly touched my family's maidservant. After the matter was exposed, he was afraid that I would make things difficult for him, so he colluded with Cui Ping and stole some property from the upper room. After gathering enough money, they eloped in the middle of the night. This story was no different from the one he used to deceive Prime Minister Yin. At first glance there was no flaw in it. Following that, Assistant Minister Li first called the witnesses that Yin Zhorong mentioned. They were the old maid in Madame Deng's room and an old doctor who lived in the south of the city. The two of them testified that when Aunt Chui was in the Yin residence, she did have an affair with someone. Assistant Minister Li turned his head to discuss with Xue Rui. Official Xue, what do you think? Isn't there another contract? Bring it here. Yin Zhorong took out an old document from his bosom. Aunt Chui's eyes widened. Yu Shu did not reveal to her that there were two contracts, so she was kept in the dark. She thought that it was a talisman that would bring her death, and her face turned pale. Yin Zhorong glanced at her and laughed coldly in his heart. Now you know fear. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for giving birth to a good daughter. Xue Rui was the first to get his hands on the indenture contract. Yu Shu had already told him about Madame Yinding's trick of substituting the peaches for the peaches. When he carefully examined the contract in his hands, he quickly noticed that it was different from the one he obtained from the Yu clan. Without revealing his emotions, he passed it to Imperial Censor Wang and said, Official Wang, please examine it. Is this real or fake? Imperial Censor Wang had seen this contract before, but he pretended to look at it. He also ordered someone to take Aunt Chui's handprint and handwriting to verify it. He nodded and said, I think it's real. Xue Rui reminded him, although this contract was signed with the Yin family, it was Madame Yin who made the decision. It also has Madame Yin's name and mark on it. We should go to the Prime Minister's residence and let Madame Yin take a look. The slave system in Da'an was quite strict. Buying and selling slaves was not only done with a piece of paper. The seller had to sign his name and put his fingerprint on it, but there must also be a legitimate middleman. The buyer's mark would also be left on the contract, and a record would be made at the local yamen. There was only one copy left as proof. No matter who had this contract, as long as it was not returned to the slave, it would always be binding. This was also to avoid the situation where the middleman was cunning and sold more than one slave. Yin Zhorong listened to Xue Rui's words and secretly frowned. He was afraid that Xue Rui would make an issue of this contract and insist that it was forged. Official Xue is making an unnecessary move. There is her signature on it. Is it not enough to prove that it is her contract? Why do you have to trouble Madame Premier? Imperial Censor Wang disagreed. Xue Rui said, Official Wang's words are wrong. The joint trial of the three departments should be fair and impartial. Moreover, this case was personally supervised by His Majesty. How can we be lazy just because we are afraid of trouble? What do you think, Official Li? Assistant Minister Li nodded and said, It should be more rigorous. It is better to send it to Prime Minister Yin's residence to verify it. Imperial Censor Wang saw that they were in cahoots with him and opposed him at every turn. He was already dissatisfied and was about to say something sarcastic when he heard someone say, There is no need to trouble. Why Zumo is ill. There is no need to go through her for such a small matter. Just bring it to me and I will know. It was Ning Wang who had spoken. Xue Rui glanced at him but saw the usual hypocritical smile on Lu Hao's face. He looked like he wanted to muddy the waters. Without saying anything, he took the contract and handed it over to him. Lu Hao flipped it around and looked at it. He raised his head and said to Xue Rui, This prince can testify that it is real. Imperial Censor Wang raised his tail again and did not forget to compliment Ning Wang. Wang Yi has filial piety in his heart. It is truly a great kindness. Below, Yin Zhorong gave a sigh of relief and secretly cast a grateful look at Ning Wang. With Ning Wang's testimony, there was no longer any doubt about the authenticity of this contract. Both the witness and the material evidence are here. What else do you have to say? Imperial Censor Wang pointed at Aunt Chui and said coldly, Do you know that as a servant, you betrayed your master and stole your master's wealth? These two crimes are enough for you to be paraded on the streets and drowned in a pig cage. Aunt Chui's legs turned to jelly. She was counting on Yu Shu to come out and support her. Now that Yu Shu was nowhere to be seen, her superiors were going to convict her. How could she not panic? Out of her wits, she immediately looked like she was going to cry. She fell to the ground on her buttocks and could only say one sentence. I was wronged, I was wronged. Lu Hao looked with interest at Aunt Chui, who was sitting on the ground and acting shamelessly. No matter how hard he tried, he could not associate her with the shrewd and experienced Yu Shu. With such a weak and useless mother, how did she raise such a competitive daughter? Bam! Imperial Censor Wang knocked on the gavel once again, causing Mistress Chui to shut up. He turned around to look at Shui Rui and purposely made things difficult for him. This criminal refuses to confess and we can't use torture on her. Do you have any way to make her confess? Shui Rui said unhurriedly, what's the rush? I still have questions to ask. He looked at Yin Zhorong. This official found out that after you foreign entered the capital, she stayed at your fu for a few days. Is that correct? There was such a thing. Yin Zhorong had long been prepared to be asked, so he didn't panic and explained, at that time, you knew you had just passed the imperial examinations and, she had also hooked up with a noble. Chui Yinyang was fearless and came to my fu to claim kinship. She wanted to marry her daughter to my youngest son and shamelessly refused to leave my house. In the end it was Yu Nuyu who came to fetch her. If Yu Shu was present she would definitely spit on his face. At that time, it was Yin Deng who had taken a fancy to her identity as the great Yen Nuzi and thought that this kind of daughter-in-law was easy to manipulate, so she detained Aunt Chui in her house and sent a matchmaker to Zhao Hui's house to propose marriage. In the end she was chased out by Yu Shu. Shui Rui's expression turned cold and he questioned him. If that is the case, then you had already seen Yu Foreign. Then why did you not report her at that time? Why did you wait until after the matter was over to bring up old scores? Because my foreign is kind, so I wanted to let her go. Yin Zhorong answered quickly, but his reason was a bit forced. He really could not find a better explanation. On the day of Madame Yin Deng's birthday, Yu Shu and Aunt Chui were also invited. Many people saw them, living in harmony. Assistant Minister Li frowned and said, then why do you want to report her now? It's because that mother and daughter bullied others too much. After the marriage failed, they went around to ruin my son's reputation and ruined several marriages. My foreign was so angry that she could not get out of bed. Should I just swallow this humiliation? Yin Zhorong said with a face full of unwillingness and humiliation. Imperial Censor Wang said angrily, the slave bullied the master, the slave bullied the master. It's simply despicable. How can this kind of wicked slave be tolerated? Yin Zhorong also pointed at Aunt Chui and sternly scolded her, you lowly servant. In the past, you shamelessly had an illicit affair with someone. My foreign and I were benevolent and spared your life. You lowly person do not know how to repay our kindness. Time has passed and now you come to me to seek revenge. You really deserve to die. Aunt Chui was scared silly by Imperial Censor Wang earlier. Now that she was being scolded by him, she became a bit more clear-headed. She knew that she had been wronged and felt indignant. When she heard him call her a lowly person, she did not know where she got the courage to crawl up from the ground. She wiped away her snot and tears and trembled as she tugged at his sleeve. She cried, Master, why did you harm me like this? It was clearly Foreign who saw that I was pregnant and didn't want me to announce it, so she sent me away with him. How did it become me eloping? Master, you can't lie like this. You're forcing me to die. In any case, I have served you before. Based on our past relationship, please be merciful and spare me. Yin Zhorong saw that she had rubbed that lump of filth on his sleeve. The yellow and white color was disgusting. He also heard her mumbling about past relationship. He was so embarrassed that his neck and face turned red. He used all his strength to shake her off and the two of them started to tug at each other from below. What nonsense are you talking about? What kind of relationship do we have? Lowly person. Master, you can't be so heartless. Back then I served you with all my heart. How could you forget about it? Master, sob. Aunt Chui was crying her heart out. Shut up, lowly person. Master. Hearing these cries, the crowd outside the yamen burst into laughter. It was obvious that they were enjoying the show. Shui Rui looked at this scene coldly. Before Imperial Censor Wang could do anything, he grabbed the gavel and slammed it on the table. Pa! Summon the witness, the female celestial commissioner, Imperial official Yu Shu. A moment later Yu Shu arrived. The first thing she did when she entered was look around. She didn't know what had happened earlier, but she could roughly guess what had happened based on the expressions of the crowd. Who are you? What relationship do you have with the defendant? Assistant Minister Li asked. Although he and Yu Shu were neighbors, they didn't have much of a relationship. Thus, there was no awkwardness in meeting her in court. I am Yu Shu, the female official of the current Celestial Commissioner's Kunling Bureau. The defendant is my birth mother. Yu Shu's last 4 words were spoken clearly. She didn't seem to be trying to avoid suspicion. nor did she feel ashamed. This kind of calmness made the onlookers who were snickering outside the door speechless. They looked at each other and actually felt embarrassed. No matter how unbearable that woman was, her own daughter didn't despise her. What was there for them to laugh about? From the moment Yushu appeared, Lu Hao put away his smile and silently stared at her every move. No one knew what he was thinking in his mind. When Aunt Chui saw that Yushu had arrived, she threw Yin Zhorong aside and turned to pounce on her with tears and snot. Yushu didn't avoid her. She hugged her shoulder and took out a handkerchief to wipe her face. Assistant Minister Li coughed lightly and didn't say anything else. Just as Shui Rui was about to speak, Imperial Censor Wang interrupted. You say that this is your mother. Then do you know that she and your father had an illicit relationship and later eloped? In reality, she was a servant in someone else's residence? Yushu coaxed Aunt Chui and raised her eyes to look at the aggressive Imperial Censor Wang. A few days ago at the Imperial Court, he had led the charge to impeach her. She didn't defend herself. Today in front of him, she didn't plan on pretending to be a grandson. I know that my mother was once a Yahuan in the Fu of the Assistant Minister of Revenue, Yin Zhorong. As to the illicit relationship, it is not true. Imperial Censor Wang seemed to have predicted that she would quibble. He raised the indenture contract that Yin Zhorong had handed over and sneered, if your mother didn't elope, then why is the indenture contract still in the hands of the owner? Yushu replied, that is fake. Ning Wang personally verified it. How can it be fake? Can I take a look? Why not take it to her? Imperial Censor Wang was very generous. When Yushu received the indenture contract, she was the same as Shui Rui. She first confirmed a few points and then said with certainty, this is fake. Stubborn, Yin Zhorong snorted coldly at the side. His Highness Ning Wang and several Darren have verified the authenticity. On it, there is your mother's handprint and signature, and also my mother's mark. It really can't be any more real. What right do you have to say that this is fake? Yushu didn't even look at him. Her hand reached into the wide sleeve of her robe and took out a scroll. She said, because my mother's real indenture contract is with me. Her words caused everyone's expression to change. Outside the court there was an uproar. Only Shui Rui calmly said, bring it up. Yushu handed it over. Shui Rui held it in his hand and identified it with Assistant Minister Li. Imperial Censor Wang stretched his neck to take a look. He saw that they were comparing the two indenture contracts. It was obvious that the seller was the same person, but when it came to the owner there was a difference. The contract that Yin Zhorong took out had old Madame Yin's mark. On this contract there was someone else's mark. Just looking at the mark and the seal he couldn't tell who it was. Aha, this is obviously fake, Imperial Censor Wang concluded. Yushu, you have guts. You dare to forge evidence to deceive the court. How should you be punished? Yushu smiled as she looked at him. She turned her head to Yin Zhorong, who had an expression of seeing a ghost the moment she took out the indenture contract. She said, Assistant Minister Yin, dare I ask your wife's name? Is it Yurong? Yin Zhorong's body stiffened. He couldn't answer. The others didn't understand. Assistant Minister Li, who was holding the two indenture contracts, was the first to react. He looked down and read it again. He said to Yushu in surprise, could it be that this indenture contract was made by old Madame Yin? Yushu replied, Yin Zhorong's wife, Madame Yin Deng. Her surname is Deng and her name is Yurong. This indenture contract was made by her more than 10 years ago. This commoner girl has grievances. Please forgive me, Your Excellency. Imperial Censor Wang widened his eyes and was about to speak when Shui Rui cut him off. Speak. Actually, this is what happened. Yushu gave a simple and clear account of how Aunt Chui was given to the son of a concubine by old Madame Yin. Madame Yin deceived Aunt Chui into signing another indenture contract. When the matter between Scholar Yu and Aunt Chui was exposed, she returned this indenture contract to Scholar Yu in order to send the two away. My father was a scholar who came to the capital to take the imperial examinations. He lived in the outer courtyard of his house. How could he get together with old Madame's servant girl? Someone must have deliberately set them up. Regardless of who that person was, after the incident, Assistant Minister Yin drove my parents away. He was afraid that the matter would be exposed and his wife's reputation would be tarnished. My father felt guilty towards Assistant Minister Yin. In order to protect my mother and the child in her womb, he had no choice but to give up the imperial examinations and bring my mother back to the village to get married. However, because he left in a hurry, he didn't go to the yamen to remove my mother's household registration. He was afraid that my mother would be sad if she found out, so he hid her indenture contract. Later, when my father died, this indenture contract was passed through many hands before it landed in my hands. Because of his last words, I didn't tell my mother. According to her description, scholar, you seem to be a good man who was affectionate and righteous. He was not the ungrateful villain that Yin Zhorong had described him to be. Among the people present, Aunt Chui had the biggest reaction. She had never thought that scholar you had done anything for her. When she heard this, she was stunned. Yin Zhorong, on the other hand, was unusually silent. Only the flickering in his eyes betrayed his panic at the moment. Assistant Minister Li looked pensive, but Censor Wang didn't care and reprimanded him. Don't make irresponsible remarks. Do you think you can distort the truth with just your mouth? I think you found someone to forge this indenture contract and made up such a story to exonerate your mother. Unfortunately, your words are full of loopholes. Even if you lie endlessly, you can't cover up the truth. Yu Shu sneered. Then, Official Wang, why don't you tell me what I said is wrong? Censor Wang was proud of his intelligence. When she provoked him, he said without hesitation, you said that this indenture contract was re-signed by Madame Yin and your mother. This is a lie. Your mother was originally old Madame Yin's maidservant. She already had an indenture contract. Why would she need to sign another one? Moreover, she was already a slave. If her master didn't release her, it would be illegal for her to sign a second indenture contract. Madame Yin came from a wealthy family. How could she not understand this? How could she knowingly break the law? Yu Shu pursed her lips and smiled. If it wasn't for the fact that this was not the right place, she really wanted to applaud him. He really sold out a good teammate. She looked at Yin Zhorong again. He could no longer pretend to be calm. His face was pale. Now that things had come to this, how could he not guess that scholar you had cheated him more than 10 years ago? Official Wang is right, Shui Rui continued expressionlessly. Her old master hasn't been released. Signing another indenture contract is a crime. Knowingly doing it, it is an additional crime. Both master and servant are guilty of the same crime. They should receive 30 lashes and be imprisoned for 15 days. Censor Wang completely did not notice that something was wrong with Yin Zhorong's expression and continued to sell out his teammate. Exactly. Official Shui is familiar with the laws. Official Li, what do you think? Assistant Minister Li was much smarter than him. He still held the two indentures in his hand. Looking at the calm and steady Yu Shu, he already had a conclusion in his heart. He only needed one last step to verify it. Come, go to the Assistant Minister's Fu and retrieve Yin Furin's imprint and handwritten letter. Whether it is real or fake, we will know once we verify it. The bailiffs obeyed. Censor Wang glanced smugly at Shui Rui as though victory was in his grasp. Just now, Ning Wang had verified that the indenture contract that Yin Zhorong had taken out was real, so he was sure that the one that Yu Shu had taken out was fake. Yin Zhorong watched as the bailiffs ran away. His heart was burning with anxiety. He wanted to run back home and tell Yin Dengshi not to take out the imprint, even if it was a futile effort. The evidence collected by the three bureaus wasn't something that you could refuse to give just because you wanted to. Yu Shu sensed his anxiety and helplessness. She thought, if Yin Zhorong is smart, he should think of a way out now. Otherwise, when the dust settles, the consequences won't just be a few lashes. In order to control Aunt Chui, Yin Zhorong signed the indenture contract. This was not only solid evidence that she knowingly broke the law, but also solid evidence that she was disobedient and unfilial. Just think, old Madame Yin, as a mother-in-law, gave her daughter-in-law a servant, and even gave her the indenture contract. However, she wanted to deceive her superiors and make a new one, causing Aunt Chui to change owners. To put it in perspective, she was scheming and shrewd. To put it in perspective, she was disobedient and unfilial to old Madame Yin. My lord, Yin Zhorong gritted his teeth and said, this concerns an insider. Someone forged the indenture in her name. Shouldn't she come forward to testify? Shui Rui looked at him. His eyes seemed to see through his thoughts. He smiled slightly and didn't say anything. He let Assistant Minister Li be the good guy. Send someone to invite the Assistant Minister's wife, Assistant Minister Li said. Prince Ning simply closed his eyes and rested. They waited for almost an hour. The Yamen runner who went to the Assistant Minister's mansion to collect evidence came back with Madame Yin. Madame Yin came to the court with a nervous expression. She must have asked the Yamen runner about what had happened on the way here. She stood behind Yin Zhorong without saying a word. She secretly looked in the direction of Prince Ning and suppressed the fear in her heart. Yu Shu noticed her small movements. A sneer flashed across her eyes. Soon, Assistant Minister Li and Shui Rui jointly verified the authenticity of the indenture contract that Yu Shu took out. At the same time, Censor Wang also burst into a strange cry of disbelief. How is this possible? Assistant Minister Li shook his head and pushed the 2 indentures to him. Then for the first time today he knocked on the gavel and questioned the people in the court in a cold voice. This indenture contract is real. What do you have to say for yourself? Normally, if both indentures were real, they would have the effect of restraining the servants. However, the 2 indentures were signed by 2 different people. How could a servant have 2 masters? This kind of illegal thing happened. It was Aunt Chui's fault for being stupid. Yin Zhorong and Madame Yin also had to bear the responsibility. I don't know. Aunt Chui stupidly said the only smart thing she said today. Yes, she didn't know. When I signed this indenture contract, it was Madame who told me that she had torn the contract with old Madame. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare to sell myself again. This was the truth. She didn't have the courage. Madame Yin's expression suddenly changed. She pointed at Aunt Chui and scolded, "You traitorous you, slap." Before she could finish her words, she was slapped loudly in the face, which stunned her. She looked back at Yin Zhorong, who had raised his hand, and saw that he was looking at her angrily. "Well, how dare you do such a shameful thing behind my back? When has mother ever mistreated you? Why do you have to play tricks like this? You didn't even let go of a maidservant. Since you returned her indenture contract, why did you hide it from me? You lied to me and said that they eloped and made me come here to make a fool of myself." Madame Yin was stunned. "Master, I didn't do that." "You, slap." She slapped her again. Yin Zhorong was afraid that she would talk nonsense and get him involved if the matter was exposed, so he didn't give her a chance to speak. All he could think about now was that he couldn't let Prime Minister Yin know that he had lied to him, and he couldn't let his official mother think that he was not filial. As for who would take the blame, only Madame Yin could take the blame. "How dare you say that you didn't? You evil woman, I thought it was strange that Suaping was a maidservant in your yard. How could she have an affair with a scholar in the outer yard? If you hadn't been so careless, how could they have had the chance to do such a shameful thing? I thought you were a virtuous person, but it turns out that you also have evil intentions." The husband and wife had been in the same bed for 20 years, but they suddenly turned hostile. Madame Yin was shocked and distressed. At this time, she also realized that the master saw that there was no hope of retracting the confession and wanted her to take the blame, so he was eager to cut ties with her. Yu Shu stood next to them and watched the husband and wife fall out on the spot. She couldn't say how happy she was, but she also felt a little emotional. She patted Aunt Chui's shoulder and really wanted to say to her, "Look, this is the rich young master you liked in the past." In order to protect himself, he could even abandon his wife who gave birth to his children. Think about Yu Xiaocai, the pitiful person you despised until his death, but he was willing to give up his future for you and your children, go back to his hometown and live with you alone. Slap. Enough. Shui Rui hit the gavel again and said in a hoarse voice, "Madame Yin Deng, let me ask you, 17 years ago when Madame Yu was a slave in your family after she had an affair with Yu Xiaocai, did the 2 elope, or did you release their slave contract and let them go?" Madame Yin Deng's eyes were filled with Yin Zhorong's twisted face. She covered her burning cheeks and trembled, afraid that he would give her another slap in front of everyone. When she came back to her senses, she couldn't help but admit, "Yes. I was the one who sold myself to Yu Xiaocai behind the master's back." "Then you also admit that you later tricked Madame Yu into revising the slave contract you gave him?" Shui Rui's tone was very sharp. "Yes." Madame Yin Deng sobbed. She could have shook her head and found an excuse to drag Aunt Chui down with her, but she wasn't in the right state of mind at this time, so Shui Rui took advantage of the situation and exonerated Aunt Chui. After Shui Rui finished questioning, he whispered a few words to Assistant Minister Li, and then interrogated Yin Zhorong and the 2 witnesses separately. He easily overturned the previous confession, and no one paid attention to the dumbstruck imperial censor Wang. Not long after they came to a conclusion. Assistant Minister Li drew a fire stick from the pot and handed it to Shui Rui, indicating that he would pronounce the verdict. Shui Rui was unwilling to pass on this responsibility. He briefly exchanged a glance with Yu Shu in midair and loudly said, "After the Supreme Court and the Ministry of Justice's investigation, the case of the Assistant Minister of Revenue Yin Zhorong, accusing the imperial eunuch's biological mother, Madame Yu, of secretly escaping was a false accusation. Now because Madame Yu is a good citizen, the 2 contracts of slavery should be returned to her. Madame Yin Deng revising the slave contract and giving a false confession will be punished with 30 lashes and imprisonment for 15 days. As for Madame Yu, because she was deceived, she is not guilty and will only be imprisoned for 3 days." When he finished, he looked at Prince Ning and asked in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, "Your Highness will supervise the trial from the side. Do you have any objections?" Lu Hao glanced at Yin Zhorong and his wife, and his eyes paused on Yu Shu for a moment. He slowly stood up and said, "The officials are very perceptive and can be said to be fair. I have no objections. I will return to the palace and report to Imperial Father. Farewell." He walked out with his guards and attendants, not even looking at Yin Zhorong's pleading eyes. Shui Rui threw a fire stick behind him and said ruthlessly. Chapter 739. Whipping was a simple punishment that could be carried out on the spot. The three departments had a high power in the trial. Even though Madame Yin had the title of honorary lady, she still received 30 lashes in public, all on her back. Fortunately, she was wearing thick clothes in the cold weather, so her clothes didn't become tattered because of the whipping. As soon as the execution was over, Madame Yin Deng fainted. It was because of the pain but also because of the humiliation. Concubine Shui hid behind Yu Shu and watched the whole process of Madame Yin Deng being beaten. She was scared to death and had a shadow in her heart, so she stayed quiet for a long time after the incident. Yin Zhorong was glad that he escaped a disaster, but he pretended to be angry because he was deceived by others. He was afraid that what happened today would spread to Prime Minister Yin and destroy their relationship. Therefore, when Madame Yin fainted on the spot, he didn't come forward to care about her. Instead, when she was taken away by the officials to serve her sentence, he left in a hurry. He had to clarify in front of Prime Minister Yin before others gossiped. Aunt Shui was also taken away. Before leaving, she pulled Yu Shu's hand pitifully and said, "Don't forget to pick me up." Yu Shu nodded perfunctorily. With Shui Rui's care, Concubine Shui's imprisonment was almost the same as confinement, so there was nothing to worry about. Yu Shu, on the other hand, wanted Concubine Shui to suffer a little so that she would learn from her mistakes. After Madame Yin and Aunt Shui were taken away, the crowd outside the Yamen didn't have anything to watch and quickly dispersed. It was believed that the people of Anling City would have a new topic to talk about in their spare time. The three chief judges changed to the back hall to talk. It was mainly Shui Rui and Assistant Minister Li who checked the statements and organized the case to present to the Emperor. Censor Wang stood at the side and watched helplessly. It was the complete opposite of his enthusiasm during the trial. He wanted to pretend that he didn't exist. But Shui Rui wouldn't let him get away with it. "Lord Wang, the case is clear now. Do you still want to impeach Yu Nuyu?" Wang Jiao looked embarrassed. Yin Zhorong and his wife had both admitted that Yu Shu's mother had not eloped, but had returned the indenture. Therefore, Yu Shu was naturally in the right to beat up the officials who had come to arrest her, not to mention the crime of shielding her. What was there to impeach? But earlier in the imperial court, his words were too firm. Now he had failed. If he didn't impeach Yin Zhorong, he would be slapping his own face. In the end, it was all Yin Zhorong's fault. He was fooled by a woman and made such a big mistake. It's all a misunderstanding. Haha, a misunderstanding. Wang Jiao tried to smooth things over. Shui Rui didn't joke around with him. With a serious expression he said, "Do you think impeaching an official is child's play? As an imperial censor of the Imperial Censorate, your actions were careless. As an inquisitor, you only listened to one side of the story. This is unfair. I will write a memorial to His Majesty in full detail. Good luck to you." Assistant Minister Li, who was pretending to read through the confession, was surprised to hear him sharply criticizing Imperial Censor Wang. He couldn't help but raise his head to look at him. As the eldest legitimate grandson of the Shui family, Shui Rui had always had a good reputation. This was inseparable from his smooth and slick personality. Why did he suddenly become so unforgiving? Wang Jiao's expression changed. His embarrassment turned into anger. He said, "Vice Minister Shui, why are you acting like this?" Shui Rui said coldly, "If you have the heart to admit your mistake, then you should personally apologize to Yu Nuyu. After all, you once wrongly accused her in front of all the civil and military officials of the court and insulted her parents. If you don't feel ashamed, then I can only invite you to explain yourself in front of His Majesty." Wang Jiao finally understood. Shui Rui was threatening him. If he didn't apologize to Yu Shu, he would sue him for dereliction of duty. You, don't go too far. After all, he had a guilty conscience. He didn't have much confidence in his words. "Official Wang, go home and reflect on your actions. After tomorrow, when I finish writing the memorial, I will return to the palace to report." When the three departments jointly concluded the case, the Supreme Court would handle it. The subsequent punishments would be carried out by the Ministry of Justice. Wang Jiao's face was swollen. He was angry but didn't dare to say anything. He could only watch as Shui Rui flung his sleeves and left. Ahem, Official Wang, Assistant Minister Li kindly reminded him, if you want to apologize to someone, it's better to do it as soon as possible. Didn't Shui Rui leave a deadline? If Censor Wang didn't personally apologize by tomorrow at the latest, then he would sue him. He wasn't joking. But even if he did apologize, his position as the Vice Minister of the Imperial Censor would probably come to an end. Sigh. Wang Jiao's shoulders slumped. It was too late for regrets. In the end, he was the one who wanted to fish in troubled waters and use Yushu as a stepping stone to advance. In the end, he didn't have the ability and stepped on empty air. Who could he blame? Here he would advise those petty people who only cared about profit. There were indeed shortcuts to promotion and wealth, but be careful not to trip over them. In the palace. Inside the peaceful palace, Lu Hao was reporting the results of the 3 departments' joint trial to Emperor Zhao Qing. The Grand Commissioner was outside the palace asking for an audience. Emperor Zhao Qing interrupted him and called him in. My beloved subject, come and listen as well. What a muddled case this is. When he was asked to recount it again, Lu Hao didn't show the slightest reluctance. He didn't even take a sip of tea and started from the beginning. Emperor Zhao Qing and the Grand Commissioner didn't interrupt until he finished talking about Shui Rui's verdict. Lu Hao didn't add fuel to the fire, nor did he exaggerate. The truth was clear for all to see. It wasn't wise to make things difficult for him now. Prime Minister Yin has such a muddle-headed son who was fooled by a woman. He didn't even know what was right and wrong before running to us to complain. What a disgrace. Emperor Zhao Qing shook his head to express his pity, but there was no displeasure on his face. Lu Hao's expression didn't change. It was as if Emperor Zhao Qing didn't belittle his maternal uncle. The Grand Commissioner evaluated, Yu Nuyu is a person of pure filial piety. Her birth mother was so unbearable, but she didn't despise or abandon her. She didn't hesitate to be criticized by others to seek justice for her mother. This subject believes that she can be a role model. Emperor Zhao Qing smiled and said, there were people who accused her of covering up. Now it looks like it's all because of her filial piety. Fine, since you've spoken up for her, we will reward her and let her be justified. When he finished, he turned to Lu Hao and said pleasantly, you've done a good job. Go back and rest. Lu Hao thus took his leave. After he left, Emperor Zhao Qing's expression immediately changed. He slammed the table and angrily said, this Yin Zhorong, does he think that everyone is a fool? Does he think that we are also a fool? Who can he fool with his little tricks? If it wasn't for his old man's face, would we have let him go to the Ministry of Revenue to earn money? Instead, he urged the imperial censors to undermine us. We think that he doesn't want to be the assistant minister of the Ministry of Revenue anymore. Prime Minister Yin had 3 sons. The eldest D son was a bookworm and didn't understand the ways of the world. He could only stay in the Hanlin Academy and compile books. The 3rd son was also born of the first wife. He was neither skilled in literature nor in martial arts, but he was a first-class debauchee. When it came to the 2nd son, Yin Zhorong, although his aptitude was mediocre, he was more capable than the first 2. Thus, he became the leader of his generation. Prime Minister Yin shamelessly arranged for him to be placed in the Ministry of Revenue, and he steadily became the assistant minister. Fortunately, the eldest branch produced Yin Yuanrong. Otherwise, after another 10 years when Prime Minister Yin passed away, the Yin family wouldn't even have a backbone. Your Majesty, please quell your anger, the Grand Commissioner said. Yin Zhorong is a bastard son, but he has been better off than the eldest D son. It's normal for him to get carried away. This time he's been taught a lesson. Prime Minister Yin will definitely keep him in check in the future. Moreover, this is a special time. It's not appropriate to change the people in court. Emperor Zhao Qing frowned and brought the teacup to his mouth. He paused and said, has there been any movement in the Prince of Dongjing's residence recently? Lady Wei and Princess Chunwei are staying in the residence obediently and rarely go out. Lady Wei isn't an ordinary woman. She must have seen the current situation clearly. If she wants to escape the capital, she will definitely plan before making a move. The decree to dispatch troops should have reached Ningdong City. I want to see if the Jiang family will be forced to do something desperate. Emperor Zhao Qing sneered. It was obvious that he was certain that Prince of Dongjing was disloyal. The Grand Commissioner's expression was indifferent. He took out a small ternary luo pan from his sleeve and placed it in his palm. He touched the heavenly lake with his fingertip. and the inner compass began to rotate as if it had a mind of its own. Looking northeast, metal restrains wood, and is in charge of killing. The appearance of the star of the left reverses the heaven and earth. He slowly recited with a worried expression. When Emperor Zhaoqing heard this, he asked, "What does this divination mean?" The Grand Commissioner hesitated for a moment, then said honestly, "Prince of Dongjing is destined to bring disaster to the world. The star of the left is his destined benefactor. If we can't subdue him as soon as possible, once the two of them meet, the situation will become unstoppable." Emperor Zhaoqing's expression changed. "Can you divine where this star of the left comes from?" The Grand Commissioner activated the Luopan again. This time, he focused and observed for a long time before saying in a deep voice, "This child's parents are not fated. If he's a man, he'll be adopted. If he's a woman, both parents will die. Because he has both wealth and longevity, it's not good for a husband and wife. If he doesn't marry late, he'll become a widower." There were too many people who fit these conditions. If he wanted to start with this person, it would be easier to cut off the source of Prince of Dongjing. Emperor Zhaoqing shook his head in disappointment and didn't pursue the matter. In the morning, Yushu went out with Aunt Shui. When she returned, she was alone. Seeing that she couldn't hide Aunt Shui's disappearance from Zhao Hui, she took advantage of dinner time. When He Fangji and Yu Xiaoxiu came back from the medical center, the whole family was present. She briefly explained the joint hearing between the three departments. Zhao Hui was so shocked that her jaw almost dropped. Yu Xiaoxiu asked anxiously, "Is mother in prison right now?" Yu Shu nodded. "She'll be released after 3 days. Don't worry, your brother Shui is on duty at the Supreme Court. Mother will be fine." "Why didn't you say anything about such a big thing before?" He Fangji reprimanded him. "It's not like there aren't any elders in the family. Even if they can't help you, they can still discuss a solution with you. Alright, you're just afraid that we'll worry for nothing. You said it yourself, worrying won't help." Zhao Hui interrupted him. She put food in his bowl and said angrily, "The Yin family is really despicable. The Yin family is really despicable. They're evil to the core. Earlier on, they actually had the face to ask a matchmaker to come and propose marriage. Now they're trying to harm someone. Luckily, your father had a good idea and secretly hid your mother's contract, so their evil plan didn't succeed." Yushu didn't divulge that Shui Rui had sent people to her clan to swindle her into selling herself, and when she turned around and saw Yu Xiaoxiu's deeply worried expression, she rubbed his head and said, "If you're worried, then I'll take you to the prison tomorrow afternoon to have a look." Yu Xiaoxiu said softly, "Okay." After dinner, Yushu stayed to talk with Zhao Hui. Yu Xiaoxiu went back to his room to do his homework. He was absent-minded the whole night. Bai Ran poured tea for him and couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong with you, young master? You can tell me if you're unhappy." Yu Xiaoxiu had always been close to him, so he didn't hide it. He told her all the grievances between the Yin family and his family. In the end, he said gloomily, "I just feel that I'm useless. I'm the only male in the family, but I can't do anything. I have to let my sister, a girl, do everything. She has to take care of everything. When can I be a man and let her rely on me?" Hearing this, Bai Ran thought that he was a child after all. He was innocent and cute. She looked at him with a smile and coaxed, "Then young master, grow up quickly. One day you'll be a man of indomitable spirit." Yu Xiaoxiu nodded seriously and said, "If only I had half of Brother Shui's ability in the future." Chapter 740. When Yu Shu went out early in the morning, she was stopped at the main door. Imperial Censor Wang blocked her way with a sullen expression. Behind him were 2 servants with gifts in their hands. I was deceived in your mother's case and made a mistake. I hope, lady, you can forgive me." Imperial Censor Wang was like a duck being forced onto a perch. He apologized and had his servants put down the gifts. He raised his head and gave her an awkward smile. He was just waiting for her to forgive him, then he would have completed his task. Yu Shu could tell that he was being perfunctory. She didn't say a word and didn't even look at the gifts on the ground. She walked around him and boarded the sedan. Imperial Censor Wang was dumbfounded. He took 2 steps forward and wanted to chase after her. Lu Hong and Su Qing were quick to stop him and said in a serious tone, "Official Wang, please wait." Imperial Censor Wang couldn't force his way through and could only stretch his neck and shout, "Lady Yu, what is the meaning of this?" Yu Shu lifted the curtain of the sedan and revealed half of her face. She smiled coldly at him and said, "I heard clearly what that whore said during the morning court session. You humiliated my parents first and framed me for my birth. Do you think you can get away with just a few apologies? Let me tell you, there is no way. Get out of my sight." As she said this, she let down the curtain and left the sedan, leaving Imperial Censor Wang stomping his feet. He was so angry that his eyes were twisted and his mouth slanted. He was the one who came looking for a scolding and there was no one to judge. Yu Shu went to the Celestial Commissioner's office in a good mood. Everyone in the Kunling Bureau knew about the joint trial between the three departments. However, no one was stupid enough to mention it in front of her. Everyone went about their daily business as usual. Jing Chen also came to take attendance today. Yu Shu and he went upstairs to talk. They first talked about yesterday's case. Although it was not convenient for Jing Chen to be present, he had sent people to the Yamen to listen to the trial. You are really patient. Since you have your mother's contract, why didn't you take it out earlier? Why did you have to go to court? If I took it out earlier, would Yin Zhorong have the guts to sue me? I want to see him shoot himself in the foot. Yu Shu muttered in her heart, if Shui Rui hadn't given her a killer move, she wouldn't have thought of counterattacking. Jing Chen was long used to her unforgiving temper. Moreover, the Yin family reaped what they sowed, so they could not blame her for cheating. So he did not mention it again. Today he stayed at the Kunling Bureau to wait for her because he had something else to say. Even though Yu Shu kept avoiding this question, he could not mention it. The emperor did not pursue the crime of Prime Minister Shui's offense, and Brother Shui was also restored to his position. Do you think that the Shui family will be safe from now on? Yu Shu's complexion turned from sunny to cloudy. She shook her head and said, no. She had a premonition that the emperor was playing hard to get. Jing Chen said, that's good. You may not know, but the emperor put the Shui family on hold because he wants to deal with Prince of Dongjing first, not because he wants to let the Shui family go. Yu Shu raised her arm and rubbed her chin. She thought, even Jing Chen knows that the Jiang family is in trouble. It seems that the emperor is really determined to deal with Prince of Dongjing. In this way, if Shui Rui wants to help the Jiang mother and daughter escape the capital, he will have to bear a huge risk. I have heard a little about the matter of Prince of Dongjing residence. Yu Shu did not want to reveal the relationship between Shui Rui and Jiang Huaying. She said vaguely, the emperor ordered Prince of Dongjing to send troops to Dongying, and also secretly restricted Lady Wei and her daughter from leaving the capital. It seems to be to force Prince of Dongjing to cut off his own wings. Fortunately, Jing Chen did not care where she heard the news from. He only told her with a serious expression, Prince of Dongjing has a lot of troops in his hands. Once the Jiang family revolts, the world is bound to be in chaos. I am worried that the emperor and the great advice will make you break your life for me in advance. It is better for you to plan ahead of time. Yu Shu frowned. The saying of breaking one's life originated from the book of Fantasy Maiden's 6 Wrens. This treasure was now in the hands of Yun Hua. During the trip to the princess tomb, she had a deep conversation with Yun Hua. She knew that breaking one's life for Jing Chen was not like what the great advice said, that she and Jing Chen should get married and have children. She emphasized this point to Jing Chen at that time so that he would not have any unrealistic hope for her. However, Yun Hua did not tell her what the real way to break one's life was. He only wanted her to be his mouthpiece so that Shui Rui could understand his own life. Although I don't know why the great advice lied to me and said that I need to marry you to help me break my life, I have a feeling that he is not talking nonsense. The real way to break one's life must be related to this. So, Jing Chen paused and turned his head so that she could not see his gloomy face. He said in a low voice, if you don't want to be forced to marry me by them, you have to find my father as soon as possible and ask him about the book of Fantasy Maiden's 6 Wrens. Yu Shu could not help but smile bitterly. How could I not know that? But he has to be willing to see me. Looking at her expression, Jing Chen said doubtfully, didn't my father make an agreement with you that as long as you help him find someone, he will lend you the book of Fantasy Maiden's 6 Wrens? Why didn't you find that person? Yu Shu's expression became gloomy. I found that person. It was Shui Rui. But I went to meet him according to the contact information your father left for me, but I couldn't find him. This was because the scumbag Yun Hua left her with a fake address. Helping him find someone was just a cover, bastard. Jing Chen looked confused. Why didn't I find him? Maybe he was afraid that I would leak his information. Yu Shu casually found an excuse. When she saw Jing Chen's disappointed expression, she criticized Yun Hua in her heart. Jing Chen was worried. What should we do? Yu Shu was also worried. Let's take one step at a time. In fact, it was not impossible to find Yun Hua. The expert named Jin Ku, whom Shui Rui brought back, was said to be Yun Hua's adopted son. He must know where Yun Hua was. But if she wanted to pry open Jin Ku's mouth, she needed Shui Rui's help. She knew that Shui Rui had a grudge against Yun Hua and was unwilling to meet him, so how could she make things difficult for him? So, since Shui Rui returned to the capital, she had not mentioned Yun Hua in front of him, let alone asked him to take her to see Yun Hua. Jing Qin and Yu Shu stared at each other. Not long after, he suddenly turned his head, looked outside the door and said softly, "Someone is coming." Yu Shu understood and closed her mouth. After a while she heard footsteps outside the door. Someone outside reported that someone from Taishi Tower had sent a message and that the master wanted to see Yu Shu. Yu Shu turned her head to look at Jing Qin and her eyes widened. She thought to herself, it can't be so fast. Did this jinx really get it right? Jing Qin shook his head at her and mouthed to her, "It doesn't matter. Go." "Got it. I'll go down now." Yu Shu walked away doubtfully. She carefully went all the way to Taishi Tower. When she saw the master, she realized that she was overthinking. The master hadn't come to find her to force a duck onto a perch, but to deal with the joint trial of the 3 departments yesterday. Ning Wang entered the palace yesterday to report on the proceedings of the trial. "I listened from the side." The master did not disguise his praise as he said to her, "You responded very well. To deal with people with bad intentions, you should give them a taste of their own medicine, and have them suffer the consequences of their actions." Yu Shu felt that the meaning behind his words was, Yin Zhorong and Wang Jiao, those 2 cowards, dared to oppose me, the Celestial Commissioner. You were able to give them a hard slap. This seat is very gratified. She lowered her head and pretended to be bashful. She then heard him say, "The Holy One knows that you have been wrong this time." Yin Zhorong was too excessive and should have been severely punished, but due to Prime Minister Yin's feelings, he could only privately reprimand him. "As to you, the Holy One has other compensations. He hopes that you will not pursue this." She heard the meaning in his words. She knew that Emperor Zhao Qing had seen through Yin Zhorong's plan to escape and was angry. No matter what Yin Zhorong's goal in framing her was, it had affected the reputation of a wise ruler that Emperor Zhao Qing had painstakingly created after the Water and Continent Conference. It would be strange if he wasn't angry. And Yu Shu had protected her own reputation, which was protecting Emperor Zhao Qing's reputation. So Yin Zhorong should be punished and Yu Shu should be rewarded. The Holy One is wise. Yu Shu bowed in the direction of the imperial palace and then said to the master, "This lowly official will obey the Holy One's orders. If he didn't pursue it, then he wouldn't pursue it. In any case, with this old debt, Yin Zhorong wouldn't be able to advance in his career. Yin Dengshi had been whipped and lost all face, and wouldn't be able to raise her head for the rest of her life. Yin Yuanbo had become a eunuch. For a person who was lustful, this was the most tragic end. In short, this family had only themselves to blame and were not worthy of sympathy. You should not be lacking in worldly possessions. If there is anything you want, feel free to tell me. I can mention it to the Holy One when I enter the palace later." The master once again showed Yu Shu that he looked at her differently. Yu Shu hesitated slightly but did not pretend to refuse. Instead, she said seriously, "I do have a request, but I don't know if it is appropriate. Please advise me." "Tell me." Yu Shu said, "My mother was of low birth. Even though my daughter has become an official and has a title, there are still people who look down on her and use her birth to make a fuss. It's not that I dislike my mother, but I have a younger brother who is growing up. In the future, he will either pass the imperial examinations or marry and have children. I don't want him to be troubled by this and not be able to lift his head. If the Holy One rewards me, I dare to ask that my mother be given the title of Lady of Nobility so that she will no longer be looked down upon by others, and my younger brother can live an upright life." Aunt Shui was secondary. She was mainly considering for Yu Xiaoxiu. A boy's self-esteem was always stronger. She was not the original body and had no feelings for Aunt Shui. That was why she could calmly face the fact that her birth mother had been a servant and that her parents had an illicit relationship. But for Yu Xiaoxiu it was much more difficult. The master's gaze on her became more gentle. "I have said in front of the Holy One that Yu Nuyu is a person of pure filial piety. I was right. You can rest assured and go back and wait for the good news. I will ask for this grace for you." Yu Shu gladly thanked him and excused herself. As soon as she left, a person walked out from behind a curtain. It was the junior supervisor of the Celestial Commissioner, Ren Qiming. "Why do you have to tease her? Didn't the Holy One intend to confer the title of Lady of Nobility on her mother so that she can be justified?" Ren Qiming said. "I just want to test if she is really filial." "Then is she?" Ren Qiming sensed something and turned his head to look outside the door. "Not only is she filial, she is also a good sister." The master smiled with a happy expression. Chapter 741. 8 Yu Xiaoxiu was absent-minded the whole morning. When the headmaster was explaining the scriptures, he stared at the textbook in a daze. Bai Ran looked at him and shook her head secretly. She secretly took a pen and notes on a piece of white paper. She would let him copy it into the book when he got home. Finally, the class was over at noon. The headmaster of the academy collected the homework from the previous 2 days and left. The silence in the classroom was swept away, and it became noisy. Bai Ran helped Yu Xiaoxiu put the books, brush and ink into the book box. She pushed his shoulder and said, "Young master, let's go." Yu Xiaoxiu came back to his senses. He looked around blankly, stood up and walked out. Hu Tian'er was playing with a student in front of him. Seeing that the master and servant were about to leave, she quickly grabbed Yu Xiaoxiu and asked curiously, "Why are you leaving so soon? Are you playing truant?" Baichuan Academy's tuition fee of 50 taels of silver a month was not paid for nothing. There were 2 classes in the morning and afternoon, and lunch was provided in the middle. There was rice and meat. Although it was not a sumptuous meal, it was enough to make you full. Most students stayed for lunch and continued to attend classes in the afternoon. I have something to do at home. I have to go back first. Yu Xiaoxiu was a little hesitant. In fact, Yu Shu said that she would take him to visit the Supreme Court in the afternoon. What's the matter? Hu Tian'er was a tactless person. She grabbed Yu Xiaoxiu and did not let go. She pestered him and said, "I brought new crickets today and want to play with you." Yu Xiaoxiu could not fool her, and he did not want to tell others that his mother was in prison. Bai Ran saw that he was in a difficult situation and interrupted, "Master Hu, my daughter is on a break today. She will take you to meet a guest in the afternoon. Tomorrow she will play with you again." Yu Xiaoxiu nodded hurriedly. Hu Tian'er had to let him go. As soon as they left, someone came to Hu Tian'er and whispered in his ear, "Don't get too close to Yu Xiu in the future. My mother said that his mother used to be a servant and eloped with someone. How shameless." When Hu Tian'er heard that, she slapped him across the face and scolded him in a low voice, "You're the shameless one. Do you believe that I'll beat you up if you keep talking nonsense?" He covered his face and shouted, "I'm not talking nonsense. If you don't believe me, go back and ask your father and mother if Yu Xiu's mother was a servant at the assistant minister's fu. If she eloped with someone, if she wasn't, I'll twist my head off." Everyone in the classroom heard the shout and turned to look at the 2 of them. Hu Tian'er was so angry that her face turned red. She didn't care about the consequences and pounced on the man, pressing him to the ground and punching him. "If you keep farting, I'll beat you to death." How could he not know about Yu Xiaoxiu's mother? His grandfather was the chancellor of the Supreme Court, Guo Huaiyan. He even knew about the trial yesterday. But so what? He just loved to play with Xiaoxiu and no one could stop him. The 2 of them wrestled together and knocked over the tables and chairs. 2 girls in the classroom screamed, but no one dared to step forward to stop them for fear of being hurt by them. A clever boy squeezed out of the crowd and wanted to find the headmaster. When he turned his head, he saw Yu Xiaoxiu standing at the back door. In the blink of an eye, he was gone. He rubbed his eyes and thought that he was seeing things. Yu Xiaoxiu walked quickly down the corridor. When he saw the main gate of the academy, he almost started running. Bai Ran followed closely behind him with the bookcase in her arms, not daring to call out to him. Fortunately, he stopped when he reached the main gate of the academy. "Young master." Bai Ran ran to his side and saw him biting his cheek with red eyes. He looked like he was about to cry. She couldn't help but comfort him. "That person was talking nonsense. Don't take it to heart. Didn't young master Hu teach him a lesson? Calm down and don't cry. When the girl comes to pick you up and sees you like this, she will definitely ask. If she knows that someone bullied you in the academy, she will be furious." Yu Xiaoxiu sniffled and said in a muffled voice, "Don't worry. I won't cry. I'm not a girl." He lowered his head to look at his toes and said, "I didn't run away on purpose just now. I was just afraid that Hu Tian'er would look down on me if he knew about my mother." Hu Tian'er was the first friend he had made in his life, and he didn't want to lose this friendship. Bai Ran couldn't persuade him anymore. A person's heart could only be seen after a long journey. Yu Shu went to the Celestial Commissioner's office in the morning and left. She first went to Wang Jilu to pack 2 dishes. One was for Shui Rui and the other was for Aunt Shui. She changed to a carriage and went to Baichuan Academy to pick up Yu Xiaoxiu to visit the Supreme Court. Shui Rui put aside the case at hand and personally took the siblings to the prison. Aunt Shui didn't commit a serious crime, so she was locked up in the women's prison. From the head of the prison to the jailer, everyone was a female servant. It was worth mentioning that Aunt Shui and Madame Yin Deng lived in the next room. The former madam and the maidservant were separated by a mud wall today. They were both covered in dirt. It was hard to tell who was nobler than who. Madame Yin Dang, who had been tortured, was lying lifelessly on the wooden bed. She looked more miserable than Aunt Chui. Shui Rui called the head of the prison to lead the way for Yu Shu. He waited outside and didn't follow them in. As soon as concubine Chui saw Yu Xiaoxiu behind Yu Shu, she crawled up from the corner of the wall. She was still wrapped in a quilt and her eyes were full of tears. She grabbed onto the cell door and stammered, "My son, why are you here?" Yu Xiaoxiu stretched out his hand for her to hold and said bitterly, "Mother, are you okay?" Aunt Chui cried and laughed at the same time. "I'm okay. What can happen to me? With your sister's face, no one dares to bully me in prison." These words were pleasing to the ear. Yu Shu raised her eyebrows. Looking at Aunt Chui with disheveled hair and dirty face, she felt a little different from before. She didn't dwell on it. She asked the head of the prison to open the door and took the food and wine in. When Aunt Chui and Yu Xiaoxiu finished talking, she also set the food and wine and asked them to sit down. There was a lot of hay in the prison, but Yu Shu didn't mind it being dirty. She pulled Yu Xiaoxiu to sit on the floor and poured a glass of spicy wine for Aunt Chui. "Drink it. It will warm your body and sleep well at night." It was a simple sentence, but it touched Aunt Chui's nerves. She burst into tears again. While crying, she said, "I thought about it all night. I let him down." Yu Shu crossed her legs and didn't answer. She just listened to her talking to herself. "Your father was a good man. He didn't mistreat me when he was alive. Even after he died, he didn't forget to bless me. I'm a muddle-headed person who can't tell good from bad. I've been holding a grudge against him all these years. When he died, I couldn't be a widow for him and I didn't take care of his son and daughter. Fortunately, you two worked hard. Otherwise, when I die, I won't have the face to meet him in the underworld." After saying that, she held the glass of wine and drank it in one breath. Yu Xiaoxiu didn't know what to say, so he kept putting food for her. Yu Shu just poured wine and drank it. Thinking of Yu Xiaoxiu's father, she was also full of emotions, but she didn't have the mood to talk to Aunt Chui. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, Yu Shu left with Yu Xiaoxiu. When they passed by Madame Yin Dang's cell, they looked inside. She was lying on the simple wooden bed, motionless as if she was asleep. Yu Shu sneered and walked out of the cell without looking back. Shui Rui couldn't leave the Supreme Court due to his official duties, so he sent the siblings to the main gate. Yu Shu had Yu Xiaoxiu wait for her in the carriage. She and Shui Rui walked a few steps away and stood on the side of the street to talk. "This morning, Censor Wang came to apologize and was scolded by me." Shui Rui smiled and asked her, "Did you vent your anger?" He was satisfied when he saw Yu Shu nod with a smile. Originally, he forced Wang Jiao to apologize to Yu Shu so that she could vent her anger. He didn't think that she would forgive him. "This morning I saw Jing Chen at the Kunling Bureau. She covered her mouth with one hand, afraid that others would hear. She leaned close to him and whispered. From his tone, His Majesty didn't want to deal with the Shui family because he wants to deal with Prince of Dongjing first. Didn't Jiang Mia beg you to send them out of the capital? Did you agree to it?" Shui Rui's expression didn't change. He nodded and said, "I have agreed." Yu Shu sighed and thought that if Shui Rui didn't agree, it would be fine. If it didn't work, she could refuse. But she knew that he was a man of his word and never went back on it. This time she had to take the risk. "Then, have you arranged everything? When are you leaving? Do you need my help?" She couldn't help but ask. Counting the days, Prince of Dongjing should have received the imperial edict to send troops. Whether he would obey or not depended on whether the Jiang mother and daughter could escape. Shui Rui met her eager eyes and laughed. "It's not a good thing. You don't need to get involved." Yu Shu curled her lips and said, "If you don't want to say it, then forget it. I don't want to hear it. I'm leaving." She didn't say anything else and turned to leave. It wasn't that she was unhappy. Shui Rui hid it from her not because he didn't trust her, but because he didn't want her to get involved. Shui Rui watched her leave in the carriage, and only then did he put on a solemn expression before turning around and entering the Supreme Court. When he encountered his acquainted colleagues, he didn't engage in small talk and laughter like he did in the past, and he only nodded in a reserved manner before brushing past them. Back at the mansion, Yu Shu saw that Yu Xiaoxiu had something on his mind. She asked him a few questions. Seeing that he refused to say, she let him go to the clinic to find He Fangji as an apprentice. It was still early, so Yu Shu asked someone to boil a large bucket of hot water to take a bath. After the bath, the sun hadn't gone down yet. She was a little sleepy, so she hastily dried her hair and lay on the bed to take a nap. When she was in a daze, she felt that someone was covering her with a quilt. When she opened her eyes, she saw Nbekwe who was gently pulling the two corners of the quilt. "Queasy," she yawned, leaned on one arm, and looked at the dusk outside the window with her head pillowed. She asked her, "Didn't you go to Bairan today to learn how to read?" Nbekwe replied softly, "I went and just came back. Don't you want to sleep for a while?" Ever since Yushu sent her to learn how to read and read with Bairan, her Chinese became more and more accurate. Even earwaying could be heard. Yushu smiled and said, "I'm not going to sleep. I'll have dinner later. You accompany me to talk. What did you learn today?" And Nbekwe bent her knees and sat on the foot of the bed. She raised her blushing face and said, "I learned several festivals. There's the Dragon Boat Festival, the Double Ninth Festival, the Laba Festival, and the Lantern Festival." Doesn't your country also have such festivals? As far as she knew, the calendar of Japan was passed down from the mainland. The festivals that they and should have were also copied in Japan. "There is, but it's not the same," and Nbekwe said. "Brother Bai said that we should eat zongzi on the Dragon Boat Festival, drink Ryauger wine on the Double Ninth Festival, make laba porridge on the Laba Festival, and boil glutinous rice balls on the Lantern Festival. Queasy hasn't eaten these snacks before." Yushu laughed. "So you're the one who's greedy." And Nbekwe said shyly, "Miss, the day after tomorrow is the Laba Festival. Brother Bai also told Queasy that the rich often give porridge to the poor. Does our residents also give porridge outside?" Yushu was stumped by her question. No one had mentioned this in front of her before. She didn't even think about it. This kind of good deed of accumulating virtue could be done. Chapter 742. After dinner, Yushu called Bairan to the north and asked, "Little Kuei said that you talked to her about the Laba Festival and about giving porridge. Is that right?" Bairan stood in front of her in a slightly reserved manner and answered with his head lowered, "I just mentioned a few words. Before my ancestor was convicted and his house was confiscated, my grandmother was kind and charitable. As long as I can remember, she would build a porridge shed outside the city to help the poor during the Laba Festival every year. I heard that there was a drought in the north this year, and many refugees moved to the capital region. I think there will be many rich families giving porridge, so I talked about it in front of little Kuei. Please don't blame me." His grandfather, Bai Wei, was originally a Jiangzhou Jidushi. Because of the failure in the Northwest War 2 years ago, he was sentenced to death by Emperor Zhaoqing in anger. As a sinner, he was sold into the consecrated institute. Well, Yushu nodded and did not comment. She believed in her heart that he was like her, a person from another world. She did not have the slightest memory of the original owner. Even if he said he remembered when he was a child, it could only mean that he came earlier than her at most. In that case, you should have some understanding of the distribution of porridge. How about this? I'll give you some money and manpower. You go and make arrangements to set up a porridge stall outside the city to provide for the refugees nearby. Is that okay? Bairan did not agree immediately. Yushu saw that he was a little hesitant, so she asked, "Can't you do it?" "No, it's just that today is the 6th day. If I arrange it, I can only open the porridge shed after 3 days, which is the 10th day. I'll miss the Laba Festival." Yushu raised her eyebrows and said, "If you miss it, then you miss it. Who made the rule that you can only give porridge on the Laba Festival? Besides, it's not just for 1 or 2 days. You just need to come up with a plan and calculate how much money you need to spend every day, and then come to me to get the money. Remember not to be too stingy. You can't do it for 10 or 8 days, so it's not in vain." She understood what Bairan meant. Choosing a rich family to give porridge on the Laba Festival was not only to do good deeds, but more importantly to gain a good reputation. Although it was only 2 or 3 days late, it seemed insincere. However, she didn't care. It was just a spur-of-the-moment idea. She simply wanted to do something good and spread her wealth. She had earned quite a lot of money in the past few months. Taking out 1,000 or so taels was just a small gesture. Bairan raised her head and quickly glanced at her. After confirming that she wasn't joking, she agreed. "Go back. Remember to tell Xiaoxiu that you don't need to accompany him to the academy these days." Yushu had long felt that it was a waste of talent to let Bairan be Yu Xiaoxiu's errand boy. She seized the opportunity to assign him tasks. With the little spy and Biki watching him every day, she was not afraid that he would overturn the heavens. Bairan accepted the task, but he didn't hurry to leave. He hesitantly told Yushu about what had happened in Baichuan Academy during the day. It wasn't that he wanted to stir up trouble, but he was worried that Yu Xiaoxiu would be ostracized in the academy. If he stayed here for too long, it would affect his studies. Yushu listened with a frown. She thought for a moment and said, "What do you think if I don't let Xiaoxiu go to the academy and hire a teacher for him to go home?" Bairan didn't expect that she would ask for his opinion, so he couldn't answer for a moment. Yushu continued, "I sent him to study so that he could make a few more friends. He's wholeheartedly focused on studying medicine, so he's not good at writing poems and essays. I don't expect him to pass the imperial examinations in the future, so I sent him to study so that he can understand and understand. Listening to what you said, he is not happy in the academy. He doesn't make many friends and people always criticize him. It's better to let him go home and hire a teacher to teach him alone. He can be more at ease." She wasn't a feudal family head who forced her children to study rigidly. She didn't force Yu Xiaoxiu to study even though he didn't like to study, let alone go to school. To put it bluntly, letting him go to school was to find a place for him to learn and have fun, not to let him suffer. You get along well with Xiaoxiu. Ask him for me if he wants to continue to go to school or go home to hire a teacher. Tell me later. Bairan understood when he heard this. Yushu didn't ask for his opinion at all. She just wanted him to go home and learn. He envied Yu Xiaoxiu from the bottom of his heart. He had such an open-minded elder sister who made decisions for him, so he didn't have to worry about his future. After Bairan left, Yushu said to Xer, "Open the warehouse early tomorrow morning. I remember someone gave a set of good 4 treasures of the study and a box of tung oil cigarettes from Huiqingzhai. Take them and send them to Bairan. His calligraphy is excellent, so it's not a waste to give them to him." Since she found out that Bairan and she were the same kind of person, she couldn't order him around like a servant. Since they couldn't recognize each other, she might as well give him some preferential treatment. The next day, Bairan figured out the cost of setting up the shed to distribute porridge. Yushu roughly looked at it. According to the shed, 3 pots would be set up, and the stove would be heated twice in the morning and in the evening. 15 pots of porridge would be cooked. Rice and flour accounted for most of the ingredients, plus miscellaneous items. It would cost 200 taels of silver a day. Money was a small matter. The key was the lack of manpower. The porridge could be cooked at home and then sent outside the city, but on the day of distribution, there needed to be at least 10 people present. Yushu thought about it and also found Zhou. She asked him to arrange a shift for the guards, 5 people in a rotation. The next day they would go to the porridge shed outside the city to help. Xener and Mbekwe would help Bairan. She also picked 2 or 3 handymen from the front yard. That was enough. Yushu gave Bairan a stack of silver notes and a small box of silver ingots. There were more than 2,000 taels of silver. She directly calculated the expenses for 10 days and gave it to him. It was 10 times more than the 200 taels of silver he got when he sold himself. Bairan was surprised by her trust. He couldn't help but have some doubts in his heart. He just got a reward this morning. The set of brush, ink, paper and inkstone, as well as the excellent tung oil cigarette. No matter how he looked at it, he didn't think it was something to reward a servant. It seemed that it was specially selected as a gift. He didn't feel it before. It seemed that since Xiao Kuei learned to read with him, the girl treated him differently. Could it be that Xiao Kuei said good things about him in front of the girl? Bairan could only explain the sudden attention that Yushu paid to him in this way. "Write down the daily expenses and show it to me every 3 days." Yushu paid and gave it to others. She didn't want to care about it anymore. In the evening, Zhao Hui learned that Yushu was going to give porridge outside the city. She called her to the room, took out 200 taels of silver and said to her, "This is the old lady's and my share. Take advantage of your free ride to do a good deed. Don't think it's too little. It's really pitiful that I can still get married and have children at this age. Seeing Xiao Chuan grow up day by day, I want to do more good deeds for him." He Fangji's medical center had a plaque given by the emperor. Although it was cheap to see a doctor and buy medicine, it was stable. It was a lot to be able to make 200 taels of profit a month. Now, Zhao Hui and old madam he took out so much of their private money to add a share. It was also sincere. Yushu didn't refuse. She said seriously, "In my opinion, I don't know how much good deeds Godfather has done to be able to marry a good wife like you." Zhao Hui gently pinched her face and said with a smile, "Then I don't know how many good deeds I have done in my previous life to be able to meet a savior like you in this life." That night, Yushu asked Mbekwe to send 200 taels of silver to Bairan. She told him that it was donated by the old lady and the madam. She asked him to buy more red dates and peanuts to make porridge and not to be stingy. On the day of the Laba festival, the entire Celestial Commissioner Mu Xiu, 3 divisions and 2 bureaus were left with only the gatekeepers. Yushu got up a moment later than usual. After casually washing up, she put on a newly made cloak and went to the dining room in front for breakfast. Yesterday, Zhao Hui specially told her to have porridge with the whole family this morning. The breakfast was quite sumptuous. A bowl of laba porridge alone had more than 20 kinds of ingredients. In addition to the indispensable white rice, carrots and green vegetables, there were also lotus seeds, sweet potatoes, white fungus and so on. The porridge was soft and fragrant. When one scooped a spoonful of it, it was still shredded, and the smell was enough to make people want to eat it. In addition, there were fried spring rolls, lard cakes and scallion beef buns as the main dishes. Together with Zhao Hui's homemade red and white radish strips and honey chicken feet, Yushu only stopped after drinking 3 small bowls of porridge. She was so full that she burped. Yifangji and Yu Xiaoxiu were not inferior. Zhao Hui looked happy. When it was time to eat, she said to Yushu, "I asked the kitchen to make an extra portion. Later you can go see your mother while it's warm. I can pick her up tomorrow. There's no need to trouble yourself." She was locked up for a total of 3 days. She went in on the 5th day of the Chinese New Year. Not counting the half a day, she could come out on the 9th day of the Chinese New Year. Zhao Hui disapprovingly said, "What trouble? Today is the New Year's Eve. It must be uncomfortable for her to be alone in that kind of place. What's the point of making an extra trip?" Yushu really didn't want to go. "Aren't we going to worship today? I don't have time. Go to the front and see if Lu Hong and Su Qing have eaten. Let them feed the horses and leave in a while." The Yu family situation was a bit special. After Aunt Chui remarried, she didn't burn paper for Yu Xiaocai's grave. When Yu Shu and Yu Xiaoxiu left Yang City, they didn't bring their ancestors' memorial tablets. It was only after Zhao Hui reminded them that they carved a few reincarnation tablets and placed them in Ascending Cloud Temple to enjoy the incense. Therefore, on the day of worship, Yu Shu and Yu Xiaoxiu would go to the Taoist temple to burn incense. "Go see your mother first and then go to the Taoist temple." Zhao Hui put on a posture that said she had to go. Yu Shu had to admit defeat. She turned her head and said to Yu Xiaoxiu, "Are you going or not?" Yu Xiaoxiu wanted to go, but he had to go to school as usual today. The academy didn't allow him to rest until the end of the year. Yu Shu patted his head and said, "Just ask someone to take a vacation. Let's go back to the room to change clothes and see my mother with me." "But there is a test today. Can I not go?" Yu Xiaoxiu looked hesitant. "What are you afraid of?" "I said I won't go, so I won't go." Yu Shu took his hand and walked out. In order to coax Yu Shu to go see Aunt Chui, Zhao Hui didn't interrupt. After the siblings left hand in hand, she said to Hifangji worriedly, "Is Xiaoyu spoiling Xiaoxiu too much? How can he not go to school just because you said so?" Hifangji didn't find it strange because Yu Shu had reported it to her in advance. After explaining the cause and effect to her, Zhao Hui didn't have any objection. She just sighed and suddenly lamented, "As parents, you only know how to say that your children are unfilial. When will you think about whether you have done anything wrong to your children? I hope that after this lesson, little Xiu's mother will learn from her mistakes and stop causing trouble for the 2 children." Hifangji nodded in understanding. Yu Shu didn't have to trouble Shui Rui when she went to visit the prison today. She was unfamiliar the first time and became familiar the second time. When she saw the warden, she stuffed a piece of silver into his hand and smoothly saw concubine Chui. Aunt Chui sat in the cold and damp cell, holding a hot bowl of laba porridge. She drank it and cried. Yu Xiaoxiu comforted her in a low voice. Yu Shu patiently waited until she was full and cried enough before leaving with Yu Xiaoxiu. The 2 came out of the prison and didn't go back home. Instead, they went straight to the Rising Cloud Temple outside the city. Today was a festival, so the street was very lively in the daytime. It was even more crowded after passing through Qinyuan Street to the south of the city. Performers, medicine sellers and prostitutes could be seen everywhere. They were all trying their best to make more money before the end of the year and have a good new year. Yu Xiaoxiu leaned on the window and looked all the way. He temporarily forgot his worries. When they arrived at the city gate, the carriage stopped. Lu Zhong said outside, "Miss, there are many people at the city gate. There is a queue to go in and out." The closer it was to the end of the year, the stricter the security of Anling City was. Only the south side of the city could be used. It opened at sunrise and was closed at night. Yu Shu pressed Yu Xiaoxiu's head and looked outside. Sure enough, it was too crowded to squeeze through. "Then let's wait." But it didn't take long before there was a noise in front. Lu Hong and Su Qing were both there. One stayed to take care of them and the other got off the horse to see what was going on. After a while, Su Qing came back. He stood under the window and reported to Yu Shu, "They are disaster victims from the north. There are a lot of porridge stalls under the high wall outside the city. They are all waiting for porridge to be distributed, so the road is blocked. Some disaster victims wanted to sneak into the city, but they were caught by the garrison guards. They are driving people out. The carriage is too big to pass, so we have to wait for the crowd to disperse. Yushu sat in the carriage for a long time and felt bored. Hearing this, she said to Yu Xiaoxiu, "Let's get out of the carriage and take a few steps. We can take another carriage after we get out of the city." Yu Xiaoxiu couldn't sit still anymore. He jumped out of the carriage like a monkey and turned around to help her get down. Lu Hong and Su Qing discussed it for a while. The former followed them and the latter went with Lu Zhong. Yu Shu and Yu Xiaoxiu followed the flow of the crowd and squeezed their way out of the city. Looking around, they saw a row of porridge stalls at the foot of the city wall. There were about 20 to 30 of them, and each stall was crowded with people. The victims, who were emaciated and dressed in rags, were all stretching their hands out, trying to grab a bowl of hot porridge to fill their stomachs. At first glance, they looked like a group of hungry ghosts reincarnated. Yu Xiaoxiu was shocked by the scene. He grabbed Yu Shu's sleeve and whispered, "Sister, why are there so many people?" Yu Shu had mixed feelings. It was also the first time she saw such a situation. 500 years later, there were very few people in the country who didn't have enough to eat. Disaster victims was just a synonym. But this was 500 years ago. In the feudal society, there were exorbitant taxes and heavy taxes. When there were droughts and floods, farmers lost their harvests and their fields. They could only become refugees and leave their homes to beg for food. Even if Dan was said to have been peaceful for 300 years, it was no exception. Don't look. In a few days, our family will also send people to distribute porridge. Yu Shu pulled Yu Xiaoxiu and walked forward slowly. Not far behind them, there were two porridge stalls connected together. The servant who was distributing porridge with a spoon put his hands on his waist and shouted. Chapter 743. From the day of the Laba Day onwards, Prince Dongjing's mansion distributed porridge outside the city. Because Madame Wei and Jiang Mia didn't show up from beginning to end, the news reached the palace. Emperor Zhaoqing only thought that Prince Dongjing's mansion took the opportunity to buy people's hearts, so he turned a blind eye and let them do what they wanted. This was because every move of the entire Prince Dongjing's mansion was under the surveillance of the palace's secret agents. The mother and daughter of the Jiang family couldn't take a step out of the capital unless they grew wings and hid themselves. Yu Shu only heard about the Jiang family's big move to help the disaster victims 2 days later. Bai Ran acted steadily. On the 10th day of the new year, she hung the Yu family's flag outside the temporarily built porridge stall outside the city and joined the disaster relief team. When Bai Ran returned from the stall in the evening, she reported to Yu Shu and told her, "The porridge in our mansion is very affordable. One bowl can be half thick. Some people only have a few grains of rice in one bowl when they give out porridge. The most generous one is Prince Dongjing's mansion. I've seen their porridge and they can hold up 2 chopsticks. The disaster victims outside the porridge stall can drown people." When Yu Shu heard this, she muttered in her heart. The mother and daughter of the Jiang family ran to do charity at this critical moment. It was most likely Shui Rui's idea. However, she couldn't figure out how he would help them escape the capital by giving out porridge, which seemed to have nothing to do with it. Seeing that she was deep in thought, Bai Ran quietly left. Yu Shu couldn't figure out a clue after thinking for a whole night. The next day she couldn't help but want to find Shui Rui and ask him about it. However, an imperial edict sent her back home from the Celestial Commissioner's office. Aunt Shui had been made a lady of nobility. Although the emperor had told her everything and she really got the edict, Yu Shu still felt surprised. The defects of her and Xiaoxiu's birth had finally been completely smoothed out. Aunt Shui was even worse off. She had just been released from prison 2 days ago, and the moldy smell on her body hadn't even been completely removed. Then a big pie fell from the sky and smashed into her, making her dizzy and unable to tell north from south. Yu Shu did not care about her feelings for the time being. She held the imperial edict and went to the Meridian Gate to express her gratitude. To tell the truth, Aunt Shui was not worthy of the title of Lady of Honor, be it her conduct or her merits. The honor obtained by a child was not as legitimate as the honor brought by a husband. However, Emperor Zhaoqing was exceptionally merciful in order to give her a proper name. She knelt in front of the Meridian Gate. Although Emperor Zhaoqing did not summon her, he sent a eunuch from the Hall of Tranquil Peace to pass on the message. Yu Shu put on an expression of gratitude and kowtowed a few more times before leaving. Then he went back to the Celestial Commissioner to report to the Great Commissioner, and received a few words of wisdom. There are many civil and military officials in the imperial court, but there are only a few who are highly regarded by the emperor. Since you have this kind of good fortune, you should know how to cherish your good fortune, eat the emperor's salary and be loyal to the emperor. Don't let down the emperor's kindness. Yu Shu always felt that these words were to give her a heads up. The other meaning was, in the future if the emperor needs you for something, you should be willing to risk your life for it. After going around in a circle and returning home, Yu Shu first went to have a heart-to-heart talk with Aunt Cui and set up a few new rules for her. First, she couldn't go out casually. When meeting guests, she must have Zhao Hui by her side, otherwise there was no need to talk. Second, she couldn't speak without thinking. If any cursing words reached Yu Shu's ears, then 1 month's allowance would be deducted. Third, Yu Shu invited the memorial tablets of Scholar Yu and her grandfather and grandmother back from Ascending Cloud Monastery. On the 1st and 15th day of every month, Aunt Cui had to kowtow and burn incense to worship the ancestors of the Yu family. Unexpectedly, Aunt Cui didn't pester her endlessly. She obediently agreed and behaved abnormally obediently. She carefully asked for her instructions. Your father has been gone for so many years. It's all my fault that I didn't take care of his funeral affairs. Now that you have a promising future, it's not good to let his grave remain unattended. When is it convenient for you to go back to your hometown and repair his grave? Also, let me kowtow and apologize to him in person. It was rare for Aunt Cui to say such sensible words. Yu Shu couldn't help but look at her and said, "This is a serious matter. Let me think about it." As the saying goes, bringing honor to one's ancestors should benefit one's parents. She was already a 5th-rank female official in the court. She was not inferior to the local prefectural magistrate and was 1 rank higher than the magistrate of Yang County. It was completely enough for her to return to her hometown in glory. If Aunt Cui was alive, she could enjoy the title of nobility. Now that Scholar Yu was dead, it was understandable for her to repair his grave. However, the problem was that the emperor and the great advisor would not let her go far. They had spent so much effort to find her, the person who had ruined her life, and could only feel at ease if she was placed under their eyes. However, the grave still needed to be repaired. If she couldn't leave, she could send someone back. As for Aunt Cui, it was a good thing that this troublemaker was gone. I'm busy with official business. I won't be able to leave for a year and a half. Why don't I send someone to escort you back to Yang and repair my father's grave first? When Aunt Cui heard her words, she hesitated and didn't dare to agree. Although she was in charge now, she still didn't have much confidence. She awkwardly said, "Where will I stay when I go back? The old house and the fields have all been sold. Our family doesn't have any relatives to rely on." Yu Shu laughed and said, "Who wants you to rely on others? If you don't have a house, then buy one. You don't need to worry about this. I will arrange everything properly. You don't need to worry about repairing the grave. You just need to go back and help me in Xiaoxiu light incense for father." Aunt Cui was still deeply worried. Then what about the Ji family? If they hear that I've returned and come to seek revenge as a woman, I will definitely suffer. They dare? Yu Shu snorted disdainfully. Ji Huaishan is dead. The Ji family has no one to support them in court. They only have an undeserved reputation. The remaining few can only behave with their tails between their legs. The Ji family isn't the only aristocratic family in Yang City. The tea will cool when the person is gone. How can they be arrogant? You just need to go back in peace. I guarantee that no one will have the guts to disrespect you. In the Dian examination fraud case, Ji Huaishan, a 3rd-rank right judicial official, committed suicide to escape punishment. Murder cases were exposed in the Taisher library. Ji Xingxuan, the hideous Grady master, was involved. She faked her death in prison and disappeared without a trace. The Ji family's pillar was gone. They also lost their heir. The remaining generation was not a threat. Yu Shu considered herself a rising star in court. Her rank wasn't as high as Ji Huaishan's in the past, but she was famous and favored by the emperor. If she returned to her hometown, even the county magistrate would have to visit her. Not to mention a declining aristocratic family that was struggling at death's door. Visiting to seek revenge, wasn't that the same as seeking death? Aunt Cui gathered her courage and agreed to go back alone. She then asked Yu Shu when she would depart. If you leave now, you'll have to spend the new year on the road. The weather is freezing. Don't be trapped on the road. Wait for 2 months. Next spring. Okay, I'll listen to you. Aunt Cui didn't have a backbone. In the past, she resented Yu Xiaocai for venting his anger on Yu Shu and always went against her. Now that she was remorseful, she felt that she had betrayed Yu Xiaocai's affection. She became obedient to Yushu and didn't have any objections. This discussion lasted until the evening. Yushu couldn't go to Shuirue to ask questions. When Yu Xiaoxiu came back, she called him to the north courtyard and said to him in person, "Now that I have the title of honorary lady, no one can laugh at our birth, but we can't stop those snobs who look down on us. Let me ask you, do you want to continue to study in the academy, or do you want to go home and focus on studying medicine with my godfather? I'll hire a teacher to teach you poetry and etiquette." Before Yu Xiaoxiu recovered from the surprise of his mother becoming a lady of honorary lady, he was awakened by his sister. I haven't decided yet. 2 days ago, Bairan had discussed with him whether he should continue to study in Baichuan Academy, but he couldn't make up his mind. He wanted to leave freedom, but he was afraid that he would lose Hu Tianer, his good friend, if he left like this. Yushu scolded him with a straight face. "Why are you so hesitant? If you like it, you can stay. If you don't like it, you can leave. What's there to be embarrassed about?" Yu Xiaoxiu looked at her pitifully. "If I leave, Hu Tianer won't be happy. He fought with others for me. If I leave him alone, I'll be too disloyal." Yushu couldn't understand the childish brotherhood between boys, but she was amused by his expression of "don't force me." She raised her hand and flicked his forehead, joking, "What do you know about brotherhood? You're just a kid. Listen to me, you don't have to go to school anymore. When you see Hu Tianer tomorrow, talk to him. If he's angry, you can drag him to apologize. He won't ignore you." She could see that Yu Xiaoxiu really didn't like to stay in Baichuan Academy. It just so happened that Aunt Chui had conferred him the title of honorary lady, so he could leave with his head held high. Yu Xiaoxiu left doubtfully. He planned to try it tomorrow. If Hu Tianer didn't blame him, he wouldn't go to school. That way he could spend more time in the clinic every day. At night, Zhao Hui and He Fangji were lying in bed, having some private talk between husband and wife. "A few days ago, I told Xiaoyu that I was blessed to meet her in my previous life. According to this calculation, Xiaoxiu's mother must have been a great philanthropist in her previous life." Zhao Hui sighed. He Fangji put his arm around her shoulder and said, "Don't be angry. When our son grows up in the future, he may become a great talent and help you earn a title of honorary lady." Zhao Hui gently punched him and said, "I'm not angry. I'm just envious. Chuan is still so young. When he grows up, you and I will be old men and old women. I don't expect anything else. I just hope that we can have grandchildren while we're alive." Zhao Hui was in her early 30s and He Fangji was already in her 40s. In another 20 years they would be old. "Ah, don't worry. With me taking care of you, you can live to 80. Not to mention grandchildren, you can even see great-grandchildren." Zhao Hui couldn't help but laugh. She leaned on him happily and thought, "I really don't want to be angry with Xiaoxiu's mother. Having a pair of good children is indeed enviable, but no matter how much wealth and glory they have, it's not as good as having someone by your side. A good night's sleep." The next day, Yu Shu sent Yu Xiaoxiu to Baichuan Academy early in the morning and asked him to go to school. She went to see Academician Song and explain the situation. She didn't mention that Yu Xiaoxiu was excluded in the academy. She just said that because Yu Xiaoxiu wanted to study medicine, it was not convenient for him to study here every day, and he wouldn't come next year. Academician Song felt it was a pity. Baichuan Academy focused on Yishui. It had been established for decades and had taught many Yishui masters, but only a few of them had become Celestial Commissioner. He had hoped that Yu Xiaoxiu could be taught by Yu Shu and take the Dian exam in a few years to win glory for the academy. He didn't expect that the child would give up what was close at hand and seek what was far away. He persuaded Yu Shu with a few words. Seeing that she had made up her mind, he didn't want to force her, so he could only reluctantly give up. After saying goodbye, Yu Shu returned to the Kunling Bureau to deal with official affairs. She had not found the next month's book of the universe. She had been busy all day. When she returned to the mansion in the evening, she heard bad news from Bairan before she had time to change her official uniform. In the afternoon, the victims outside the city suddenly rioted and rushed into the city gate. They were driven away by the soldiers guarding the city, and the porridge stalls built outside the city had to be stopped. Yu Shu's eyelids twitched and she had a bad feeling in her heart. Why did they suddenly riot? No one was killed or injured, right? Bairan said in a low voice. No one was killed, but many victims were injured by the guards in the chaos, and several people were arrested. The city gate was also closed and no one was allowed to enter or leave. If little Kuei and I didn't run fast, we would have been locked outside the city, but we didn't take many things with us. Yushu was anxious and anxious. She was afraid that Shui Rui's plan would fail. Jiang's mother and daughter couldn't escape and he would be implicated. I know. You can go and have a rest. It's just some pots and pans. If they are gone, they are gone. It's fine as long as you are safe. After sending Bai Ran away, Yushu was restless. She changed her clothes at night. Without eating, she quietly went out and went to Wangji building. Chapter 744. After Wangji building was closed, the temporarily hired assistants and handymen were dismissed. The remaining 10 people were all Shui Rui's confidants, so they still lived here. On the 6th day, Yushu went to visit Aunt Shui in prison. She came here to buy some wine and food. Everyone was still here. But after a few days, this place was empty. Yushu couldn't help but think the worst, but she restrained herself. She didn't go to the Shui family to find people, nor did she go to Prince Dongjing's mansion to inquire about the news. Instead, she pretended that nothing happened and turned back home. Shui Rui didn't reveal anything before because he didn't want her to be involved. Now that it happened, she didn't know whether it would succeed or fail. How could she expose herself and drag him down? When she returned home, Yushu first used Shui Rui's birth date and 8 characters to make a divination, yet she didn't know why, but all she deduced were empty trigrams, and she was actually unable to calculate his fortune or misfortune. That night she didn't sleep well. She woke up before dawn. As soon as she got up, she asked someone to find Bai Ran and asked him to go to the city gate to inquire about the aftermath of yesterday's riot. I guess that after such a disturbance, the city guard will prohibit people from giving porridge outside the city. You go and inquire about the situation and how those victims were dealt with. I asked Lu Zhong to prepare a carriage for you. You can go directly from the front door. Bai Ran didn't say much and left. Outside the north gate, he suddenly quickened his pace. While there was no one around, he ran away like a gust of wind. After passing through the door of the backyard, he suddenly stopped. Panting slightly, he opened the curtain and was about to go out. But he saw a person coming in through the door, followed by Steward Zhou. Lord Shui, please sit down and wait for a moment. I will send someone to the backyard to inform you. Shui Rui nodded. When he was about to sit down, he found the teenager standing in front of him. He recognized that he was Yu Xiaoxiu's study companion. He smiled slightly and said, "Where are you going in such a hurry?" Bai Ran trembled slightly. He buried his head in his chest and replied in a hoarse voice, "Master ordered this lowly one to go out. This lowly one really deserves to die for offending young master." Hearing this, Zhou, who couldn't help but look at him, his heart puzzled. This little brother ate and slept with the young master, so he had a lot of face in the house. It was said that he came from a rich family, so he had a bit of arrogance. Normally, even in front of the young ladies, he would still call himself, "Eh." So why was he bowing and scraping in front of Mr. Shui? Shui Rui waved his hand and said, "It's fine. Since you have something to attend to, go ahead." Bai Ran complied and withdrew her head. She didn't go through the main hall but went around it. Shui Rui's eyes flickered slightly as he stared at Bai Ran's back. He crossed his fingers on his abdomen, and he quickly recalled that a few months ago, when he brought Yushu to the residential institute to buy slaves. The first time he saw Bai Ran had been slightly peculiar, and Shui Rui could sense that this child had an indescribable fear towards him. This was strange. First, he wasn't a notorious bad person. Second, he had never crossed paths with Bai Ran. Why would he be afraid of him? Before he could think of a reason, Yushu hurriedly came in through the curtain. The two met face to face. She glanced at him from head to toe. She sighed and said, "You scared me to death." Shui Rui instantly reacted, "Did you hear about yesterday's matter?" Yushu nodded. She stepped forward and grabbed his sleeve, saying, "It's not convenient to talk here. Let's go to the back." She pulled him to Yongchun Yuan. The garden was spring all year round. There were hidden traps. No one could find some places without Yushu personally leading the way. The warm wind was gentle. Shui Rui untied his cloak and put it on the stone bench for her to sit. Yushu was full of complaints. She started complaining, "Yesterday you arranged the riot of the disaster victims outside the city, didn't you? I heard that someone was injured and I was afraid that you would be exposed. I went to the Wangji Tower at night, but I didn't see anyone. I was so scared that I broke out in a cold sweat." Shui Rui looked at her pale face. He knew that she was worried a lot. He raised his hand and put her braids behind her ears. He apologized, "It's my fault that I didn't tell you in advance. The people of Wangji Tower moved to another place 3 days ago. Don't be afraid. It's over. No one will associate it with me." Yushu let out an ah. Then she realized, the mother and daughter of the Jiang family escaped? Shui Rui nodded. They left the city yesterday and fled to the north overnight. They will meet the people sent from the north in Wuha town in 2 days at most. Yushu didn't know what expression to make. The mother and daughter of the Jiang family successfully escaped. For Shui Rui, it helped him and Prince of Dongjing become sworn brothers. But for the imperial court, it was tantamount to a disaster. How did you help them escape? She was very puzzled. The city gate was heavily guarded. Especially after the Laba festival, the number of guards doubled. The mother and daughter of the Jiang family were 2 living people. Even if they left the mansion, there would be a group of people following them. How could they sneak out of the city gate in broad daylight? It's easier said than done. Shui Rui told her everything in detail, and Yushu was flabbergasted as she listened to him. It turned out that Shui Rui had started to make arrangements a month ago. He predicted that there would be a drought in the north this year and it would be difficult for the disaster victims to survive the winter. So, he sent people to the north to search for the refugees and mixed in with them to lure them to the capital to survive. Taking advantage of the trend of giving porridge during the Laba festival, he had Prince of Dongjing's mansion distribute porridge on a large scale outside the city to divert Emperor Zhaoqing's attention. However, Madame Wei and Jiang Mia weren't in a hurry to show up. When the time was right, he had his people incite the disaster victims to be grateful to Prince of Dongjing's mansion. They would kneel in groups outside the city gate and beg to see Madame Wei. At this time, Madame Wei left Prince of Dongjing's mansion with Jiang Mia in a carriage. On the surface, it was to answer the prayers of the disaster victims. However, the people guarding outside the mansion wouldn't let them leave. They stopped them and went into the palace to report. When Emperor Zhaoqing heard about the cause and effect, he sent people to follow Madame Wei's carriage. He allowed her to go to the city gate to comfort the disaster victims but forbade her from leaving the city. When Prince of Dongjing's mansion's carriage arrived at the city gate, the disaster victims outside the city were in a commotion. The people that Shui Rui had planted among them took advantage of the situation to encourage them. A group of disaster victims rushed into the city gate. The scene was chaotic. The mother and daughter of the Jiang family took off their embroidered clothes in the carriage, leaving only their tattered clothes inside. They got out from the special structure of the carriage and mixed in with the disaster victims with disheveled hair and dirty faces. The guards quickly suppressed the commotion and drove the disaster victims who rushed into the city gate out of the city. The key point was that the mother and daughter of the Jiang family were also treated as disaster victims and were pushed out of the city gate. After that, they rushed to the pre-agreed place and were escorted out by Shui Rui's people. The carriage of Prince of Dongjing's mansion returned the way it came. When they arrived at the gate of the mansion, the secret agents of the palace found that Madame Wei and Jiang Mia had disappeared. They had already escaped more than 10 miles away. There are several shortcuts to the north of Anling City. There are many land and water routes. Even if His Majesty sends people to track them, it will be difficult to catch up with them. In order to avoid any accidents, I asked Jin Ku, Ah Ping and Ah Xiang to escort them. Even if they are caught up, they will have the ability to escape. Yushu was a little confused. How can you be sure that His Majesty will let them go out of the mansion to comfort the disaster victims? If they are not allowed to leave the mansion, your plan will be completely ruined. Shui Rui shook his head and said calmly, the current His Majesty is not a broad-minded person. He will judge others by his own standards. He will definitely think that Madame Wei's act of giving porridge is to buy people's hearts. He will regard it as a small trick of a woman and will not take it seriously. Men are born to despise women. His Majesty will not stop them from going out. Only men who have been taken advantage of by women will not look down on women. After she heard the entire course of events, Yushu simply wanted to prostrate herself in worship. Shui Rui's analysis of the human heart was extremely detailed, and it was simply as if he knew how to read minds, causing one's hairs to stand on end. So you're saying that only the mother and daughter managed to escape? What about the people left in Prince of Dongjing's mansion? Shui Rui's expression darkened. He sighed and said, last night, His Majesty flew into a rage and captured all the people left in Prince of Dongjing's mansion. He imprisoned them in the Supreme Court's Shen prison and tortured them. Yushu was silent. It was easy to imagine how miserable their fate would be. Ashu, do you think that I'm heartless? I was able to save the mother and daughter but harmed these people? Yushu looked up and saw his self-deprecating expression. She frowned and said, they are all people from Prince of Dongjing's mansion. Master abandoned them in order to escape. If you want to blame someone, you should blame their master. What do you have to blame yourself for? Shui Rui was good in all aspects, but he was a little too soft-hearted. Fortunately, he could always distinguish the severity of things at critical moments. After listening to her words, Shui Rui's cloudy face immediately brightened up. He held her hands and brought them to his lips. He gently kissed them and said, "As long as you don't despise me." Yu Shu smiled and said, "Some people say that my heart is like a snake or a scorpion, but I have never seen you despise me." The two of them chatted for a while and then got down to business. Yu Shu asked him, "Why did you move all the people from Wangjilu?" Shui Rui said, "The restaurant's business can't continue. I plan to sell Wangjilu's real estate and let them move elsewhere." Yu Shu was surprised. "You want to sell Wangjilu?" Not sell, it can be considered as renting it to others." Shui Rui was evasive. Yu Shu was only concerned about the fact that the business was completely gone. She didn't notice that there was a hidden meaning in his words. "Right when I came here, I ran into Xiaoxiu's study companion." Shui Rui changed the topic. "I heard that you have something to ask him to do. Isn't it to inquire about the news?" Yu Shu said that she had assigned by Ran to give out porridge outside the city. "No wonder you heard the movement last night." Shui Rui nodded knowingly. He then asked in doubt, "Why did you think of using him?" Bai Ran was only 1 or 2 years older than Yu Xiaoxiu. In his eyes he was still a child. Yu Shu laughed dryly. She was at a loss for words and could only blurt out, "I see that this kid is reliable and quick-witted, so I wanted to train him so that I could have someone to work with. Alright, I want to tell you something good. His Majesty granted my mother an honorary title." The speed at which these two people changed the topic was really fast. They sat in the garden for 2 hours and talked endlessly. In fact, they hadn't seen each other for 3 to 5 days, but they were reluctant to part when they saw each other. "Do you think that after Jiang family's mother and daughter left, Dongjing Wang will rebel?" Yu Shu and Shui Rui sat side by side on the stone bench, looking into the near future. "Yes, he is not willing to lead the troops to battle. He is bound to resist the imperial edict. There is no turning back. Then won't the world be in chaos?" Chapter 745. Emperor Zhaoqing had fallen ill overnight. The news of the escape of the Jiang family mother and daughter had reached the palace. Emperor Zhaoqing was furious and executed the secret agents on duty on the spot. The Yulin royal guard sealed off Dongjing Wangfu at night and captured dozens of Jiang family servants. They were all thrown into the death prison for interrogation. The great advisor was urgently summoned. Prime Minister Yin, Prime Minister Shui, Prince Xiang and the other important officials entered the palace and held a secret meeting in Tian Hall. At the 4th watch, 6 secret edicts were sent out of the palace. Until the early hours of the morning, the officials all left the palace. The great advisor was the last to leave. Emperor Zhaoqing had been furious and had an unbearable headache. He summoned a Tai to take a look. He brewed a medicinal soup and drank it before falling asleep. Who would have thought that he would sleep until noon? When he woke up, he kept vomiting. He had a fever and was delirious. Ing Jioping hurriedly sent someone to Perching Tree Palace to invite the empress to make a decision. He summoned the Tai for a consultation. They did all they could but were unable to alleviate the emperor's illness. Empress Rui showed her authority at this time. She first ordered for the mouth to be sealed and the people of Tian Hall to enter and leave. She imprisoned the imperial hospital. She captured Tai Feng, who had prescribed medicine for Emperor Zhaoqing last night, and handed him over to Ing Jioping for interrogation. Then she used the name of Emperor Zhaoqing to summon the great advisor to the palace. As for Prime Minister Yin and Prime Minister Shui, she didn't tell them. However, she secretly sent a message to the Zhongyong Counts Fu. This was different from the last time when Emperor Zhaoqing had fainted from anger. This time, Empress Rui's intuition told her, the chance she had waited for so many years had finally come. Zhu Muzhao silently retreated from the side of the bedroom. Turning around, he saw the empress sitting under the window. When His Majesty woke up in the afternoon, his illness flared up. The Imperial Physician Academy was at a loss as to what to do. Only your highly skilled doctor was brave enough to prescribe a prescription. After His Majesty took it, his vomiting stopped, but he was still delirious and unconscious. Ben Gong set up a ban in the palace. "I don't know what to do. The only way is to invite the great advisor into the palace to discuss." Empress Rui's voice was worried but her brows were calm and there was no panic. Zhu Muzhao's gaze paused on her face for a few breaths. He lowered his eyes and said, "In everything the emperor's health comes first. My son is not talented but he is skilled in medicine. Let him stay in the palace to take care of medicine until the emperor recovers." Rui Empress wasn't satisfied with his answer and probed again. You and your son are loyal. That's why Ben Gong will discuss with the chief supervisor. The Holy Majesty is bedridden and needs to rest. But the end of the year is near and there are many matters at court. Someone has to come out to manage the situation and share the burden. Does the chief supervisor have a suitable candidate in mind? Emperor was ill. Rui Empress didn't summon anyone and summoned. She summoned Rui. Qing Emperor didn't have. Emperor was. Qing Emperor was emperor. Emperor was that he was emperor. As a childless empress, there was no one more worthy of winning over than an official who was not involved in the back palace and held great power. Rather than wait until Emperor Zhao Qing was beyond cure and a few adult princes jumped out to give orders, she had to strike first to gain the upper hand and control the situation. Everyone knew that the great advisor was Emperor Zhao Qing's most trusted person and the most loyal person. But Empress Rui didn't think so. A new emperor, a new official. The great advisor could only serve one emperor. Before the old emperor passed on the throne, he had to choose the next head of the Celestial Commissioner. She didn't believe that Zhu Muzhao would be willing to give up this position of being below one and above tens of thousands. Empress, please do not worry about this. The emperor has already ordered this subject. Empress Rui was startled and blurted out, What decree? The emperor ordered this subject that if anything happens, His Highness Ning Wang will temporarily oversee the country. Zhu Muzhao's one sentence caused Empress Rui's efforts to fail. Her brow furrowed, her voice cold. She immediately questioned him. When did the emperor give such a decree? Do you have an imperial decree in your hands? Zhu Muzhao was calm and composed. It is only a verbal edict, not an imperial edict. However, the ones who received the edict with this official are Prime Minister Yin and Duke Jing. If Empress does not believe it, you can summon the two of them into the palace to clarify. Empress Rui gritted her teeth. Of course she didn't want to believe it. Yin Tianhou was Ning Wang, Lu Hao's maternal grandfather, and Duke Jing was Zhu Muzhao's wife's uncle. As long as the three of them spoke in unison, Ning Wang becoming the regent of the country was a sure thing. Damn it, she didn't know when Zhu Muzhao had boarded Ning Wang's pirate ship. No need, Ben Gong believes that you will not pass a fake imperial decree, Empress Rui said in a deep voice. The position of supervising the country is not a small matter. It is best if the emperor personally announces it when he wakes up. Ben Gong does not want you to act on your own. Zhu Muzhao nodded and said, Nyang, do not worry. We have to wait for 3 days. If the emperor doesn't wake up, then this subject will announce the decree. Nyang will have to manage everything in the palace. Empress Rui's fingers dug into her flesh. She knew that she couldn't force the other. In other words, after 3 days, even if the emperor didn't wake up, they would announce that Ning Wang was supervising the country. There is no need to say more, Ben Gong knows what to do. At this time her heart was in a mess. She didn't have the strength to argue with Zhu Muzhao. With a cold expression, she invited him to leave the palace. Once Zhu Muzhao left, she hurried back to Phoenix Perching Palace. She called her trusted palace maid to dictate to her and had her go to the Count Fu to pass on a message to tell Count Zhongyong about Ning Wang supervising the country and for him to prepare early. It would be best if he could stop it. If he couldn't, then leak the news to the Shui family. Zhu Muzhao once again returned to Taishi Tower. After meditating for an hour, he sent someone to find Jing Qin. It was already evening. Jing Qin hurried over from the Princess Fu. The tower was brightly lit, the reflections of the stars in the jade pool. Zhu Muzhao stood at the head of the Nine Turns Bridge, wearing a splendid sun scarf and a crane cloak. He looked like a star lord descending to the mortal world. Jing Qin's footsteps unconsciously lightened. When he came close, he called out, Sherbois. Zhu Muzhao was deep in thought when he turned to look at him. He gave a strange sigh and said, It's time to break my fate for you. Jing Qin was shocked and hurriedly asked, Why is this? Didn't you agree to wait for me to succeed? In May, during the ancestral worship at the Imperial Mausoleum, it was confirmed that the person who broke the fate was Yu Shu. According to the Great Suggestion, the person who broke the fate was a woman. The Great Calamity and the person who broke the fate needed to marry and have children before the fate could be broken. Yu Shu had fallen out with Jing Qin because of this. In order to stall for time, Jing Qin gave the Great Suggestion an excuse that he was unwilling to force Yu Shu and obtained Emperor Zhao Qing's approval. A while ago, he had said in private to Yu Shu that the emperor might not be able to wait, but he did not expect this day to come so suddenly. We can't wait until then. Zhu Muzhao tilted his head to look at the pool of starlight and murmured, War is about to break out, coinciding with His Majesty's serious illness and the first signs of disaster. If we do not break the fate as soon as possible, our dynasty will be in danger, the world will be in danger. Jing Chen was shocked. His Majesty's serious illness? Last night, Wei Guofuran escaped out of Jing and disappeared without a trace. His Majesty was so angry that he fell ill that night. The Tai could not find the cause of the illness and had no way to treat it. They could only stabilize his condition. Zhu Muzhao told him truthfully. Jing Chen said without thinking, I want to enter the palace to see the emperor. Zhu Muzhao shook his head and said, the empress has set up a ban in the palace. Before the emperor wakes up, she will not let anyone enter or leave Taiyan Hall. He was very clear of Empress Rui's ambitions. If she didn't have thoughts of roping him in, she wouldn't have let him enter the palace to visit the emperor so easily. Jing Chen's expression darkened slightly. He knew the severity of the situation. Love is a small matter, how can it compare to the righteousness of the country? Zhu Muzhao saw his unwillingness and urged sincerely, you and her are fated to be husband and wife. This is the will of the heavens. What are you hesitating for? Are you afraid that she won't marry you? You don't have to worry about this. As long as you nod, she can only marry you. The last sentence was very forceful. Jing Chen couldn't help but ask in response, what if I'm not willing? Zhu Muzhao once again turned his head to look at the pond. He didn't look at him, but his expression became cold. If you are not willing, then there is no need for her, a person who destroys fate, to exist. There is one thing I haven't told you. It's good to let you know now. Having never seen him speak so coldly, Jing Chen's heart felt cold. He felt that what he was going to say next would once again topple everything he knew. He didn't want to hear it, but he had to hear it. You also know that if the person who destroys fate is male, they will be destroyed if they are killed. If they are female, they don't have to die. In reality, this saying isn't accurate. Because the Xian Lu Ren book says that people who destroy fate are often born together, one male and one female. If you find a male, you will get rid of him. If you find a female, you will get rid of him through marriage. If you are not willing to marry her, then you can only kill her. Then come with me to the Imperial Tomb to see the Yellow Springs. You will see another person who destroys fate. Jing Chen turned pale with fright. So there are two people who destroy fate? Zhu Muzhao didn't care about his ugly expression and continued, you and Yushu were destined to meet, so the first person you saw in the pond of the underworld was her. You haven't seen the other person, but it doesn't matter. When you look at the water of the underworld, you will know. You lied to me. Jing Chen said in disbelief. Master told me that there is only one person who destroys fate in this world who can destroy my fate. Before I left the mountain, Master did not hesitate to break into the forbidden area and used the sect-guarding Tian Shen formation to make a divination for me. He calculated that the person who destroys my fate is in Yang City. It was there that I met Yushu, not the other person you said. Zhu Muzhao smiled lightly and said with indescribable sarcasm, the Xian Lu Ren book is closely related to the dragon vein of our dynasty. Longhu Mountain is just a sect. What right does it have to know about this secret? Your master Taoist Huaixin is indeed brilliant, but he can't know everything in the world. Jing Chen actually had no words to refute. Among the elders of the sect, no one had seen the Xian Lu Ren book with their own eyes. Even he himself had only heard of it. How could he judge whether it was true or not? Think carefully. If you don't marry her, you will be harming her. Jing Chen lowered his head to calm the anger in his heart. After a moment, he said coldly, I will not harm her, and I will not allow others to harm her. Zhu Muzhao was still looking at the water, and his attitude was unyielding. At the latest half a month, your marriage must be decided. You can inform her in advance, but don't let her try to protest. Otherwise she will die. I'm not trying to scare you. Jing Chen looked at him fiercely. In the end, he did not say anything and turned to leave. Zhu Muzhao slowly turned his head and watched him walk down the 9 zigzag bridge. He was lost in thought as he looked in the direction Yun Mu Feng left. He said to himself in a low voice, Yun Mu Feng, your two sons are just like you. Chapter 746. At night, Jing Chen hurriedly walked out of the building. The carriage parked by the roadside caught up with him. 2 bodyguards led the horses and followed beside him. However, he did not get on the carriage. Instead, he stretched out his hand and grabbed the horse from one of the guards. You go back first. Where are you going, young master? The bodyguard reached out to help him up. However, Jing Chen ignored him. He turned over and mounted the horse. Jing Chen rode the horse all the way to Baochang Street and knocked on the door of the Yu residence. Yu Shu was about to sleep when she heard the servant's report. She knew that he would not visit without a reason. She changed her clothes and rushed to the front yard. Jing Chen was not waiting in the living room. He was standing in the courtyard with his hands behind his back. When he saw her, he strode forward. "Why are you here so late? I have something to say to you." When Yu Shu saw his solemn expression, she knew in her heart that something was wrong. Something unexpected must have happened, so she turned around and led the way without saying a word. She took the lantern from the servant girl's hand and didn't allow anyone to follow her. She entered Yongchun Garden with him one after the other. After a few turns, they finally stopped at the place where she had a heart-to-heart talk with Shui Rui during the day. "Let's talk here. The garden of my residence has a night ban. No one will trespass." "What happened?" Jing Chen came in a hurry. When he saw her face to face, he found it difficult to speak. He took a deep breath and looked at her without blinking. He gathered his courage and said, "Xiaoyu, please marry me." Yu Shu's almond-shaped eyes widened. She was stunned by this sudden proposal. Afraid that she would refuse, Jing Chen said solemnly, "If I am lucky enough to marry you, I will cherish my life and never have second thoughts. I know that I have let you down a lot in the past. However, I swear that from today on, if I break my promise to you again, I will die a violent death. My soul will scatter and I will never be a human again." Sanqing, disciple of Jingyi sect, Jing Chen. As he said this, he knelt sideways and raised his palm to make a vow. Yu Shu's expression changed. She stepped forward and grabbed his arm. She said sternly, "Shut up. Who asked you to make a vow? Tell me first. Why do you want to marry me? Is it because the Emperor and the Grand Preceptor are forcing you? They can't wait and want me to sacrifice my life for you in advance, right?" Jing Chen was forcefully pulled up by her. He couldn't hide it from her, so he told her everything. "Madame Wei fled the capital yesterday. The Emperor is bedridden and seriously ill. The Grand Preceptor predicted that war is about to break out and is in a precarious situation. Thus, he wants me to marry you as soon as possible so that we can save the fate of the country in time." Yu Shu narrowed her eyes at him. "But your father, Yun Huaizi, told me personally that the Book of Mystery Maiden Lu Ren said that using a woman to sacrifice her life is not the method described by the Grand Preceptor. He was lying to you. He must have another purpose for wanting me to marry you." "I know he lied to me, but I must marry you." Jing Chen's attitude was unusually firm. Without waiting for Yu Shu to get angry, he explained his difficulties. "Because there are two people who destroy their life in this world, one male and one female. As long as I kill you, I can find the other person who destroys their life. If I don't marry you, they will take your life." Yu Shu was shocked. "What did you say? There are two people who destroy their life? I don't believe it." "I don't believe it either." Jing Chen's gaze was deep. "But at the end of the day, you and I have not read the Book of Mystery Maiden Lu Ren, and my father did not tell you the real way to destroy your life. I know that the Grand Preceptor lied to me, but what if what he said is true this time? Xiaoyu, I don't dare to gamble." Yu Shu's heart trembled, and many thoughts flashed through her mind in an instant. She could not help but hold his arm tightly. Jing Chen could see that she was struggling in her heart. It was obvious that she was unwilling to marry him. He felt a slight pain in his chest and finally, he could not help but ask her, "I know that I have wronged you in the past. I swear that I will not let you down again. Xiaoyu, why do you not want to be my wife? What did I do wrong? Tell me, I will definitely change." Yu Shu's mind was in a mess. Looking at his pleading eyes, she could not make up a lie. "You did nothing wrong and you don't need to change. Then do you still blame me for breaking up with you that day? What do you want me to do to appease you? Can you tell me?" Jing Chen persistently asked. In the year he had been in the capital, although he had seen through the fickleness of the world, he still did not understand the love between a woman and a woman. He still remembered what Yu Shu had said to him in the small forest. He remembered that she had admired him. He had never even thought that this kind of feeling would disappear one day. Yu Shu smiled bitterly and avoided his gaze. She was really touched by Jing Chen like this. She was afraid that her heart would soften and become entangled with him again, so she turned her back to him and slowly said in a low voice, "I don't blame you for a long time. I don't blame you, nor do I hate you. How do you want me to explain it to you? Jing Chen, I can't be your wife because there is another person in my heart and that person is not you." In the end, she still said it even if it was very hurtful. She did not turn around, so she could not see the helplessness on his face. She could not see the confusion in his eyes. "Another person?" "Yes." Jing Chen seemed to understand. His expression suddenly became flustered. "But didn't you say that you like me?" Yu Shu smiled bitterly and said, "That was in the past. Now I only think of you as a friend. There is no love between a man and a woman, and there will not be any in the future." Hearing her say this, Jing Chen found it difficult to breathe. He raised his hand and reached out to her back. He grabbed her sleeve and clenched his fist. "Then you like someone else, don't you?" Yu Shu gently nodded. "I have someone I want to entrust my life to. No matter what, I will not marry you." She would not go against her heart in order to live. The person she wanted to entrust her life to was Shui Rui, not Jing Chen. "So it's like this." Jing Chen's eyes quickly dimmed. He slowly let go of her fingers and took 2 steps back. He softly said, "Can I ask who that person is?" Yu Shu shook her head. "I'll go back first. I'll wait for you at the Celestial Commissioner's office tomorrow." Jing Chen left these words and fled. Yu Shu finally spoke her mind, but she didn't feel relieved. Instead, she felt the burden on her shoulders getting heavier. What should come had finally come. Facing the fate arranged by others, how could she resist? Jing Chen returned to the princess mansion in a daze. He lowered his head all the way to the sushi pavilion, but he did not notice Shui Yun waiting outside the building. "Senior brother." Shui Yun called out. Seeing his face was not good, she thought that something had happened. She asked worriedly, "Why are you back so late?" Jing Chen glanced at her and walked into the building without saying a word. Shui Yun muttered in her heart, "I haven't done anything to make him angry recently." She asked someone to push the wooden wheelchair in and carefully asked, "Didn't you go to the Celestial Commissioner's office? Why did the Tiandao look for you?" Jing Chen sat on the reclining chair, covered his forehead with one hand and said in a tired voice, "Don't ask questions. I don't want to talk to you. Go back to your room and sleep." Shui Yun pouted. 2 months ago, when she and Yu Shu shook hands and made up, Jing Chen's attitude toward her had improved. He had not been so cold to her for a long time. She was reluctant to leave, so she let the maid leave first. Jing Chen silently recited the mind-clearing incantation more than 10 times. When he opened his eyes and saw that she was still there, he felt annoyed. "Why don't you leave?" Shui Yun smiled and said, "I see that you are not happy. Isn't it good to talk to you? Did you forget that when you were a child, you were the most taciturn and I had to guess your thoughts every time? I was afraid that you wouldn't talk and couldn't sleep well at night. What did the Tiandao say to you? Can't you tell me? Let me guess, is it about the life breaker?" Shui Yun had long known that the life breaker had been found, but she had never asked who that person was. Jing Chen looked at her smiling face and a string in his head suddenly broke. He suppressed it for a whole night and had a splitting headache. When he heard that there were 2 life breakers, the Tiandao threatened him to kill Yu Shu, and Yu Shu told him that she liked someone else. He had endured it. But now he couldn't bear it anymore. "Do you want to know who the life breaker is?" He turned sideways and half of his face was in the shadow. Shui Yun was thinking about the life breaker, so she couldn't see the burning anger in his eyes. She blinked and pretended to be wronged. "I care about you. Who told you to keep hiding it from me? I'm more curious. Senior brother, tell me, who is the life breaker? Have I seen him?" Jing Chen's voice was extremely cold. "You have seen him. Not only did you see him, but you also almost killed him." Shui Yun's smile froze on her lips. The next moment, her eyes widened and she almost jumped out of the wheelchair. She cried out involuntarily, "The life breaker you said is Yu Shu?" "Yes, it's her." "Impossible." Shui Yun's face turned pale in an instant. She didn't want to admit it, but she knew very well that Jing Chen had no reason to lie to her. The life breaker they had been waiting for many years should be Yu Shu. She had also suspected Yu Shu, but later she rejected it. She never thought that one day this possibility would become a reality. She couldn't accept it. "You kept saying that you forced me to cut off my love and even plotted to kill her, forcing me to break off all ties with her. You never thought that she was the life breaker, right?" Jing Chen looked at Shui Yun's pale face and felt an indescribable sense of carefreeness. At this moment, he was no longer the great calamity who had no desires, no joy and no sorrow. He was just an ordinary person who regretted losing the person he loved. Shui Yun was unable to explain herself. Jing Chen's questioning was like a sharp blade that pierced through all of her past misdeeds, leaving her with nowhere to hide. "I don't know." Regret and fear appeared on her face. She didn't dare to imagine that she had plotted against Yu Shu and to cross the death tribulation together. If the life breaker had really been killed by her, it would be the same as harming the entire sect. She wouldn't be able to absolve herself from the blame even if she died 10,000 times. Now you know. But it was too late. This wasn't the first time Jing Chen had tasted regret, but none of it could compare to the pain he was feeling now. He regretted being persuaded by Shui Yun to make a clean break with Yu Shu. He regretted breaking his promise to her and not protecting her. Instead, he repeatedly made her suffer. It wasn't that she had a change of heart, but that he hadn't grasped the sincerity she had once given him. Senior Marshal Brother, I'm sorry. Shui Yun was afraid that Jing Chen would blame her, so she shrank her neck and tried to defend herself in a low voice. I was wrong, but I didn't do it on purpose. Senior Marshal Brother, don't blame me, okay? Besides, isn't Miss Yu safe and sound? Instead, it was I who suffered. Even now I can't walk. She never thought that if she hadn't brought Yu Shu with her when she crossed the death tribulation, she probably wouldn't have been able to keep her life. Don't say any more. Jing Chen tightly closed his eyes and waved her away. I don't want to see you. Chapter 747. The next day Yu Shu and Jing Chen met at the Celestial Commissioner's office. Because of what happened last night, they were more or less uncomfortable. Fortunately, Yu Shu was not as thin-skinned as a little girl, and Jing Chen was not a person who would pester others. Neither of them avoided the question. The Emperor is seriously ill. Now the Empress is in charge of the harem. I can't ask the Emperor for mercy. The Emperor has made up his mind. If you don't want to marry me, you can only make other plans. Jing Chen sat by the window. Outside the window, the sky was gray and cloudy. Yu Shu stood by the desk with her arms crossed. She frowned and said, You said that the Emperor will decide our marriage within half a month. That is to say, in this half a month, I must find a way to see Yunhua's son, see the Book of Mystery Goddess with my own eyes, and figure out the real way to break the destiny. Although the Emperor and Yunhua might be lying to her, she was more inclined to believe in Yunhua. In the vast sea of people, where are you going to find my father? Jing Chen shook his head and said, Unfortunately, the contact method he left you last time was fake. Otherwise, when we find him, we will definitely ask him to let us see the Book of Mystery Goddess. Oh, let me think about it. Yu Shu regretted telling him that she had gone to find Yunhua, but she failed. Now, how could she explain that she had another way to see Yunhua? She touched her chin and lowered her head to think. Jing Chen quietly looked at her. He did not rest at all last night. He thought hard all night and found that they only had two ways to go. One was that she married him and she was unwilling. The second was that she did not marry him and she had to escape. Have you ever thought about escaping? Escape. Yu Shu raised her eyebrows and looked at him. If I ran away, what would you do? Who would risk your life for you? This time Jing Chen was not late. He faced her calmly. In the small courtyard on Huaxing Street, you asked me why I should entrust my life to you and share the huge responsibility for me. I thought for a long time, and yesterday I just got the answer. I can't force you. Even if you don't want to be my wife, I will still protect you. Yu Shu didn't expect him to answer like this. She was surprised, but she couldn't help but feel relieved. He didn't disappoint her again. I appreciate your good intentions, but I won't run away, Jiang Chen said. First of all, the chances of her escaping were too small. Enling City was like a huge cage. Jiang Mia and her daughter were able to escape successfully because of Shui Rui's plan for a month. More importantly, after they escaped, they still had a place to stay. Jiang family's base camp was in Ningdong City, and Prince Dongjing had a lot of troops under his command. Even the imperial court was somewhat afraid of him. Even if she could escape, she had nowhere to go. The emperor and the great teacher would not let her go. It was very likely that she would have to hide for the rest of her life. Just like Yunhua, what was the use of stealing the Book of Fantasy Women's 6 Rens? In the end, he still had to hide his identity and live everywhere. He did not even dare to acknowledge his son. She never thought of running away because she was not alone. She still had a family. Not only Yu Xiaoxiu, Zhao Hui and the others, but also her subordinates and servants. She couldn't abandon that big family. After Jiang family's mother and daughter escaped, and the miserable fate of the remaining people in Prince Dongjing's mansion, she would never run away. Another reason was Jing Chen. Just like what she asked him just now, if she just ran away, who would risk their lives for him? There is still half a month. As long as I can find Yunhua, everything will still turn for the better. Yu Shu put down her arms and walked out, not giving Jing Chen a chance to ask questions. Yu Shu went downstairs and asked Su Qing to come in. When Xiao and was holding a stack of documents waiting for her to read, he quickly asked, Master, where are you going? I have a headache, so I'm going home to rest. It sounded like a lie, so when Xiao and had to remind her, you should draw up the Book of the Great Earth next month. Don't worry, leave it first. Yu Shu waved her hand and slipped away with her people. With the emperor's illness, the Book of the Great Earth next month would be useless. Maybe in 2 days the empress would ask the palace bureau to pass the decree and temporarily cancel the Book of the Great Earth. After leaving the Celestial Commissioner, she sent Lu Hong to the Supreme Judiciary to send a letter to Shui Rui, asking him to come to her mansion during the lunch break. She went home first, changed out of the heavy official robe, loosened her hair and lay on the soft couch, worrying. She did not forget to ask the servants to prepare wine and food in the garden. How should she tell Shui Rui when she saw him? Should she tell him that the emperor was seriously ill and wanted to force him to marry her? No. Shui Rui had a deep knot in his heart with Yunhua. A month ago, Jin Ku had tricked him out of Fenghua Manor, but he was still unwilling to see Yunhua. It could be imagined that he didn't want to recognize this biological father. But she knew that as long as she mentioned the forced marriage, no matter how unwilling Shui Rui was, he would bow his head for her. What difference was there between her and the mother and daughter of the Jiang family? They were all forcing him. Yushu was still struggling for an hour. Before she could think of a way to speak, Shui Rui came before noon. She heard the servants report and washed her face. She had Lin tie her hair into a simple bun and put on a rabbit fur cloak to see him. Once she entered Yongchun Yuan, the surroundings warmed up. She took off her coat and handed it to a servant girl. She walked around a bamboo forest and saw him standing in Jiugaoshan from afar. He held a wine pot in one hand and held the railing with the other as he looked into the distance. When she got closer, she found that he was wearing the court robe. The black veil was on the chair. It seemed that he had rushed here directly from the yamen. Look, this was telepathy. She didn't even ask the messenger to hurry him, and he just came in such a hurry. Why didn't you wait for me to come and drink first? Yushu took a cup from the table and handed it to him. He poured her a cup with a smile. She put it under her nose and sniffed the fragrance of the wine. She said with pity, I only took 6 or 7 jars of this 20-year-old Huadiao. Wang Jilu is closed. If I want to drink more good wine, I will have to spend money to buy it. Shui Rui shook his head and looked at her with gentle eyes. Tomorrow I will send you all the good wine that Wang Jilu has stored. It will be enough for you to drink for 2 or 3 years. Yushu chuckled and led him to sit. She didn't want to talk about anything else. She wanted to drink, eat, and chat with him. She didn't want him to lose his appetite after they talked about business. Shaking the empty wine pot, Shui Rui looked at Yushu, who was racking her brains to talk about something else. He put down his chopsticks and couldn't help but interrupt her. I'm done eating. Why did you ask me to come today? Just say it. Yushu shut her mouth in embarrassment. Her eyes drifted upwards, and she dilly-dallied as she was unwilling to speak. Shui Rui looked at her good-naturedly, and a trace of a smile hung on his face from beginning to end. It was as if he was encouraging her. Just say it. No matter what you say, I will listen. Yushu stole a glance at him. When she saw the expression on his face, she immediately felt discouraged. She wanted to stick her neck out and take a stab in the back, so she braced herself and asked, Can you arrange a meeting between me and Yunhua? Okay. Ah. Yushu's eyes suddenly flickered. She didn't believe that he would agree so easily, so she slowed down and repeated, Listen carefully. I said that I want you to help me meet Yunhua. Shui Rui's expression didn't change. I said it. Whenever you want to meet him, I will arrange it. Yushu suddenly felt that her previous worries were in vain. Shui Rui didn't ask her the reason at all. He agreed immediately. It seemed that he had already expected that she was looking for him for this matter, and he had already thought about agreeing to her request. Actually, I had a plan after I returned to the capital last time, Shui Rui told her calmly. Even if you didn't mention it, I was going to take you to meet him. Not only for the Book of Fantasy Fairies 6 Rens, but I also want to find out the truth about my adoptive father's early death. If Jiang Mia hadn't come to Forgotten Tower to ask him for help, and he couldn't get away for a while, he would have discussed with her to meet Yunhua. But she was more composed than he thought. He had been back for so long, but she didn't even take the initiative to mention Yunhua's name in front of him. While he secretly breathed a sigh of relief, he also pitied her for being considerate. Do you think that I don't want to recognize my father, so I don't want to see Yunhua? Shui Rui looked at her expression of, You can even see through this, and explained with a smile. I don't want to recognize my father, but I didn't want to see him before because I was afraid to see him. My good Shu, have you forgotten something? Ah. Shui Rui's gaze was crafty. Have you forgotten? It was he who made an agreement with you. So long as you're able to bring his eldest son that has been lost for many years to him, then he'll give you the Book of Mystery Woman's 6 Rens. Yu Shu's eyes lit up and she suddenly understood. She couldn't help but jump up excitedly. She went forward to grab his hand and shook it. She laughed and said, "That's right, how could I forget? You brought me. No, I brought you to find Yunhua. Even if you don't want to recognize him, he still has to show me the Book of Fantasy Fairies 6 Rens." Shui Rui smiled and said nothing. He thought, "It's not that you forgot, it's just that you never had the intention to use me." "Then when are we going to act?" After Yu Shu's excitement subsided, she thought of the upcoming meeting and quickly calmed down. The Great Commissioner had already given an ultimatum to Jing Chen. It was impossible for her to leave the capital. If she wanted to meet Yunhua, he had to come to the capital. "There's no hurry," Shui Rui said. "Jinka went to escort Madame Wei and Jiang Mia. He will be back in 3 days at the latest. It's chaotic now. It's not appropriate for you to leave the capital rashly. In order to avoid the suspicion of the Emperor and the Great Commissioner, you should stay in the capital. When Jinka comes back, I will ask him to invite Yunhua to the capital." Yu Shu said worriedly, "Will Jinka agree? After all, Yunhua is the most wanted criminal in the imperial court. How would he dare to let him come to the capital?" Shui Rui's eyes flashed with an unfathomable light. "Why do you think he wants Jinka to follow me? Don't worry, he won't not come." The back of Yu Shu's head felt cold. No matter how she looked at him, he seemed to be up to no good. She thought, "Brother, you're trying to trick me? By the way, I have something to tell you. I don't know if you've heard, but the Emperor is seriously ill and seems to be dying." Shui Rui shook his head and said in surprise, "It's such a big thing. Where did you hear it?" Jing Chen said it. Yu Shu avoided the topic and said, "It's true. In the evening 2 days ago, the Emperor learned that the mother and daughter of the Jiang family escaped. He was so angry that he fell ill. This time, it's more serious than the time your grandfather offended him. It's said that the Emperor is in a coma, and even the Imperial Academy of Medicine can't find the right illness. It's just that Her Majesty the Empress has blocked the news, so it hasn't been leaked yet." At the end of her words, Shui Rui suddenly stood up and said to Yu Shu with a serious expression, "It's my miscalculation. Don't mention this to anyone else. I'll go back first." He didn't expect that Emperor Zhaoqing would not be able to withstand the pressure from the mother and daughter of the Jiang family escaping. Yu Shu hurriedly stopped him. "What's wrong? Say it clearly." Shui Rui turned around and looked deeply at her. "Once the Emperor is seriously ill, who do you think will be the one to supervise the country?" Chapter 748. When Shui Rui found out that the Emperor had fallen ill, the first thing he thought of was to inform Shui Lingnan. However, when he rushed back to the Fu, the front yard steward told him that the Prime Minister had just left the residence. When asked where did he go, he couldn't answer. He could only restrain his impatience and wait at home. At noon, the sun rose for a while before hiding in the clouds. In the afternoon, a sudden rain came and the temperature dropped. Hataku held an umbrella and ran to the corridor. He breathed on his palms and wrapped his collar tightly. Without lifting the curtain to enter the room, he reported from outside the door, "Young master, I saw the Prime Minister's palanquin return to the Fu." Shui Rui, who was resting on the pillow with his eyes closed, suddenly sat up. He picked up his boots and was about to walk out. Baoda rolled up the curtain and saw that Shui Rui was wearing thin clothes, so he hastily stopped him and said, "My lord, you don't dare to go out like this. It's freezing outside." "Umbrella." Shui Rui took the umbrella from his hand and walked into the rain. Hataku was so anxious that he jumped. He didn't care about the mud on his shoes. He went into the room to grab some thick clothes and chased after him. Shui Rui found Mumei Hall. Before he reached the door, he was stopped by a servant in the corridor. "The Prime Minister has just rested and ordered that no one is allowed to enter. Please come back later. I have an urgent matter." "Move aside." "Young master, you can't." Shui Rui pushed the servant away and walked to the door. "Grandfather, this matter is urgent." Shui Lingnan hadn't slept at all. He had heard the movement outside and his thoughts were in chaos. He frowned and coldly said, "Come in." Shui Rui pushed the door and entered. He saw Shui Lingnan dressed neatly and sitting at the tea table. He had come here to meditate as soon as he returned to the Fu. He didn't know what trouble he had encountered. "How could you be so rash? How many times have I taught you not to panic even if the sky falls?" Shui Lingnan glanced at Shui Rui's wet clothes in dissatisfaction. This time Shui Rui did not listen to the lecture obediently. He closed the door and walked closer. He lowered his voice and said, "Grandson received news that the Emperor was bedridden yesterday. The empress is in charge of the imperial palace. She only summoned the great Tiandao. Xueling Nansong's wrinkled eyelids trembled, but he did not show any signs of panic. He raised his head to look at him and asked, "Guess who I went to see just now?" Xue Rui was puzzled. Just as he was pondering, he heard Xue Lingnan coldly say, "It was Count Zhong Yong. He told me privately that if the emperor does not improve after 3 days, the Great Edict will follow the secret edict and announce that Ning Wang will be the governor." Xue Rui was shocked. The situation couldn't get any worse. Historically, when the emperor was ill, the first person to be the governor was always the crown prince. Even though Emperor Zhaoqing hadn't named a successor, this kind of edict was announcing to everyone that Ning Wang was the future crown prince, the next ruler. Ning Wang being the governor, are you sure it is the emperor's will? He was suspicious. Emperor Zhaoqing had always favored Ning Wang, but he had never been willing to give in on the matter of naming the crown prince. Now that Emperor Zhaoqing had just fallen ill, the Great Edict revealed the edict for Ning Wang to be the governor. No matter how he looked at it, it was unusual. It can't be fake. Xuelingnan's expression was hazy. Even though Zhu Muzhao is a treacherous person, his loyalty to His Majesty is unquestionable. Anyone can pass a fake edict, but he can't. Even more, Celestial Commissioner isn't the only one involved in this matter. Prime Minister Yin and Duke Jing are also involved. If the three of them work together, even if Ning Wang is a pile of mud, he can hold up a wall. At this point, the Empress finally can't sit still. Once Ning Wang was in power, the first to be threatened would be Empress Rui's position. Ning Wang's birth mother, Yin Shufei, wouldn't be willing to be under her. Xue Rui asked, "That Zhong Yongbo came to discuss with you because he wants to ally with the Xue family?" Xue Lingnan snorted coldly. Of all the imperial sons, only Jing Wang can compete with Ning Wang. Of all the officials, only this old man can compare with Yin Tianho. If the Empress wants to stop Ning Wang from being in power, she can only let go of the past and ally with the Xue family. Ruiang, in order for me to interfere with Ning Wang's governance, made a verbal agreement with me. When the emperor's illness improves, the empress will come out and support Jing Wang to be the crown prince. "Grandfather, you can't," Xue Rui frowned. "The emperor has already been suspicious of you before. If you come out and oppose the imperial decree now, I'm afraid that the day the emperor gets better, the Xue family will face a calamity." "There's no need for you to say it, I'm not that muddle-headed," Xue Lingnan said. "That old man Ruiang has a good plan. He wants to pull this old man to be his spear, drawing a big pie in the sky and thinking that I will take the bait. He didn't think that if the Xue family wants to help Jing Wang fight for the throne, there's no need to ally with them." Xue Rui's mind moved and he probed, "You are saying?" Xue Lingnan looked at him with a deeper meaning, saying, "Are you like the rest of the world, thinking that Xiang Wang is an idle and useless person?" For a moment, Xue Rui's mind flashed. He almost grasped the crux of the matter, but his attention was captured by Xue Lingnan's next words. "These are all old matters, there's no harm in telling you in private. The current emperor and Xiang Wang are born from the same mother and were both raised by Empress Dowager Renjing. The emperor is older by 2 years but isn't as intelligent as Xiang Wang. When Xindi was alive, the most favored prince was Xiang Wang. There was another eldest son, Song Wang, who was skilled in both literature and martial arts. In comparison, the emperor was much more mediocre. In Xindi's later years, Song Wang secretly rebelled and was sentenced to death after being exposed by Ruiang. Then came the change of the Celestial Commissioner. Zhu Muzhao inherited his father's position and the Zhu family produced 2 great Tidian. Finally, Xindi issued an edict and the Celestial Commissioner decreed that the present emperor was crowned crown prince. 2 years later, Xindi passed away and the emperor succeeded the throne, changing the era to Zhaoqing. Xue Lingnan narrated calmly, but Xue Rui could hear some secrets from it. Firstly, the emperor and Xiang Wang are both D sons and their ages are similar. One is mediocre while the other is intelligent. Our dynasty does not differentiate between the young and the old like the previous dynasty, but why was it the mediocre Emperor Zhaoqing who ascended to the throne? Other than that, the Zhu family had 2 great Tidian. This was unprecedented in the 300 years of history of the Yin dynasty. Was it intentional or a coincidence? He vaguely felt that all this had a lot to do with his birth father Yun Hua, stealing the book of mystery maiden Lu Ren. After the emperor ascended the throne, Xiang Wang pleaded several times to leave the capital to guard the border but was not granted permission. He could only hide in the city. These years he pretended to be stupid, but it was only to dispel the emperor's suspicions. Xue Lingnan concluded, Don't forget that your youngest aunt is the mistress of Xiang Wang Fu. Even if Xiang Wang doesn't think for himself, he has to think for the Shizi. With his help, the one laughing at the end may not be Ning Wang. Shui Rui thought in his heart but did not show it. Looking at his experienced face, he asked in a low voice, "Have you decided?" He had decided to bring the entire Shui family to participate in this fight for the throne and support Lu Tan to take the throne. Shui Lingnan's eyes were like torches. For the first time he showed his burning ambition in front of him. Ning Wang as the crown prince will sooner or later act against the Shui family. Rather than ending up with the destruction of the family, it is better to fight. Now even if we don't want to fight, we have to fight. The fight for the throne had long quietly begun. Shui Rui looked at the high-spirited expression of the old man in front of him but felt it was slightly unfamiliar. "That's right." Shui Lingnan suddenly changed the topic and asked, "The day before Foreign of State Wei used the refugees to escape Jing, did you have anything to do with it?" Shui Rui denied it. "Since the last time I returned to Jing, I have not seen them." Shui Lingnan was not suspicious. Looking at the rapid rain outside the window, he said coldly, "His Majesty mistakenly believed Zhu Muzhao's slander and forced Dongjing Wang into a corner with no other choice but to rebel. His Majesty's illness this time can be said to be adding oil to the fire. I'm afraid that Dongjing Wang will take advantage of the situation. He has at least 400,000 soldiers under his command. Once he moves, there will be a fierce battle with corpses everywhere." As he spoke, he stared at Shui Rui. "Do you have a way to secretly contact Dongjing Wang?" Shui Rui shook his head. Shui Lingnan's expression showed disappointment. His eyelids drooped as he thought for a moment before he sighed. "Actually, it is a fortunate thing for our Shui family that Foreign of State Wei was able to escape." Shui Rui was silent. "I have told you everything that needs to be said. This old man is tired and needs to rest. Call your second uncle over tonight. Us three, grandfather and grandson, will discuss further." Shui Rui retreated and closed the door. Hataku stuck his head out from the entrance of the courtyard. Seeing him come out, he hurriedly hugged a bundle of thick clothes and ran forward. "Young master, look at how pale your face is from the cold. Quickly put it on, quickly put it on." Shui Rui's icy cold fingers retracted into the fluffy fur, but the chill in his heart could not subside. From the moment he understood his parentage, he decided to repay his foster father's kindness. If the Shui family needed him to help them rise to the throne, he would definitely risk his life to accompany them. But if Shui Lingnan wanted to kill the person who broke his life and his ultimate goal was to usurp the throne, where would he go? On the 15th of the 12th month, the palace announced that the emperor was ill and the court meeting was not held. On the 16th of the 12th month, the seriously ill Emperor Zhaoqing finally woke up after being unconscious for 3 whole days. He immediately summoned a number of officials into the palace. On the dragon couch, he publicly announced the matter of Ning Wang regaining control of the country. After that, he once again sank into a state of unconsciousness. On the 17th of the 12th month, the civil and military officials were summoned to the palace. They saw that there was another seat under the steps of the dragon chair in Tian Hall. Just as everyone was bewildered, Ning Wang strode with his head held high and sat down on that seat. The great supervisor appeared to dictate the edict. Prime Minister Yin and Duke Jing also appeared to support him. They informed everyone that the emperor was ill and had moved to the temporary palace to recuperate. From today onwards, Ning Wang would temporarily be regaining control of the country. When this order came out, the officials in the hall were in an uproar. There was fierce opposition from a group of people on the spot. The reason was that Ning Wang was not the eldest son, nor was he the crown prince. He did not have the right to take on such a great responsibility. There were also people who questioned the authenticity of this imperial edict and clamored to see the emperor. There were even more radical people who took off their official robes and said that if the emperor was not willing to retract the edict, they would be removed from their positions. With this ruckus, Lu Hao's expression was certainly not good. In the past, whenever there was talk of the succession, he was the loudest voice. Who would have thought that on this day, there would be so many people who desperately opposed it? In the end, it was the great supervisor who appeared and suppressed the voices of opposition. Prime Minister Yin, on the other hand, stood to the side obediently and did not interfere. He had no intention of standing up for Ning Wang. At the same time, Shui Lingnan also dutifully stood to the side, acting as a spectator. No matter how much noise they made, he did not speak. An impromptu morning court session ended on a sour note. Yu Shu stood in an inconspicuous corner and watched the entire process. She looked at Ning Wang, who was sitting upright in the throne room. At the same time she thought that it was bad. At the same time she was even more certain of one thing: Yunhua did not lie to her. Without the book of mystery woman Lu Rin, there was no way for the succession of the crown prince. Chapter 749. The news from the previous court spread to the Hogong. Yongle Palace was filled with jubilation. A group of palace maids and Taijian knelt in unison in front of the hall. Yin Shu Fei, wrapped in a crimson fox fur coat, sat on a large red sandalwood 10,000 fortune treasure chair, smiling as she listened to them report the good news. Congratulations, Nyang Yang. His Highness Ning Wang has been ordered to supervise the country and will soon enter the Eastern Palace. Yin Shu Fei's face was radiant. She pretended to be stern as she said, Imperial Son has taken on such a great responsibility because of the Holy One's trust and to share the ruler's burden. What Eastern Palace? You cannot spread rumors. If Ben Gong hears anyone with a loose tongue, Ben Gong will not forgive them easily. All right, go back and do your work. After beating down a group of proud palace maids, Yin Shu Fei summoned the steward of the front hall, Tong Palace maid, and ordered, send someone to Phoenix Perching Palace and Zhong Chui Palace to scout. Palace attendant Tong sent someone. A short while later she came back to report. The Empress went to Peaceful Peace Hall early in the morning and hasn't returned yet. The people of Perching Tree Palace seem to be mute. They are so quiet that there isn't even one person speaking loudly. Yin Shu Fei curled her lips and asked her, how is Imperial Consort Shui? Imperial Consort Shui doesn't seem to be feeling well, so she summoned a Tai to take her pulse. Newbie found out that it was because Imperial Consort Shui forced her way into Peaceful Peace Hall yesterday and was sent back by the Empress. So the baby was affected. Emperor Zhaoqing was going to move to Huajin Garden to recuperate and would depart tomorrow. Rui Empress had chosen Hui Pin and Sun Guirin to accompany him. She didn't know when he would return. Rui Empress controlled the Hogong and used the excuse that no one was allowed to disturb Emperor Zhaoqing's recuperation to block all the Feipin outside the gates of Peaceful Peace Hall. From beginning to end she didn't let them see the emperor. Only Imperial Consort Shui relied on the fact that no one dared to stop her because she was pregnant and forced her way in. Yin Shu Fei snorted coldly and said, she isn't obedient even when she's pregnant. The Holy One is so sick that he can't get up, he doesn't have time to care about her. She relied on the child in her stomach and caused trouble for so many people. The wheel of fortune turns. If it's not the east wind that crushes the west wind, then it's the west wind that crushes the east wind. It's time for Ben Gong to rise. As she said that, she leaned back on the cotton pillow and pinched the space between her eyebrows with her slender fingers. She said slowly, my son has done well. I also want to stand up and not be a burden to him. Tell me, is there anything that this Empress can help with right now? Palace attendant Tong had been prepared and made a suggestion. Since your Highness has taken on the responsibility of regent, you have to stay in the palace all day to manage state affairs, and it is inconvenient for you to stay in Ningguang Fu. If the Eastern Palace can be vacated for your Highness to live in, then it is the best of both worlds. If Ningguang could live in the Eastern Palace, he would be one step closer to the position of Crown Prince. Yin Shu Fei's eyes lit up and clapped, that's great. I'm afraid that the Empress won't agree. Palace attendant Tong carefully reminded her. The Empress held the Phoenix seal and needed her approval to enter the Eastern Palace. It's just a hen that can't lay eggs. What's there to be afraid of? Tomorrow when His Majesty leaves the capital, Ben Gong will go and mention it to her. Yin Shu Fei had a determined look. Imperial Consort Shui had been pregnant for almost 6 months. She wasn't young anymore. Her belly was getting bigger by the day and the days were becoming harder to endure. Yesterday she had been angered in Tian Hall, and when she came back at night, her belly was in pain. Luckily Tao Momo was experienced. She sent someone to find Empress Rui for a tai and had a palace attendant boil an egg with thick red date water. She peeled the skin and fed it to Imperial Consort Shui until the tai came. The night passed in chaos. On the second day she heard the news that Ningguang was regent. Bad things happened one after another. Imperial Consort Shui weakly lay on the square bed surrounded by begonia flowers. The chief palace attendant of Zhong Chui Palace, Song Lan, rolled up the curtains and squatted by the bed to listen to her speak. Who would have thought that His Majesty would be so ill? Don't you think it's strange? Even the Imperial Hospital couldn't diagnose what illness it was. But at this critical moment Ningguang jumped out. It really makes one uneasy. Ben Gong had originally wanted to follow His Majesty to Huajin Garden to recuperate, but the Empress had deliberately arranged for Hui Pin and Sun Gui Ren. One of them is old and yellow, the other is her trusted aide. The Empress has calculated well. If His Majesty recovers, it wouldn't be a problem to have them fight for favor. If His Majesty isn't good, then this is a hidden pawn. Nyang, don't think so much. It's most important to recover first. Song Lan comforted in a gentle voice. Imperial Consort Shui shook her head lightly. After resting for a while, she ordered, "Send someone to the Celestial Commissioner and invite Yu to come here." Nyang, Song Lan wanted to say at this point even the Emperor couldn't do anything. What could a mere Imperial official do? Go, Imperial Consort Shui didn't explain to her. She closed her eyes and didn't speak. Song Lan left helplessly. In the impromptu court conference, they only announced the major matter of Ning Wang regaining control of the country. After the court was dismissed, Yu Shu followed Shui Rui out of the palace. The two of them fell behind the rest of the procession and discussed in low voices. The official that was crying in the Great Hall and wanted to be removed, wasn't it arranged by Prime Minister Shui? He really had guts. He dared to act shamelessly in front of everyone's eyes. If it wasn't for the people at the side blocking him, not just his official robe, he would have taken off his pants. Of course not. Shui Rui lowered his voice to tell her. Do you think that only the Rui family and our Shui family don't want Ning Wang to ascend? There are a number of imperial princes in Jing, but other than Jing Wang and Ning Wang, there's still the 8th prince, the 12th prince and the 15th prince. There's also Louis. Even if the imperial princes are young and useless, which one of them doesn't have any support? You can think of the rest yourself. Yu Shu thought, fighting is useless. Who knows how the book of Xiannu Lu Rin will choose the next emperor. Maybe that brat Lu Yi will be chosen. If I were to say the most anxious person right now should be the Empress, she said with some schadenfreude, I see that Shu Fei's temper is not one that can endure. After today who knows how the inner palace will be in chaos. She didn't like the Empress. On one hand she was the 10th princess who wanted to harm Shui Rui even before her death. She hated the house and its crow. On the other hand she herself was prejudiced against the fool of the Count of Zhongyong. Not to mention that Rui Zizhu had once discussed marriage with Shui Rui. Rui Lin's behavior after Shui Rui's disappearance made her extremely disappointed. Otherwise, why is it said that time reveals a person's heart? It wasn't hard to add flowers to a brocade, but it was rare to send charcoal in snowy weather. Shui Rui sighed lightly and said, I am only worried about Gumu's health. She won't be able to withstand the successive incidents. Yu Shu thought, when something happened to you, I didn't see noble consort Shui being so worried. She didn't say the truth to hurt him but comforted him. Don't you have me? Don't worry, I will go back and do a divination for her safety. If she is in any danger, I will inform you immediately. Thinking back to a few months ago, she and Shui Rui had privately discussed using the pregnancy of noble consort Shui to plot against the plots in the inner palace. They didn't want to wait for them to act before things changed. They hid in the back and whispered, not noticing that not far in front of them, Jing Chen frequently turned his head back and looked at them with a puzzled gaze. Not long after Yu Shu returned to the office of the Celestial Commissioner, someone from the palace came to summon her. When she heard that it was noble consort Shui who invited her, she muttered in her heart. Why was she looking for her at this time? With doubts in her mind, she tidied up her clothes and followed the person into the palace. It had to be said that going to the imperial palace twice a day was really a torture for someone who didn't have the privilege of riding a horse or sitting in a sedan chair. When she arrived at Zhongzui Palace, the palace maid Song Lan, who had received her the last 2 times, greeted her with a smile at the door. Seeing Yu Shu sweating and lifting her robe to step over the threshold, she quickly reached out to help her up and kept saying good things. Official Yu, thank you for making this trip. Her Highness is not feeling well and has just taken some medicine to sleep. Please wait in the side hall for a while. Yu Shu said politely and followed her to the side hall to drink tea and rest. After waiting for about an hour, noble consort Shui woke up and asked someone to invite her over. Yu Shu had been to Zhongzui Palace several times. This was the first time she stepped into noble consort Shui's bedchamber. She had a good nose and smelled a faint medicinal fragrance as soon as she entered. Putting aside how magnificent the bedroom was, the first thing she saw was noble consort Shui, who was bedridden. She was really shocked. It hadn't been long since they last saw each other, but the beauty of the past had turned into yesterday's yellow flowers. Her yellowish face, swollen eyes, and gloomy complexion had turned noble consort Shui into a different woman. This subject greets your highness. Yushu didn't show any abnormalities and lowered her head to greet her. Dispense with the formalities. Come to me and talk. Noble consort Shui raised her hand to let Yushu come over. She also signaled for everyone else in the room to leave, leaving only Nanny Tao to serve by the side. Looking at noble consort Shui like this, Yushu felt pity in her heart. She obediently walked to her bedside and sat down on the embroidered stool that Nanny Tao had brought over. Noble consort Shui looked at her with gentle eyes and asked softly. Chapter 750. Ben Gong wants to ask you to calculate a person. Are you willing? Yushu had not thought that noble consort Shui had come for the death-ending strange art. After a slight hesitation, she answered cautiously, "This subject is bold enough to ask who Nyang Yang is calculating." Noble consort Shui nonchalantly said, "You and Cheng Bai have known each other for so long. Has he ever mentioned the matter of the 10th princess?" Yushu stared unblinkingly at the ground. She said, "Supposedly, my brother almost became the son-in-law of the 10th princess. Later, because the 10th princess died of typhoid, the marriage was called off." Noble consort Shui faintly smiled. "You did not speak the truth. Has no one told you that the 10th princess was killed by someone?" Yushu's heart shook. She did not understand what she meant by this question. Did she want to say that it was rumored that Shui Xiaomei had pushed the 10th princess down the stairs, or was she implying that the 10th princess had actually been killed by Ning Wang? I've heard of it. Noble consort Shui tilted her head to look at her. "You really know how to play dumb. Fine, Ben Gong doesn't care if you know or not. If you help Ben Gong calculate the truth of the 10th princess's death, Ben Gong will reward you greatly." Yushu complained inside. This matter was not difficult. She had long calculated the cause of the 10th princess's death for Shui Rui. But for her to tell the truth to noble consort Shui in full detail, it was impossible. She understood. At this time, noble consort Shui wanted to investigate the cause of the 10th princess's death and point the spearhead at Ning Wang. If she calculated something, noble consort Shui would most likely use it to make a fuss. Yushu was slightly displeased. Noble consort Shui was clearly making it clear that she was going to be the one to stick out. Reporting to Nyang Yang. Yushu rose from her seat. She lifted the hem of her robe and knelt down. "This subject is willing to give it a try, but this subject has to say that the death-ending strange art is not flawless. If it is not accurate, Nyang Yang, please forgive me." Noble consort Shui slowly straightened and reached out to put a hand on Yushu's shoulder. She said in an amiable tone, "If you cannot make a decision, why don't you go back and discuss it with Cheng Bai? Ben Gong believes that you will not disappoint." Yushu suddenly felt a great deal of pressure and agreed submissively. She didn't want to stay a moment longer and immediately stood up to leave. Noble consort Shui didn't urge her to stay and asked Nanny Tao to send her off. When she walked out of the sleeping quarters, she realized that it was unreasonably warm inside. It was freezing cold outside, especially deep inside the palace. Everywhere was cold and cheerless. "Nanny, please go back. There's no need to send me off." In the hallway outside the sleeping quarters, senior servant Tao stopped in her tracks and suddenly said, "Does official you know the imperial scholar of the Wenhua Palace, official Kong?" Yushu paused and looked back at the amiable face of the old nanny. Her heart was beating like a drum. Lord Kong of the Hall of Civil Splendor, wasn't he the Tanhua who had an affair with the 10th princess? Noble consort Shui even found out about this? "I have seen Lord Kong before. Why would Nanny mention him?" Yushu pretended to be confused again, but Granny Tao did not continue. She beckoned for Song Lan, who was not far away, to send Yushu out of the palace. It was already late when she walked out of the palace. Yushu didn't return to the Celestial Commissioner's office. Instead, she went to the Supreme Court. In the evening, Shui Rui came out of the yamen. When he turned his head, he saw the carriage parked by the side of the road. A trace of doubt flashed in his eyes and he quickened his pace to walk over. "Didn't I say that I would go find you tomorrow? Why did you come again?" Shui Rui sat in the carriage. Yushu sighed and said, "I told you that Her Highness asked me to enter the palace in the afternoon and gave me an errand. This isn't the place to talk. Let's go back and talk." Thus, the two of them returned to Baochang Street. When night fell, no one could stay in the garden. Yushu led Shui Rui to her north wing and had a secret discussion in the study of the east wing. She called in Beikue to stand guard outside the room and not allow anyone to come near. Yushu told Shui Rui everything that had happened in Zhongzue Palace in the afternoon. In the end, she said, "Don't blame me for being narrow-minded. I feel that Her Highness has investigated everything and only lacks concrete evidence. That's why she wants to use my mouth to testify against Prince Ning. I didn't say anything too definite and just agreed to leave some leeway. In the beginning, in order to investigate the cause of the 10th princess' death, she and Shui Rui had put in a lot of effort. The truth was often unexpected. The 10th princess had an affair with Kong Qi and wasn't willing to marry Shui Rui, so she schemed to frame Shui Jinshuan, who knew that she was unlucky and jumped down from a building into the lake. She didn't survive the night before suddenly dying. The entire matter had been planned by Ning Wang. On one hand, it caused Empress Rui and Imperial Consort Shui to turn against each other, and on the other hand, it suppressed the Shui family. It was killing many birds with one stone. Emperor Zhaoqing had clearly found that there was something fishy about the 10th princess' death, but in order to protect Ning Wang, he let Shui Rui and Shui Jinshuan take the blame. Your concerns are correct, Shui Rui nodded and said, it seems that Aunt really wants to use this matter to deal with Ning Wang. Harming one's own brother, this was a heinous crime. If he was exposed, Ning Wang would face the condemnation of thousands of Dao protectors. One spit from each person would be enough to drown him. Yu Shu looked at him hesitantly. Guifei had me go out of the palace to discuss with you. It seems that she is very confident that you will stand on her side and convince me to stand up for her. Shui Rui's expression was a bit embarrassed. He slowly shook his head and said, Aunt is confident that grandfather will stand on her side. At the court conference today, the great minister had announced Ning Wang as the regent of the country. This had caused a group of people to object. The reason that Shui Lingnan hadn't made a move wasn't just because he didn't want to alert the enemy. If he acted, he would succeed in one blow. Once he learned of Guifei's intentions, he definitely wouldn't let go of this good chance to attack Ning Wang. It wasn't important whether or not Yu Shu could accurately determine the cause of the 10th princess' death. What was important was that everyone knew the art of death. If she spoke, she could push Ning Wang into the heart of the struggle. As for the rest, Shui Rui believed that Shui Lingnan and Shui Guifei would have a foolproof plan. Yu Shu suddenly understood. No wonder I said that I might not be accurate and Guifei Nyang didn't care. So she just wanted to borrow my name. Shui Rui felt restless. He didn't want to infect her with his emotions and walked to the rear window to open it for air. Yu Shu was depressed, but she couldn't bear to see him in a difficult position. She walked to his side and patted his back. She said, actually, this idea isn't bad. If you think it has a chance, then I will agree. Other people were afraid of Ning Wang's power, but she wasn't. That bastard had tried to kill her time and time again, and she was still holding a grudge for him. Shui Rui turned his head to look at her, but when he saw her expression that pressed forward with an indomitable will, his heart couldn't help but throb. He raised his hand and slid it to her shoulder, pulling the person into the crook of his arm. He said in a low voice, once the matter is exposed, Ning Wang will not sit and wait for death. This person is full of craftiness. If he is lucky enough to escape, you will become the target of public criticism. I will not let you take this risk. His attitude didn't allow for objection. It carried a forceful aura. Yu Shu wasn't displeased when she heard this. She felt that she was more important than anything else. She reached out to hug his waist and raised her head to smile at him. It's enough to hear you say that. I'll tell you a secret. Don't be too surprised. She had wanted to tell Shui Rui for a long time. Because she wasn't sure if it was true or not, she had delayed it until today. Shui Rui hugged her and turned around. He closed the window with one hand to protect her from the cold wind. What secret? Tell me. When I returned to live, Yunhua told me that Emperor Anwu had left an ancestral teaching. All the emperors of our dynasty were chosen from the Book of Mystery Maiden. The arm on her shoulder suddenly tightened. Yu Shu looked at Shui Rui's incredulous expression and quickly said, at first I thought it was unreliable. But the Book of Mystery Maiden is indeed in Yunhua's hands. He wouldn't speak without thinking. Think about it. Why is the emperor still not willing to appoint a crown prince? Why is Ning Wang supervising the country but not giving him a proper name? With every sentence she said, Shui Rui's eyes became more serious. The clouds of doubt disappeared and he was shocked. He couldn't help but ask himself, what is the Book of Mystery Maiden? Yu Shu said, the 6 founding instruments are the book, sword, ruler, cauldron, compass and rui. The Book of Mystery Maiden should be the book referred to. We have seen the magic of the Tai Ching cauldron and the 7-star ruler. Now, even if someone told me that this book is a heavenly book, I would believe it. Yet Shui Rui had never clearly understood why Yun Hua would flee all over the place after he stole the Book of Mystery Woman's 6 rens. Yun Hua was clearly aware that Shui Rui had been adopted by his foster father, yet Yun Hua was able to endure and not reveal himself. Let's wait. Jin Ku has already invited him to the capital on my behalf. When we see him we must ask him this time. Jin Ku returned to the capital yesterday and brought the news that the mother and daughter of the Jiang family had left safely. Shui Rui persuaded him to look for Yun Hua, so he left the capital without stopping. Thinking that they would soon be able to see the true appearance of the Book of Mystery Maiden, Yu Shu and Shui Rui seemed to be impatient. I will go back to deal with grandfather first. If aunt summons you to the palace again, you can pretend to be courteous to her for the time being. We will make plans after we see Yun Hua. Yu Shu nodded and agreed. Shui Rui reluctantly let go of her and picked up the cloak that was hanging on the hanger. When he saw that she was following him step by step, he turned around and hugged her once more. Chapter 751. As Shui Rui had expected, when he left Baochang Street and returned to the Prime Minister's Fu, Shui Lingnan was already waiting for him. The grandfather and grandson talked for a long time in the study. They couldn't help but disagree on whether or not to use the 10th princess's death to suppress Ning Wang. Shui Lingnan had found out the truth 2 years ago. It wasn't that he didn't collect evidence that pointed to Ning Wang, but because Emperor Zhaoqing wanted to protect him, he had no choice but to give up. Now that Emperor Zhaoqing was beyond cure and Ning Wang was only one step away from the position of crown prince, Shui Lingnan and Imperial Consort Shui both thought that if they didn't act now, it would be too late when Ning Wang stabilized his position in the Eastern Palace. So they decided to act. What surprised Shui Rui was that Imperial Consort Shui had managed to secretly swap one of the 10th princess's personal palace maids out of the palace. This palace maid happened to know everything about the 10th princess and Kong Qi's private dealings. Also, when the 10th princess jumped down from Guanhai Tower, it was this palace maid who had brought Shui Jinshuan to the scene of the incident. Kong Qi is controlled by Ning Wang. I have a way to make him bite back at Ning Wang. But no matter if it's the palace maid or Kong Qi testifying against Ning Wang, it won't be enough to attract attention. The best is to have your Ime use the name of the art of death and cooperate with you to put on a show in the morning court. Only then can we catch Ning Wang off guard. Shui Lingnan's tone was as though everything was ready and waiting for the final push. He didn't even consider if Shui Rui would refuse his arrangements. Grandfather, have you ever thought that if we do this, the 10th princess's reputation will be completely ruined? Will the empress ignore this? Shui Rui didn't want Yu Shu to bear the risk of failure and changed the topic. Shui Lingnan said coldly, do you think the empress didn't detect the 10th princess's strange death? In order to protect her daughter's innocence, she caused your aunt to lose her child. It was the empress who was heartless first. Now I don't have to worry. Will she stop us from targeting Ning Wang to protect the 10th princess's reputation? Shui Rui felt the irony. Just as Shui Lingnan said, if it was to suppress Ning Wang. Even if the scandal of the 10th princess having an affair with another person was exposed, the empress would probably bite her teeth and swallow it. It seemed that his grandfather and aunt had already discussed this in secret. They were just waiting for him to act as a lobbyist and use Yu Shu's reputation to increase their odds of success. Shui Lingnan's eyes were vicious. Shui Rui hesitated. What's wrong? Is it that the young lady is unwilling to take the lead? Shui Rui quickly retracted his expression. He lowered his head and said, why is she unwilling? Ning Wang sees her as a thorn in his side because of the death-ending wondrous art and wants nothing more than to get rid of her. It wasn't that she didn't want to have a chance to help, but she wasn't alone. Her entire family depended on her. If she couldn't expose Ning Wang's crimes this time, the one who would suffer the most would be her. She and I are like siblings. I can't let a girl like her take this risk. Shui Lingnan stared at Shui Rui for a while and suddenly sneered. He said, like siblings? You really think that my old eyes can't see? You and that Yu Lianfang clearly have an affair, right? Shui Rui's back stiffened slightly. When he raised his head, he revealed a face of shock. How can this be? How can you misunderstand me and her? Enough! Shui Lingnan impatiently interrupted his sophistry and almost bluntly exposed him. Last time you lied to me and said that there was a girl you liked. You lied that it was Princess Chun Wei of the Prince of Dongjing's residence and I believed it. But when you learned that the Jiang family mother and daughter had escaped Jing, you didn't show any worry or abnormality. I could see that you were wrong. Also, you have always been steady in your conduct, but for a girl, you used your position to take revenge. You beat Yin Zhorong's youngest son into a cripple, and you still dare to say that you didn't have an affair with that girl? Shui Rui grimaced inwardly. So he had given himself away during the escape of the Jiang family mother and daughter, and his grandfather had discovered the clues. You don't have to hide it. Today is not the past. If it was 2 months ago, if I knew that you liked a wild girl of shady origins, I would not have agreed no matter what. But now the situation has changed. As long as she agrees to expose Ning Wang, I will no longer interfere with your matters. After the matter is over, if you want to marry her, I will send someone to her family to propose. Shui Rui had never thought that Shui Lingnan would say such a thing. He was speechless as he listened to the magnanimous tone. He confirmed that the other was not joking and instantly became suspicious. He had originally thought that his grandfather knew the secret of the Great and Calamity, and suspected that the 2 murders in Taisha Library were secretly instigated by him in order to assassinate the Fate Breaker and disturb the imperial family of the Greaten. But why did his grandfather act as if he did not know that Yushu was the Fate Breaker, and did not know the power of the Fate Breaker? What was the explanation for Chief Steward Su, who was wanted on the imperial list, and the sudden disappearance of the Taisha Library? Was his grandfather deliberately confusing him, or did he have a misunderstanding? Many thoughts flashed through Shui Rui's mind, but it was only a matter of an instant. When he met Shui Lingnan's hawk-like gaze, he reacted quickly, revealing a surprised and doubtful expression. He said, "You really agree to let me marry her?" Shui Lingnan expressionlessly asked him, "Is this old man someone who doesn't keep his word?" Shui Rui clenched his fists, unable to disguise his excitement as he said, "I know, I will go find her tomorrow." Shui Lingnan pursed his lips in a satisfied smile, and then exhorted him with a few words. It was nothing more than telling him to be careful and not reveal his tracks. Shui Rui agreed one by one. Finally, taking advantage of Shui Lingnan's good mood, he asked for permission to visit Shui Lingnan's mother in the backyard. When Shui Rui walked out of the study room, it was already the middle of the night. The courtyard was very quiet. Baoda was walking in front with a lantern in his hand, illuminating the way. If he were to turn his head around, he would be able to see a pair of eyes that were darker than the night sky. Not long after he left, a black shadow flashed into the study. Shui Lingnan sat motionless behind the mahogany marble table, looking at the person as if he was used to it. He slowly spat out a turbid breath and said tiredly, "Go back and tell your master that Qingbai does not know much and will not affect the overall situation." The person in the shadow said in a low voice, "I implore the Prime Minister to explain in detail so that I can go back and report." Shui Lingnan frowned. Although he was unhappy, he still opened his mouth and said, "He probably only knows who the Great and Calamity is and who the Fate Breaker is, but he does not know how to break the Fate Breaker or what happened." "Many thanks, Prime Minister. This one asks to be excused." The window door gently opened and closed without a sound. The candlestick on the study table flickered with a bright yellow flame, illuminating the countless wrinkles on Shui Lingnan's face and revealing his old age. Yesterday, the great minister had announced that Ning Wang was supervising the country. The entire court had been shocked and the news had spread through the city. Yushu did not know what had changed in the other yamens, but when she came to the Celestial Commissioner office today, she clearly found that something was different. At the clock tower, she had encountered 2 officials from the Tai Ching Bureau talking loudly about how wise it was for the emperor to appoint Ning Wang as the supervisor of the country. Yushu couldn't help but glance at the 2. The other detected her gaze and did not come forward to greet her. Instead, they raised their necks and walked away. Yushu raised an eyebrow and turned to go to Kunling Bureau. She had only taken a few steps when someone lightly followed her and said in her ear, "Left Magistrate Chao is His Highness Ning Wang's maternal uncle." This time the Tai Ching Bureau has straightened its back. Left Magistrate Chao was the senior officer of the Tai Ching Bureau. Ning Wang was in power. It was no wonder that the people of the Tai Ching Bureau were cocky. She glanced at Wen Xiaoan, who was walking silently, and asked him, "Today is a double day. Shouldn't you be going to Taisha Library for lessons? Why did you run over?" Wen Xiaoan said dispiritedly, "Such a big thing has happened. This subordinate doesn't have the mood to study. Darren has good self-restraint and doesn't seem to be in a hurry at all." Yushu lightly snorted and teased him, "You can't keep your composure. What did I usually teach you? Even if the sky falls, there are tall people to hold it up. I don't worry, what are you worried about?" However, this boy had the self-awareness of being her trusted aide and couldn't let Ning Wang have an easy time. This point was worth praising. The 2 chatted as they entered Kunling Bureau. Yushu finally found that Wen Xiao, and wasn't an exception. The subordinates and officials all had dispirited expressions and their complexions weren't good. The entire bureau was filled with a dispiritedness that could be seen with the naked eye. This wasn't surprising. Jing Qin and Lu Tan had been fellow Shirshu and nieces at Mount Longhu. Many people knew this. Adding on that she and Shui Rui called each other brother and sister, Kunling Bureau had become one of respect for King Wang's faction. Everyone was in danger. Yu Shu was infected by this group of people and couldn't laugh. Otherwise she would appear too heartless. The entire morning passed in a heavy atmosphere until the chief supervisor sent someone to summon her. Her intuition told her that the chief supervisor would not be looking for her at this time. She was careful along the way. When she arrived at Tai Shilu, she entered the door and saw Jing Qin sitting to the right of the chief supervisor with an unhappy expression. Her heart jumped. Zhu Muzhao smiled at Yu Shu and waved his hand pleasantly, saying, "You are here. Sit quickly." He pointed at the chair opposite Jing Qin for her to sit down and then said, "Yun Hua and I were good friends when he was alive. Yun Hua and I were good friends when he was alive. Although I didn't watch Jing Qin grow up, I saw him as a nephew. His parents are not around and His Majesty is worried about him. This morning, when he left the capital for Huazhen Garden, His Majesty entrusted the matter of his marriage to me. I asked Jing Qin privately and knew that he was interested in you. So I volunteered to be a matchmaker and help the two of you get together. You don't need to be embarrassed. Give me a definite answer today so that I can arrange your marriage." Yu Shu was stunned. She didn't forget to do a divination before going to bed last night. Why didn't she predict that the chief supervisor would come out today to help her get a matchmaker? She suddenly turned her head to look at Jing Qin and shouted at him with her eyes, "What's going on?" Jing Qin returned a helpless expression to her. He stood up and said to Zhu Muzhao, "Uncle, she is a girl and has a mother. How can she decide on her own marriage? Why don't you let her go home and discuss it with Madame Yu before giving a reply?" Zhu Muzhao's smile didn't fade. He glanced at him and then looked at Yu Shu again. "That's fine. Go back and talk to your family and give me a definite answer tomorrow." Yu Shu opened her mouth to refuse, but Jing Qin turned his back to the chief supervisor and stopped her with his eyes. Yu Shu jumped over his shoulder and saw the chief supervisor slowly put away his smile and his eyes that seemed to be covered with fog. Her heart trembled and she swallowed her saliva. "I'm afraid I can't explain it clearly in one night. Let me go back and think about it. I will give you an answer the day after tomorrow, okay?" Zhu Muzhao looked at her indifferently and said, "Okay. To be continued." Chapter 752. Yu Shu and Jing Qin walked out of Tai Shilu one after the other. The former had a gloomy expression while the latter had a forbearing expression. No one spoke until they entered Kunlingju. Yu Shu slowed her steps and let Jing Qin walk in front. Under the furtive glances of several pairs of eyes, she followed him to the second floor. As soon as the two figures disappeared at the top of the stairs, several heads popped out from the waiting room and stretched their necks to look upstairs. "Why did Yu come back with Yu Ling Darren? What were the two of them talking about upstairs?" Yu Shu closed the door and turned around, almost bumping into Jing Qin's chest. "Xiao Yu, don't be angry. Listen to me, don't explain." She gently pushed him away and walked 2 steps around him. She turned around and said, "I don't blame you. I'm guessing that you didn't know beforehand." Jing Qin nodded. This morning the emperor departed for Huazhen Garden. He and the Grand Commissioner were in the queue to see him off. After the imperial carriage left Anling City, they returned to the Celestial Commissioner. As soon as they sat down in Tai Shilu, the Grand Commissioner mentioned Emperor Zhaoqing's request, and sent someone to Kunlingju to find Yu Shu. He didn't give him any room to refuse. Yu Shu snorted coldly, "The Grand Commissioner definitely knows that you told me the secret of the great calamity, so he doesn't need to hide it in front of me. If the soft approach doesn't work, then use the hard approach." She dared to say that when the Grand Commissioner proposed the marriage at Tai Shilu, if she refused in front of him, it would break the last remaining layer of window paper. The Grand Commissioner would definitely not be polite to her. Jing Qin worriedly said, "When he asks for your answer the day after tomorrow, what will you do?" Yu Shu paced back and forth. She couldn't come up with an idea after thinking about it. Just as her mind was in a mess, Jing Qin hesitantly said, "If it really doesn't work, just agree first. Just agree to it first. It will take some time to prepare for the wedding. We can drag it out as long as we can." "You make it sound so easy." Yu Shu mumbled. She had hidden this from Shui Rui. If she agreed to help him, what would Shui Rui think if he heard about it? Which man in this world could calmly face the news that the woman he loved was going to marry his rival in love, even if it was fake? No matter how she thought about it, no matter how she answered the question, it was best to report this to Shui Rui in advance. Are you afraid that that person will misunderstand? Jing Qin suddenly asked. Which person? Yu Shu was absent-minded. He didn't understand. The person you like. Jing Qin slowed down his tone. Haven't you told him about what happened between you and me? Ah. Yu Shu's eyes darted around. She turned her head to hide her guilty conscience. This is a matter of life and death. How could I tell him? She could only quietly apologize to Jing Qin in her heart. It wasn't that she deliberately lied to him. It was that she didn't want to expose Shui Rui. After all, Jing Qin and Shui Rui were brothers. She couldn't be sure that Jing Qin wouldn't hold a grudge after knowing the relationship between her and Shui Rui. The two brothers didn't wait for the day to recognize each other before they became enemies. Thinking about it, she felt guilty even though she was the most innocent person. I'll go back and think of a way. You stay here. Yu Shu said and left in a hurry. She didn't notice Jing Chen's probing eyes behind her. Yu Shu left early from Kunling Bureau with her two inseparable followers. She worried about how to confess to Shui Rui that she was forced to marry. When she walked to the gate of the Celestial Commissioner, she saw a familiar carriage parked on the opposite street. She couldn't help but want to turn around and hide. This person really can't be nagged. She walked over with a gloomy face. The coachman, Lao Chue, quickly put down a small stool for her to step on. He opened the heavy leather curtain with one hand. Yu Shu stuck her head in. Half of her body was still outside the carriage. She saw the person sitting next to Shui Rui. She was so surprised that she opened her mouth wide and hurriedly went into the carriage. Jin Ku smiled and said, "Little sister, why are you so happy to see me?" In the beginning, when Shui Rui introduced Yu Shu to Jin Ku, he addressed her as his sworn sister. Jin Ku had always considered himself as Shui Rui's older brother, so he followed suit and addressed her as little sister. Yu Shu was so excited that she couldn't close her mouth. Seeing Jin Ku at this time was like seeing her savior. "Jin Daxia, you're back so soon." She moved closer to him and said in a low voice, "Is Mr. Yinya here too?" It was inconvenient to mention Yunhua's name outside, so she addressed him by his wild name. Jin Ku said with a stern face, "Don't call me master. Just call me big brother like little brother." "Yes, big brother." Yu Shu readily accepted his advice. She didn't care that Shui Rui had never called him that before. She asked with a shy face, "You came back alone?" Jin Ku also moved forward like she did. He pouted at Shui Rui's direction and winked at her. "Godfather also came." Yu Shu followed his gaze and looked at Shui Rui. It was not difficult to notice that even though Shui Rui pretended to be indifferent, he was actually the same as her. He was happy for Yunhua's timely arrival. "Where is the master? Are we going to see him now?" "Don't worry, he is staying in the south of the city. That place is not easy to find. It is also not convenient to go during the day. When it gets dark, I will send you there quietly. I guarantee that no one will know." Jin Ku patted his chest and guaranteed. Yu Shu nodded repeatedly. It was not convenient to move during the day. If they were followed, it would be harmful to Yunhua. Shui Rui said to her, "Jin Ku came back this morning. He first walked around Baochang Street and found that there were more than 10 spies lying in ambush around your house. They surrounded the inside and outside of your house. There are people watching your every move. Don't let your guard down. When it gets dark, change into clothes that are easy to walk in and wait in your room. You don't have to do anything. Jin Ku will bring you out." Yu Shu was secretly shocked, but she also knew why there were so many spies in front of her house. The three of them carefully confirmed tonight's action. Shui Rui sent Yu Shu home and left. In the end, Yu Shu couldn't tell him that she had already started to prepare to risk her life for Jing Chen. Shui Rui also couldn't tell her about Xuelingnan's arrangements. The two of them carefully explored their future. They both hoped that after they saw Yunhua tonight, everything would be explained. At night, Yu Shu had dinner early. She sent away the maidservants in the house and stated that she was going to perform divination tonight. No one was allowed to disturb her. Only Baikue was left outside to keep watch. After closing the door, Yu Shu rummaged through the wardrobe and found a set of dark-colored cotton-padded clothes and trousers. Then she tied her long hair on top of her head. She put on a gray leather hat and a pair of cotton shoes with 1,000 layers of soles. After she was ready, she sat by the bed and waited. At about 7 o'clock, she stared at the candlelight on the table. Suddenly she heard an owl's cry outside the window behind the house. She immediately stood up and opened the window. It was dark outside. Suddenly, a hand came out and grabbed the windowsill with a few fingers. Fortunately, Yushu was brave. She wasn't frightened by him. The terrain behind the house was low. The window was about 6 or 7 feet above the ground. Jin could jump in lightly. He was dressed in night clothes. He was wrapped tightly from head to toe. Only his eyes were exposed, shining brightly. He glanced at what Yushu was wearing. His eyes curved and he handed her a bag. A low voice came from behind the mask. "Wrap yourself outside. Don't make a sound." Yushu thought she was wearing the same nocturnal clothes as him, but when she opened the bundle she found a large black cloak. She didn't ask much and put it on as he said. Jin-ku nodded and jumped out of the window. "Little sister, jump down. Don't be afraid. You won't fall." Yushu used her hands and feet to climb up the window. She looked at the dark ground, swallowed her saliva and jumped down. She didn't expect a pair of hands to grab her knees. Before her feet could touch the ground, she was carried on someone's shoulder. Her vision blurred and she flew up. She almost didn't cry out. The wind whistled in her ears, and the light and shadow flowed backward. Jin-ku was like a flying arrow, carrying her effortlessly on the roofs and walls. Before Yushu could recover, she was brought out of the mansion by him. After running for a while, they stopped at an unfamiliar alley. Only then did he put her down on the ground. He helped the dizzy and blurry Yushu into the sedan that had been prepared a long time ago. He and Gue Lu, one in front and one behind, quickly carried her away. After an hour, Yushu met up with Shui Rui in a simple and crude inn in the south of the city. She'd vomited on the way, and her countenance was ghastly pale. Jin-ku followed her with an apologetic face and explained to Shui Rui in a low voice, "I ran a little too fast." Yushu let Shui Rui help her to sit down. She waved her hand and said, "It's not your fault. I ate too much for dinner." There were only 3 of them in the room and Gue Lu was outside. Shui Rui poured hot water for her and said, "Mr. Yinyer is nearby. You can rest for a while before we go." Yushu took a few sips of hot tea to warm her stomach. She shook her head and said, "No, I'm fine. Let's go." She really couldn't wait. Shui Rui had no choice but to take out a disguise from the lacquer box on the tea table. He raised her chin and added a few pockmarks on her face. He also drew 2 thick eyebrows for her. Yushu touched her face. She didn't know what he had done to her, but when she saw that he only stuck 2 mustaches on his lips and still looked elegant, she felt that something was wrong and couldn't help but ask, "Where are we going?" Jin-ku laughed dryly. Shui Rui didn't answer. He straightened her fur hat and pulled her up, saying, "You'll know when we get there." The 3 of them came out from the back door and separated into 2 groups. When they reached the street, Jin-ku disappeared in a flash. It was already midnight. There were few pedestrians on the road. Most of the shops on the street were closed. Only one tavern was still lit. In a daze, Yushu followed Shui Rui and walked for a while, turning left and right. Suddenly, she heard the sound of music from afar. She didn't know how many street corners they had turned, but the scene suddenly changed. She was intoxicated by the fragrance of colorful flowers. Oh my, there was a brothel hidden in this place. "Oh, young master, come to our sky fragrance courtyard. Sir, please come in and have a drink to warm your body. How about I sing a song for you?" The street was so narrow that not even a carriage could enter, but there was a group of enchanting women squeezing in front of their doors and giggling. Colorful handkerchiefs fluttered in the air, dazzling Yushu's eyes. If she wasn't careful, she would almost be pulled in. Shui Rui pulled her back imperceptibly, and with a cold expression, he waved away a few prostitutes that were blocking his path. Not only did he not make anyone afraid, there was instead a young woman who giggled in a silly manner. She stared fixedly at Shui Rui's rarely seen handsome face and winked at him. "Big brother, you're so strong." Then she reached out to touch Shui Rui's chest. Her long hooked nails in Yushu's eyes looked like the claws of a white-boned spirit. Her eyes lit up. She didn't wait for Shui Rui to dodge. She slapped the claws away and squeezed in front of him. She pushed him with her hands. No matter if she touched the girl's chest or shoulder, she only cared about moving forward. She slapped left and right and she didn't know how many hands she hit. She opened a path for Shui Rui. Along the way she didn't let any seductress touch him. Shui Rui looked at her and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Seeing that she was about to go too far, he hurriedly grabbed her and whispered, "We're here." Yushu stopped and looked up. There was a horizontal board hanging on the door of the brothel. The board had the words Red Flower House written on it. It was very vulgar. The prostitutes at the door quickly stuck to them like flies. This time Shui Rui didn't push them away. Instead he pulled Yushu inside. He called the brothel keeper and threw a silver ingot to her. "I heard that you have a Miss Chanshan here?" The brothel keeper quickly put the ingot into her sleeve. Her expression was awkward. "I'm here to look for Chanshan. Coincidentally, she's not feeling well today. She hasn't received any customers for the whole day. How about we change someone else? How about letting Yen Yen serve you?" Shui Rui took out another ingot. He waved it in front of her. The brothel keeper's expression immediately changed. "Oh, look at my memory. Chanshan wasn't feeling well yesterday, but she's fine today. Please come upstairs. This servant will call her out to meet the customers." The two of them followed her upstairs. The stairs were narrow and could only accommodate one person. Yushu walked at the back. When the brothel keeper wasn't paying attention, she pinched his waist. Shui Rui was in pain. He turned around and looked at her. Yushu glared at him. "What, Chanshan and Yen Yen? Where the hell is this place?" Shui Rui's eyes were innocent. He paused for a moment and leaned over to her ear. He whispered, "You'll know when you see her." Yushu let him go. They followed the brothel keeper to a room at the top of the second floor. The brothel keeper knocked on the door and said, "Chanshan, there's a guest here. Hurry up and get dressed." After a while, a sweet voice came from inside. "Mom, wait for me to put on my clothes." A layer of goosebumps appeared on Yushu's body when she heard the voice, and she waited patiently outside the door. During this period of time, she stole a few glances at Shui Rui, and she noticed that his chin was tightly clenched, so she knew that he wasn't completely looking forward to their next meeting. She could completely understand that this time was different from the last time. When they met Yunhua at the return residence, Shui Rui didn't know that Yunhua was his father at all. This time, however, it was a real meeting between father and son. No matter who it was, if they had never seen their biological father since they were young, they would definitely feel at a loss when they suddenly had to meet their biological father after 20 years. Not long after, footsteps could be heard from the other side of the door. It sounded like someone was dragging their shoes to open the door. Creak. The door opened a gap, but the person inside did not come out. Instead, he dragged his feet and went inside again. The brothel keeper smiled at them apologetically and pushed the door open. "Sir, please go in. Chanshan is waiting." As she spoke, she pulled Yushu. "Little brother, follow me downstairs to listen to some music. Don't stay here and hinder your young master." It turned out that the brothel keeper treated Yushu as a servant. Before her face darkened, Shui Rui separated the brothel keeper and sent her away with a few words. He then pulled Yushu into the room and closed the door from the inside. Yushu stepped on his foot indignantly and took the lead to walk in. When she raised her head, she was stunned. The room was not big. There were two partitions inside and outside. A layer of gauze hung on the wall and two screens blocked the door. There was a low couch on the opposite side of the room, and it was covered with a rose-red mattress. A person was sitting cross-legged on the mattress. He was wearing a red coat and a fluffy shawl. His hair was tied up, with red hairpins and jade rings. His face was pretty, but he had a pair of slanted eyes. No matter how she looked at him, he looked familiar. You aren't you that who?" The person rolled his eyes and flung the shawl off his shoulders. "Zhao Xiaozhu. I'm Zhao Xiaozhu. What kind of memory do you have?" Yushu suddenly understood. Wasn't this brothel girl called Chanshan the boy they met in Ancienne? "So you're a girl." "Ba ba," Zhao Xiaozhu grumbled unhappily. "Who's a girl? I'm a man, I guarantee you're the real deal." Yushu clicked her tongue in wonder. She stared at him and said, "Really? I can't tell at all." Zhao Xiaozhu glared at her. "Same here. I couldn't tell you were a girl the first time I saw you." The two of them started bickering the moment they met. Shui Rui stood at the side. He was much more at ease than when he entered the room. He looked around and his gaze finally fell on a door in the inner room. As if in response to his gaze, the door was gently pulled open from the inside. The bead curtain was moved and a black marten coat came into view. First was a pair of brand new boots, then a pearl belt and finally a pair of amorous peach blossom eyes. His whole person walked out of the darkness. There was suddenly no sound in the room. Yushu's words were stuck in her throat. She looked at the man who suddenly appeared. Her mind was a little slow. Yunhua was dressed much more neatly than the last time they met. His hair was no longer disheveled, and he was no longer dressed in linen clothes and cloth shoes. He looked very spirited. If it were not for the white hair at his temples that revealed his age, he would have mesmerized many young girls. Yushu guessed that he probably changed his clothes to give a good impression to Shui Rui. She turned to look at Shui Rui, and then compared him to Yun Hua. She had to admit that although the father and son did not look alike, if they stood together based on their temperament alone, no one would deny that they were father and son. "You're here." Yun Hua nodded gently at Shui Rui. There was an indescribable heat in his eyes. Yushu blinked and suddenly reacted. She looked at him in surprise. You can speak?" Although Yun Hua's voice was hoarse and unpleasant to the ears, and one could not even hear what he said if they did not pay attention, he did make a sound. He was not a mute like she previously thought. Shui Rui frowned. Yun Hua stared at him intently. Zhao Xiaozhu was afraid that they would misunderstand, so he quickly explained on Yun Hua's behalf. "Foster father's throat is indeed burned. It's not that he can't speak, it's that he can't speak. I haven't heard him speak for many years. Who knew that he would ignore all of you the moment he saw you?" As he spoke, he turned around to support Yun Hua. He wanted to help him sit down and rebuked him in a low voice. "Don't make a sound. You'll cough up blood again later. I'll go and prepare a pen and paper." Yun Hua gently pushed Zhao Xiaozhu's arm away. He shook his head and refused his support. He took a step forward and stood in front of Shui Rui. He met Shui Rui's deep gaze and smiled. He said slowly and stubbornly, "Sure Ning, this is the name your mother gave you. She hoped that you would live up to your name and live a peaceful life." Chapter 753. Yun Mufeng's original name was Lu Yan. He was from Yang. He and his first wife, Han Ling, were childhood friends. Han Ling's father was a scholar. He failed many times, so he opened a private school to teach and educate people. Because Han Ling's mother died early, he raised his daughter alone. When Han Ling was 5 years old, the neighbors moved and a pair of master and disciple moved in. They called themselves the Jianghu. The little disciple was Lu Yan. He was only 3 years older than Han Ling. The master and disciple made a living by selling fortunes on Wanxiang Street. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 years passed. Lu Yan and Han Ling grew up together. Gradually, they developed an extraordinary friendship. However, Lu Yan's master's whereabouts were uncertain. He often traveled outside for a year and a half. Han Ling's father originally looked down on Lu Yan, who had no parents. However, because he was ill in his later years, he was afraid that one day he would pass away and no one would take care of his beloved daughter. Seeing that Lu Yan sincerely wanted to marry him, he entrusted Han Ling to him and arranged the marriage for the two. In the 11th year of Baotai, in the 7th month, Lu Yan and Han Ling got married. In the autumn of the same year, Lu Yan went to the capital to attend the Dian examination. He changed his name to Changzhou's Yun Mufeng. After he left, Han Ling found out that she was pregnant. She happily asked someone to send a letter to the capital to share this good news with her husband. However, she didn't know that there was no Lu Yan in Anling City. There was only Yun Hua, who was appointed as the princess's husband by the emperor. You must have heard what happened next. After they met, Yun Hua insisted on using his hoarse and deep voice to personally narrate to Shui Rui the story of how he and Madame Han got to know each other 20 years ago. He didn't describe the deep relationship he had with Madame Han in detail, nor did he repent of his mistakes in front of Shui Rui. But from the perspective of a bystander, Yushu was able to sense his reminiscence and guilt towards Madame Han. It wasn't only because he'd let her down, but most importantly, it was because he truly and deeply loved this wife of his who'd been close friends with him since they were young, so he revealed his true feelings. Yushu looked at Shui Rui. Shui Rui was listening to Yun Hua attentively from the beginning to the end. He paid attention to every single word that Shui Rui said, and he did not pretend to be indifferent because of his prejudice against Yun Hua. After a short moment of being absent-minded, Shui Rui recovered his initial calm, and he stared fixedly at Yun Hua as he said, "After returning to the capital from Inxian, Shu told me about the agreement between you and her. At that time, I guessed my identity. Later, I sent people to Yang County to investigate and finally confirmed that I was the person you wanted her to find. Now that she brought me to you, shouldn't you fulfill the agreement and take out the Book of Mystic Fairy's 6 wrens?" There was a hint of sadness in Yun Hua's eyes. When he heard this, his expression did not change. Instead, he turned to look at Yushu and said slowly, "I should thank you. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come to see me." It was obviously words of gratitude, but Yushu felt a little awkward when she heard it. She always felt that Yun Hua was a little pitiful. She tried to speak for a long time, but she still could not divert Shui Rui's attention. What followed was not a plot of a father and son reuniting and crying, but a transaction with a clear price tag. Objectively speaking, Yunhua was indeed a bastard who abandoned his wife and son, but no one knew better than Yushu that his original intention was to complete his master's order, but because of it, he lost the second half of his life. He caused the death of two women who loved him deeply. He was more distressed than anyone else when he lost his own flesh and blood. Zhao Xiaozhu could not help but interrupt. Second brother, don't blame foster father for not looking for you all these years. He knew that you have become the young master of the Prime Minister's residence, so he did not dare to meet you. The imperial court has been sending people to hunt him down. We can't stay anywhere for long. If it weren't for eldest brother coming out of isolated cultivation last year and achieving great mastery in martial arts, we would still be in hiding. Shui Rui was unmoved. He said, let's talk about these things later. What we need now is the Book of Fantasy Women's 6 Rens. Yushu knew that she could not betray her teammate at this critical juncture. No matter how much she sympathized with Yunhua, she could not forget the important matter at hand. So, she quickly echoed, yes, we need to take a look at the Book of Fantasy Women's 6 Rens first. Zhao Xiaozhu's expression became anxious. He wanted to say something but he was stopped by Yunhua. Yunhua extended his hand and handed it to him. Zhao Xiaozhu gloomily helped him sit down on the low couch. Then he turned around and went into the house. Yushu originally thought that he had gone to get the Book of Fantasy Women's 6 Rens, but she did not expect him to slam the door from the inside and not come out again. She looked strangely at the tightly shut door and turned around to ask Yunhua. What is he doing inside? Without waiting for Yunhua to answer, Zhao Xiaozhu's voice came from the house. Didn't you guys want to see that annoying heavenly book? My eldest brother and I have sworn that we will never take a look at that damn thing in our lifetime. If you guys want to see it, go ahead and see it yourselves. When Yushu heard him shouting, she was surprised at first. Then she was afraid that his voice was too loud and would attract people over. She quickly moved closer to the door and said, "Shh, don't shout. What if someone hears you?" "Hear what?" "My eldest brother is squatting on the roof. Whoever dares to eavesdrop on us will be courting death." Only then did Yushu feel relieved. She walked back to Shui Rui's side and said to Yunhua, "So, the Book of Fantasy Women's 6 Rens is with you?" Yunhua nodded and gestured for Shui Rui to come forward. He then said to Yushu, "Little girl, turn around first. Wait for me to call you before you turn around." This time Yushu was clever. She immediately guessed that Yunhua kept the Book of Fantasy Women's 6 Rens close to his body. It was inevitable that he would have to undress to retrieve it. So, she obediently turned around and did not look at it. Just after she turned around, Yunhua took off his warm fur coat and untied his belt. After the layers of his clothes were unbuttoned, a circle of bright red bamboo slips could be seen wrapped around his waist. The color was as if it was dyed with blood, and it made people's hearts palpitate. However, what shocked Shui Rui even more were the scars on Yunhua's body that looked like alopecia areata. The ugly brownish-red scars occupied his entire chest. How did you do this?" Yunhua turned around and asked Shui Rui to untie the nylon rope that bound the bamboo slips from his back. He said casually, "In order to steal it, I set a fire in the Celestial Commissioner's office. When I escaped, I protected it on my chest." When Shui Rui's hand touched the circle of bamboo slips, he was surprised to find that it was not made of bamboo, but of hard iron bars. It was conceivable that Yunhua had hidden it on his chest, but he was severely burned by it. Once again he felt shocked and his fingers trembled slightly. When he was in the Supreme Court he had seen a lot of torture. He knew that the punishment of being burned could make a person feel worse than death. Even a 7-foot-tall man with bronze muscles and bones of iron would kneel and beg. In order to obtain the Book of Fantasy Women's 6 Rens, Yunhua could even endure the pain of being burned. How precious was this legendary head of the 6 artifacts that founded the nation? Shui Rui silently helped him take down the heavy iron book. He held it and stood to the side. He watched Yunhua slowly put on his clothes. From the corner of his eyes, he saw a circle of cotton cloth wrapped around Yunhua's waist. Yunhua's pale skin was exposed at the corner. He could not help but ask, "Have you always been carrying it on you?" Yunhua lowered his head and fastened his belt. When he heard this he said, "I take it off when I take a bath." He paused and suddenly realized something. He raised his head and happened to see Shui Rui's worried gaze. He instantly smiled and said to him, Chapter 754. Yushu turned around and listened to the conversation between the father and son. She didn't know what Shui Rui had seen and what the Book of Mystery Maiden looked like. She was extremely curious in her heart, and there were a few times when she couldn't help but want to turn around, yet she was afraid that she would see something she shouldn't see. Right when she was about to make a move, she heard Shui Rui calling her, "Shu, come here." Yushu felt as if she had been pardoned. She turned her head and saw Shui Rui holding a dazzling red light in his hand. Yunhua had put on his clothes and was sitting behind him. He was pouring tea and drinking water. Is this the Book of Mystery Women? Her eyes stared straight ahead. She quickly stepped forward and held up a corner of the red light in Shui Rui's hand. She was suddenly shocked. It was so heavy. Yunhua explained unhurriedly, "This thing is neither iron nor copper. It is a rare crystal stone. It cannot be melted by fire or melted by water. It is as hard as a rock. I flipped through ancient books and did not find anything similar, so I took the liberty of naming it Mysterious Crystal Stone. The Book of Mystery Women is made up of 81 mysterious crystals. Each mysterious crystal stone is about 5 inches and 7 centimeters long and 2 and 8 centimeters wide. 36 words are engraved on the front. The whole book has a total of 2,916 words." Without waiting for him to finish speaking, Yushu had already moved closer to take a look. She saw a few blurry pictures engraved on one side of the crystal book, and the other side was engraved with densely packed small words. She read 2 lines and felt that her eyes were filled with books from heaven. She could not understand what was written on it at all. This is seal script. When Shui Rui saw the look of utter despair on her face, he recalled that she was illiterate. He suddenly smiled. "I told you to practice your calligraphy more often, but you didn't listen. You can't even recognize the seal script." As he spoke, he gently took the crystal book and placed it on the long table in front of Yunhua. He unfolded the book and looked at the text first. Yushu leaned over, craned her neck and asked, "What is written on it?" In her eyes, the seal script of the Preaching Dynasty was no different from scribbling. There was not even a punctuation mark. It would be strange if she could understand it. Shui Rui furrowed his eyebrows and shook his head hesitantly. "The words written here are not organized. They are messy and disorderly. I can't understand them either." After he finished speaking, he looked at Yunhua together with Yushu and waited for his answer. "Of course you won't understand it if you look at it like this. This is not an article to begin with." Yunhua reached out and pinched a corner of the crystal book. She flipped it over and pushed it in front of Shui Rui and Yushu. She pointed at the picture engraved on the back and explained to them. "I just said that there are nearly 3,000 seal writing engraved on the front, and there are 2 diagrams on the back. One is called The Essentials of Governing a State, and it is an instruction left to the descendants of the royal family of an dynasty by our ancestors. The other is called The Divine Lesson of the Tai Gu, and it is a peerless technique for interpreting the seal writing from the heavenly book of seal writing. It is taught and mastered by the celestial commissioner of each generation. Regardless of natural or man-made disasters, or past and future events, they were all taught by this technique. How do you know where the so-called 300 years of peace and prosperity of Dan dynasty came from? It came from the Book of Mystic Fairy in front of you." Yushu and Shui Rui looked at each other and saw the shock on each other's faces. Yunhua said so much in one breath and his voice became hoarse. Even those who heard him could not bear it. When Shui Rui saw that the teacup in front of him was empty, he quickly raised the pot and refilled it for him. He stopped him from continuing. "You rest for a while. I will look at it first. If there is anything I don't understand, I will ask you." Yunhua nodded and kept his mouth shut. He turned around and quietly looked at Shui Rui's eyes, recalling his wife. Yushu took the initiative to move a chair for Shui Rui and a candlestick over. She let him sit down and read it carefully. She sat next to him, but she could not understand seal writing, so she could only study other things. The entire book was formed by stringing slender crystals together. The thin crystal pieces were not transparent at all. The 2 diagrams on the reverse side of the book seemed to be carved after the crystal book was strung together. Every stroke was connected very naturally. Yunhua said that the glazed crystal was very hard. So, the person who could carve and draw on it either had a divine weapon or was an expert with extremely profound inner energy. Looking at the diagrams again, the first part was mountains and rivers, the sun, the moon, and the stars. The second part was a human body. The depiction was very detailed from head to toe. Every bone was clearly distinguishable, and different parts were marked one by one. The most eye-catching thing was that at the bottom of this human body, 4 words were carved neatly. They were faintly emitting a bloody light. If one stared at them for a long time, one would feel uncomfortable. It was rare that Yushu could recognize 3 of these 4 words. They were heaven, fate, and bone. She could not help but point at the 4 words and ask Shui Rui, "What is written here? What is heaven's fate and bone?" Shui Rui had already finished reading the essentials of governing a state, but he still could not calm down the stormy waves in his heart. When he heard her question, his gaze fell and stopped at her finger. His throat shrank and he said hoarsely, "Heaven's fate Taigu. Heaven's fate Taigu." Yushu's eyes brightened. She was excited to see it. She said, "Then this will be the divine lesson of Taigu." There was no teacher in the world who could not be tempted in the face of a unique skill, and she was no exception. This heaven's fate Taigu was probably like the Yao coin used in the art of hexagram diagrams and the tortoise plate used in divination. They were all tools for divination. She turned her head to seek confirmation from Shui Rui, but she saw that his eyes were full of haze. She was stunned for a moment and asked, "What's wrong? Is there something wrong?" Yunhua's voice suddenly interrupted, "Don't you want to know the real way to break fate?" Shui Rui's figure stiffened. Yunhua glanced at Shui Rui and sighed in his heart, yet he didn't hesitate in the slightest to tell Yushu. If the person who found the fate breaker is a man, then according to logic he should be killed. Because fate breakers are born together and killing one will reveal another. Only by killing a man can one find a woman. And the reason why the Great Calamity wants to find the fate breaker is because only the Great Calamity and the fate breaker can give birth to the heaven's fate Taigu. Yushu slowly widened her eyes. Her head was buzzing, and Yunhua's last sentence echoed in her mind. In other words, the real purpose of the Great Enlightenment point for me to marry Jing Chen and have children is to obtain the heaven's fate Taigu? She felt a sour feeling in her stomach and she had the urge to go crazy. The truth was more dangerous than she had imagined. Emperor Zhao Qing and the Great Enlightenment point actually had the idea to turn her own flesh and blood into a tool for divination. Don't be afraid. Shui Rui did not care that Yunhua was in front of him. He held her cold hands tightly and silently conveyed his determination to advance and retreat together with her. Yushu's eyes were red and she said in a trembling voice, "They can forget about it. Women were born with maternal instincts. Even if the fate breaker needed her to be crushed into ashes, it was not as hateful as laying a hand on her future child. Even if she had to die, she would not let them succeed." She was entrusted by Daoist Qing Zheng to come to the capital city to find the Book of Mystery Fairy's 6 wrens and destroy it. It was only at this moment that she had a strong desire from the bottom of her heart, to destroy it. Yushu raised her head and said to Yunhua with a sullen face, "Without the heaven's fate Taigu, the Book of Mystery Fairy's 6 wrens is almost useless. Why do you have to hide from place to place with it? Why don't you give it to me and let me find a way to destroy it?" Yunhua shook her head. She was not convinced by her words. "Who said that it is useless? As long as it is with me, Zhu Muzhao and that incapable emperor will not be able to rest in peace. They can't get the Book of Mystery Fairy's 6 wrens. Even if they have the heaven's fate Taigu, what can they do?" Yushu pointed out the doubtful point in an unusually calm manner. "There are only 3,000 seal characters and 2 pictures on it. You only need to copy it. What is the use of it?" Yunhua shook his head again. "If you want to use the divine lesson of the Taigu for divination, you must use the seal characters on the crystal. It is useless to copy it. If you don't believe me, you can ask your big brother and let him see what is written on it." He pointed at a line of words on the picture. Shui Rui lowered his head and looked at it. His expression changed a few times. He helplessly told Yushu, "He did not lie to you. The divine lesson of the Taigu is very powerful. With the heaven's fate Taigu, you can only use the seal characters on the crystal to pry into the secrets of heaven." Yushu's expression was unsightly as she struggled free of Shui Rui's palm and pressed down on the heavenly book on the table, and then she stared straight at Yunhua as she said overbearingly, "Why aren't you willing to destroy it? Could it be that you want to seize the heavens will grand bone after obtaining the 6th wren book of the goddess of mystery? You told me privately before you returned to the residence that you came to the capital city under the orders of your master. Didn't your master ask you to destroy the Book of Mystery Fairy immediately after you found it?" Yunhua's pupils contracted. Suddenly, his expression changed and became fierce. "What did you say?" He was very sure that during the private conversation he had with her when he returned to the residence, he did not mention anything about destroying the book to her from the beginning to the end. He had also never revealed a single word to anyone else. Yushu did not back down. She stared at him and repeated word by word, "I said, didn't your master ask you to destroy it?" Yunhua looked at her in bewilderment. "Who exactly are you?" Yu Shu held her breath. She had to let it out. She forcefully pulled out the ring on her index finger and raised it in front of Yunhua's eyes. "You don't recognize me, but you should recognize this token. This was personally given to me by my master. To tell you the truth, I am the same as you. I followed my master's orders to come to the capital city to destroy the Book of Mystery Fairy." Yunhua stood up abruptly and snatched the ring from her hand. After carefully examining it, he said in disbelief, This is the seven-star child. The black ring that Daoist Qingzheng gave to Yu Shu before they parted was the same as Yunhua's Zhuge Eye. It was made from the stars of the seven-star ruler, one of the 6 founding tools. Yu Shu had used this to determine Yunhua's origin. Yunhua quickly removed the sachet from his waist and fumbled for a jade pendant. He forcefully knocked it on the table and crushed it. He picked up one of the round balls and compared it to Yu Shu's black ring. His eyes gradually became moist and his hands trembled slightly. "It's the seven-star child, it's my master. It's my master." Yu Shu did not expect him to be so excited. Her anger disappeared and she looked at Shui Rui helplessly. She regretted provoking him so much. Shui Rui shook his head at her and signaled her to wait. He had already heard Yu Shu confess her purpose of coming to the capital city. He also knew that she and Yunhua were from the same master. Because of this, he could rest assured and boldly bring Yu Shu to see Yunhua. Speaking of which, it was a little ridiculous. He had always been on guard against Yunhua. Compared to his biological father, who had suddenly appeared after 20 years, he would naturally stand on Yu Shu's side. He would worry about her worries and worry about her. Yunhua experienced a momentary loss of composure. He took a few deep breaths to calm down. He handed the ring and the small black ball to Yu Shu and said bitterly, "I see. No wonder I couldn't predict your future. I just thought that you broke your destiny. The destiny of a person is unpredictable, but I didn't expect you to have this thing on you." Yu Shu did not know what to say. The way Yunhua looked at her at this moment was much gentler. His attitude was not much different from his attitude towards Shui Rui. She could not release the anger that she had just accumulated, so she suppressed it. At the same time, she discovered a strange thing. "Why do you have a Zhuge Eye on you?" That was not right. She could clearly predict Yunhua's life and death. She voiced her doubt and heard Yunhua say, "I have 2 7 stars and one is divided into 2. I don't always wear the one on my hand. Sometimes I give it to Ajin and Xiaozhu to protect themselves. So, it is not surprising that you can predict my future." Yu Shu suddenly understood. How is master? Yunhua could not help but ask Daoist Qingzheng. Well, he is in good health. He can still eat, drink and sleep at his age. Yu Shu felt that she should explain more clearly about her apprenticeship, so she told him the whole story. "I became a disciple of my master in the spring and summer of last year. He didn't tell me his real name and called himself Taoist Qingzheng. He didn't tell me where the mountain gate was. I didn't have a good aptitude. Fortunately, I was enlightened by my master and learned the art of 6 lines and the 8 spells of life and death. After only 100 days, my master entrusted me with an important task. He said that he swore that he would never step into Enling City again and ordered me to go to the capital." Shui Rui sat quietly at the side and did not interrupt. Yu Shu had her own ideas. He only needed to wait and see. Yunhua listened and nodded repeatedly. The art of 6 lines and 8 gates of life and death are both master's skills. It seems that you are undoubtedly my junior sister. Yu Shu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She was afraid that he would have doubts and it would be difficult to speak. Now she did not have to be overcautious and say whatever she wanted to say. "Master once mentioned in front of me that I have a senior brother. He is talented and extremely smart and he is very filial. Mr. Yunhua, I dare to call you senior brother. May I ask why you disobeyed master's order? You obviously found the Book of Fantasy Fairy but you are not willing to destroy it." Yunhua's face was full of helplessness. "It's not that I don't want to destroy it, but I can't." Yu Shu frowned. "Why?" "I just said that the glazed crystal is as hard as a rock. It cannot be melted by fire or melted by water. I'm not exaggerating. I've tried my best but I could not destroy it at all. I could only hide it from the imperial court. If you don't believe me you can test it on the spot." This reason sounded simple but it made people feel helpless. Yu Shu suddenly understood Yunhua's difficulties. Such a treasure that could not be destroyed and could not be used could only be carefully kept close to his body. Was it not a source of trouble that could not be gotten rid of? I have misunderstood you. She was a little ashamed. Before this, she had been criticizing Yunhua and suspected that he had sinister intentions. However, Shui Rui looked thoughtfully at the picture on the back of the glazed crystal. He read it line by line. Chapter 755. Then how did Daoist Qingzheng learn about the Book of Fantasy Maiden's 6 Rens and why did he want to destroy it? There were too many suspicious points about Daoist Qingzheng, but what people cared about the most was his identity. Why did he have such a strong obsession with the Book of Fairy Woman's 6 Rens? In order to destroy it, he didn't hesitate to put his 2 disciples in danger. They were both disciples, but Yushu knew almost nothing about Taoist Qingzheng. They had been together for less than 3 months, but Yunhua was different. He and Qingzheng had been together day and night, and they were like father and son. He must know more than she did. Didn't Master tell you about his origin? Yunhua did not answer Shui Rui's question directly, but asked Yushu. No. Yushu keenly heard some clues from Yunhua's tone, so she tentatively said, I think he must have an extraordinary origin. Senior brother, can you tell me about it? Yunhua shook his head and said, if you have the chance to meet Master again, you can ask him in person. This was a disguised rejection. Yushu was unwilling, but she also knew that she could not pry anything out of Yunhua's mouth, so she secretly kicked Shui Rui with the tip of her foot. When it came to a battle of intelligence, the main force should be on the field. Shui Rui understood and immediately said, you are not willing to say, but we can guess. To be able to get access to the secrets of the Book of Fantasy Women, if he was not a high official in the Celestial Commissioner, he must be a member of the royal family. Taoist Qingzheng can teach such an outstanding disciple like you, so he must be the former. I heard Shu describe that Taoist Qingzheng is at least 80 years old, but he has sharp ears and eyes and he is still strong in old age. It is impossible for such an immortal-like person to be unknown in the past. According to his age, it reminds me of a person. Yushu listened attentively and almost blurted out, who is it? Fortunately, she shut her mouth in time and did not drag Shui Rui down. Yunhua was quite cooperative. 60 years ago, the famous Qingyang Yitzi. Yunhua's eyes flickered, but the slight strangeness was caught by Yushu. She was happy and continued, yes, Master claimed to be Taoist Qingzheng, which is only one word different from Qingyang Yitzi. If it is not a coincidence, then he is Qingyang Yitzi. The title of Ez was bestowed by the emperor of the dynasty. He usually had 2 characters. The first character was the surname and the second character was a good metaphor. For example, 100 years ago, the Xiajiang aristocratic family in the south had the surname Xia, and the Wenqin aristocratic family in the north had the surname Wen. Qingyang Yitzi himself had the surname Qin, which was a rare surname. It was entirely possible that Daoist Qingzheng and Qingyang Yitzi were the same person. Haha. Yunhua suddenly laughed. It sounded like a cough that was squeezed out of his throat. If it were not for the smile on his face, Yushu would not have been able to tell that it was a laugh. That's what you say, he said, refusing to admit it. Yushu didn't want this kind of ambiguous answer. She got angry and stretched her neck forward. She put her hands on the table and put them in front of his face. She said straightforwardly, Senior brother, don't beat around the bush with me. We are now grasshoppers tied on a rope. If something happens, no one can escape. Is it interesting to hide it from us? There was a smile in Yunhua's eyes. She did not move at all. No matter who my master is, I admit that you are my junior sister. Our goal is to destroy the book and that is enough. I told you last time that it's not a good thing for young people to be too curious. Yushu retreated angrily. She snorted in her heart. Even if you don't admit it, I know that the old Taoist Qingzheng is Qingyang Yitzi. Shui Rui refilled Yunhua's cup of tea. He no longer cared about the identity of the Taoist Qingzheng. He changed the topic. There is something I don't understand. Taoist Qingzheng asked you to destroy the Book of Fantasy Goddesses, but didn't he teach you how to destroy it? Or did he not know that the glazed crystal is an indestructible item, so he didn't tell you? He didn't believe that there was really something indestructible in this world. Everything had its weakness. There must be a specific way to destroy it. Yunhua stopped smiling and looked deeply at Shui Rui. He felt a little proud but also a little sad. This was his and Han Ling's child, his flesh and blood that he had been looking forward to for 20 years. In a place that he couldn't see, he had already grown into an outstanding young man. He was smart, bold, and careful. He had inherited all the advantages of the couple. Yes, my master did tell me the way to destroy it. Yushu raised her voice. She was confused by their words. Just now Yunhua said that he tried to destroy the glazed crystal with fire and knives, but he could not destroy it. Why did he say that he had a way now? Receiving her questioning gaze, Yunhua sighed. It's not as simple as you think. To tell you the truth, to destroy the Book of Fantasy Goddesses, you must use another of the 6 founding devices. Yushu's thoughts changed rapidly. She went through the 6 devices in her mind. Shui Rui lowered his head and quickly searched for the few lines of words on the essentials of governing a state. The two of them shouted in unison, Chun Jun Sword? Chun Jun Sword. Yunhua nodded. That's right. It's the Chun Jun Sword. Yushu looked at Shui Rui. She saw him moving his fingers on the glazed crystal and muttering, the finger and palm of the world is the Book of Fantasy Goddesses. The Big Dipper is the 7-star ruler. The perfect wisdom is the Tai Ching cauldron. The stone Rui scepter is the stone Rui scepter. The Fushi plate that can suppress mountains and rivers is the Chun Jun sword that can destroy everything. So that's how it is. This is the power of the 6 founding devices. It's really shocking. Yushu listened attentively, thinking that the 6 founding tools mentioned in the essentials of governing a country had been matched by him one by one. This was also the first time she had heard the names of the 6 founding tools. She felt her blood rushing to her head, and her heart couldn't help but tremble. Yunhua saw that the two of them had lost their composure, but he was not surprised. It was his first time seeing the records on it, and the impact he received was not any weaker than theirs. Thinking back to the time when Emperor Anwu was the proud son of heaven of his generation, he led an army of millions, and he had the 6 founding devices in his hands. How monstrous was his momentum! The origins of the 6 founding devices are extraordinary, and they cannot be easily determined. Rumor has it that the Chun Jun sword was buried in the Imperial Mausoleum, along with Empress Ningxin. Back then I tried my best but I still could not sneak into the Imperial Mausoleum. Later I stole the Book of Mystic Fairy and escaped from the capital. I tried many ways but I could not destroy it. Only then did I confirm that the Chun Jun sword was the only one that could be used. However, the Imperial Mausoleum is full of traps. Even though Ah Jin's martial arts were excellent, he was trapped in the bewitching array once and almost lost his life. Yushu thought to herself, oh my, you are already very awesome to be able to steal one of the 6 founding devices, but you are still thinking of another one. So, we have to get the Chun Jun sword no matter what. Shui Rui muttered to himself, the Imperial Mausoleum of Dongshan is indeed heavily guarded. There are thousands of Imperial guards guarding the perimeter alone, and they rotate day and night. There are traps everywhere in the mausoleum. If we want to sneak in and escape unscathed, we can only do so if we have the ability to fly. However, there are many people and things to do on the sacred ancestor sacrificial day every year, so we can give it a try. Yunhua nodded and said, I think so too. Previously, Ah Jin sneaked into the Imperial Mausoleum during the Divine Ancestor Sacrifice Day, but unfortunately he did not find anything. Shui Rui frowned, there is still half a year before the next ancestral worship. I am afraid that the Emperor is seriously ill and cannot wait to die for Jingchen. Hearing the other son's name, Yunhua's expression changed and he said hesitantly, I predict that the world will be in chaos, and the Lone Star evil spirit will rise in the north. I expect that Prince of Dongjing has his own army and will rebel in the future. In order to stabilize the country, he must borrow the Book of Mystic Fairy. Zhu Muzhao is a person who will do anything to achieve his goal. Even if he cannot catch me, he will still take the Tai Bone of Destiny first. When the father and son reached the same point, their expressions became serious. At this moment, Yushu weakly interrupted, well, I know where the Chun Jun sword is. 2 pairs of eyes swept over her, and Yushu hurriedly confessed, Jingchen told me that the Chun Jun sword is no longer in the Imperial Mausoleum. It is said that many years ago, a rebellious prince appeared in the Da and royal family. He broke into the forbidden area of the Imperial Mausoleum on the day of ancestral worship and stole the Chun Jun sword. Then the prince ran to the mountain to become a Taoist priest. Before he died, he offered the Chun Jun sword to his sect. Oh, it is Jingchen's sect. Not long ago, Jingchen's junior sister from the same sect brought the Chun Jun sword to Detidian. It seems that the current emperor promised the leader of the Jingyi sect some conditions before they were willing to return the sword to its original owner. So, the Chun Jun sword should be in the hands of Detidian now. She glanced at Shui Rui and added, it's something that happened before you disappeared. I didn't have time to tell you about it before you disappeared. After that, you returned to the capital and I forgot about this matter at the back of my mind. In fact, when Jing Chen told her about this matter, she did not take it to heart. Now that she thought about it, she only hated herself for not having foresight. If she had known that the Chunjun sword was so useful, she would have snatched it from Shui Yun's hands. Yun Hua could not help but smile bitterly. This is the will of the heavens. I got the book of Fantasy Fairy, but the Chunjun sword is in the hands of Zhu Muzhao. Yu Shu had heard him call Titian by his name more than once. It was not difficult to guess that there must have been a grudge between them in the past. The image of Titian in her mind changed again and again. When she first met him, she was shocked by him. Now, she did not have the slightest good impression of him. Shui Rui thought about it and said to himself, taking the Chunjun sword from Titian is much easier than taking risks in the Imperial Mausoleum. Yu Shu said with a bitter face, it's not easy. Who knows where Titian hid the sword? What if he secretly sent the sword back to the Imperial Mausoleum? Shui Rui's eyes glowed and he said with certainty, he won't. Why not? Because he wants to use the Chunjun sword to lure me to show up. It was Yun Hua who answered her. The father and son obviously had a tacit understanding. She did not want to admit that her brain was not enough, so she did not continue to ask why. She held her chin and thought for a moment. Her eyes lit up and she said hurriedly, he knew that you weren't dead, so he definitely wouldn't allow them to use Jing Chen's child as a tool. He's your biological grandson, and only by destroying the Book of Mystic Fairy's 6 Rens would he be able to end all of this. That's why he deliberately revealed to Jing Chen that the Chunjun sword was in his hands. It was all for your ears. That you're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.